Good evening, everyone. The time is 6 p.m. and this is the time set aside for this appeals hearing this afternoon. I want to extend a welcome to everyone that's present tonight, the council, police department, and to our commissioners. At this time, I would like to introduce the commissioners who will be listening to the proceedings tonight. To my far left is Commissioner Walters, then Commissioner Harold Stringfellow, and to my far, I'm Commissioner Piggy. I'll be serving as your chairman tonight. And to my right is Commissioner Shelley. So we have 4 people present tonight. So we do have a quorum. And a quorum just means that we have enough people to carry on the business for tonight. So we have enough people present today. At this time, I'd like to introduce our stenographer. That's Mrs. Patricia Hendricks. And since I just call her name, when you come up to testify or to speak, please speak loud because all the proceedings this afternoon is being recorded. We want to make sure we get everything on record. Okay, so thank you for that. At this time, counsel for the city is out. And I'd like for the counsel for the appellant and the city of Jacksonville to please introduce yourself to the commission.
I'm Caroline Witherspoon. We represent the department.
Caitlin Campbell here for the department.
Robert Bickman, representing the former employee.
Thank you. Thank each of you. Okay. Are all the witnesses present for tonight? Counsel, witness for the appellant and witness for the city all present tonight?
Yes.
If so, I would like to render the oath for tonight. Since I have everybody present, please stand. I'll just do one group. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the proceedings tonight?
Yes.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to invoke the rule that once you testify and you're excused, if you go back outside, please do not share what was discussed in this hearing with your friend or with your neighbor or with your coworker once you get outside. Okay, once you testify, please do not go back out and share any information because they'll be coming back in to testify also. Okay. All right. At this time, the city of Jacksonville. Make sure everyone else right here. You're free to call your first opening statements from the city, please.
Do we need to go over to the mic?
Do we
As
need
long
to
as
be at the
as
microphone?
long as she can hear you, I know we can hear you okay. But if you want to, feel free to use the mic. If you're more comfortable on the mic. That's
We'll do it
fine.
over here.
Okay,
Sure.
that's fine.
Why not? I can see Stephanie over here. All right. Okay. Commissioners, we're here tonight because Mr. Tillman believes that he should not have been terminated for violating department policy by not reporting to his assigned post, claiming time worked when he was not in fact performing his job duties, and lying to his supervisor and to the internal affairs investigator once he was caught. The department received a complaint that the middle school here in Jacksonville has been left without a resource officer for some time. The department investigated the complaint, learned that SRO Harrelson, who will speak to you tonight, who was assigned to cover the middle school, had actually been covering the high school, which was Mr. Tillman's post, in the mornings during at least 2 weeks of time that we investigated. At the request of Mr. Tillman. The department learned that Mr. Tillman had led people to believe that he was checking on elementary schools during that time when he had asked SRO Harrelson to cover the high school. That left the middle school without the cover of a school resource officer. The department investigated that claim and showed it to be irrefutably false, that Mr. Tillman was not, in fact, checking up on elementary schools like he said. Tonight, you will see evidence of key card access logs to the schools. You'll hear from witnesses who reviewed video footage from those schools, and that footage will show that Mr. Tillman never entered an elementary school during the 2 weeks that we investigated. You will see GPS tracking data from Mr. Tillman's work phone, which will show you that on many of the days within this 2-week period, Mr. Tillman was not even driving past the elementary schools, as he later changed his story to claim. You'll hear that there was a disciplinary review board that reviewed the case and recommended merely an 8-day suspension as discipline. However, you will also hear that the disciplinary review board spent less than 2 hours reviewing the entire internal affairs investigation file, which took Lieutenant Burrows weeks to compile. You will hear Chief Hibbs testify that he considered the recommendation for an 8-day suspension and came to the conclusion that he had no choice but to terminate Mr. Tillman, as he could no longer be trusted. You may hear Mr. Tillman's counsel try to split hairs over the definition of the word false or the definition of the word misleading. Mr. Tillman may even try to argue that a lie of omission is not technically a lie. You'll certainly hear Mr. Tillman claim that he did not intend to deceive when he, in fact, falsified his timesheet for 2 straight weeks, arranged for another school resource officer to cover his responsibility at the high school, lied to his supervisor, and lied to the internal affairs investigator about where he'd been during over 22 hours of unaccounted for time. As we present all the evidence tonight, you will see GPS records, maps, key card access logs, and timesheets. And some of this data will be granular and very detailed, but it all points to 2 simple truths. The first is this: during the limited time frame reviewed, Mr. Tillman was not where he was supposed to be on 10 out of 10 days. And secondly, when he was confronted with that information, Mr. Tillman lied about his whereabouts and his actions. As public servants, I know you all understand how vital the integrity of the police department is. The chief is expected to testify that all police officers, and especially school resource officers, should be role models in the community. They should be dependable and honest. The department has the right to terminate officers when they fall short of that duty. After all, the chief is expected to testify that an officer who has been proven to be untruthful cannot ever be allowed to testify, as the defense attorneys are entitled to that information. We'd ask you to listen to the evidence tonight and see that the department came to the right decision.
Counsel for the appellate.
Counsel just made a falsehood statement. She said that somebody who's been found by a department to have lied can never testify. That is not the law. That is not the world. That is something the city always throws up. The judge decides whether or not the issue is such that they cannot be allowed to testify. If they want to argue that and stay with that, I will ask that there be an investigation of them lying, because there's an Arkansas Court of Appeals case where an Arkansas state trooper who had been found to have lied and was suspended was called to testify as a witness in that case, which was a drug recognition case. The circuit judge ruled that they could not use it because it wasn't of the nature that he felt that the probative value of it outweighed the prejudicial effect. And that case was affirmed on appeal by the Arkansas Court of Appeals. And that individual is still a trooper in Deshay County, Arkansas. I represented him, so I know what I'm talking about on it. So that was a clear falsehood by counsel. So let's split hairs. Maybe she hadn't read that case. Maybe that's what the chief told her. Now they talk about the time, and you'll get a chance to read the transcripts. My client, basically, on page 3 of his interview at Internal Affairs, basically admitted to everything that there's charging with. We're going to spend a lot of time over arguments. Did he have 22 hours that he didn't work? He's admitted that. Now, we can spend all the time proving what he's admitted in the Internal Affairs and admitted to the chief. He told him that he had marital problems, was trying to clear his head. Yes, he did not say and correct his supervisors when they thought he had asked that he was saying that he was covering and going by the elementary schools. Officer Harrelson, I believe, will tell you he assumed that my client never said that to him. He assumed it. That's what he said. The lieutenant asked him about it, and how it was asked, he decided not to correct him. And the chief, even in his interviews, was talking to his, this a white lie situation or not. Now, they can criticize their committee that they set up that spent 2 hours reviewing this. You got basically 3 interviews. You can read it and you got everything. You don't have to read all the GPS and all that, because the officer didn't say I didn't do it or I was out working. He said, need me to hold up, Mr. Piggy?
Carry on, my commissioner is listening to go.
Okay. So that he said he did not do right. He did not exercise good judgment. We're not arguing that he shouldn't be punished. But you have everybody from Lieutenant Washington, who has many years on the force, who is head of it, and a sergeant and patrol officers who thought 8 days. Now the committee, I'm not asking the commission to say he didn't do wrong. He admitted he did wrong himself. He has no prior suspensions. He has some verbal warnings, one of which was violation of the media policy. And I think that's sort of an interesting one, because he was criticizing the president for things that were political, which might have very well been First Amendment, but he only got a letter of reprimand. So that wasn't anything you could appeal or sue about. You can read what he said about the president. There's a majority of America agreed with him, that the president was a racist. But Washington, the other thing about Lieutenant Washington, he supervised my client before he got promoted to sergeant. And he'll tell you he was a good officer. So I'm asking that you find that he didn't give full duty, that he did not work 22 hours of the time frame they interviewed, and reduce his termination to a suspension. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So, I want to make sure. You're calling me, I want to understand. Okay, thank you to both councils. At this time, the city of Jacksonville, please call your first witness.
While we're writing, we have some exhibit books that we put together for you all to look at once the exhibits are introduced. So if council's okay, I'm just gonna put them up there on the ledge, and then they can pull them out when the exhibits are introduced.
Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Yep, and we furnished council with a copy of those.
Have a seat.
Hi.
You've already been sworn in, so feel free to answer the question, please.
Lieutenant Brady, would you state your name for the record for the court reporter?
It's Lieutenant James Brady.
How long have you worked at Jacksonville Police Department?
I'm going on 22 years now.
And what's your current position?
Current position is grant coordinator and property and evidence
And
supervisor
you're a lieutenant.
for support. Yeah.
When were you promoted to lieutenant?
I think it was 2019.
Okay, congratulations. Have you ever worked directly with Mr. Tillman?
Yes, for a while.
In what capacity?
As a sergeant, I was sergeant over the SRO program when he was an officer in the program, and then most recently lieutenant over and as a sergeant in the SRO program.
So you were Mr. Tillman's direct supervisor most recently?
Yes.
Were you ultimately involved in the decision to terminate Mr. Tillman?
No.
As supervisor of the school resource officers, can you tell us what is the role of an SRO?
Well, an SRO is to handle day-to-day activities within the school, be present and provide security, and also to provide like a helping hand to the students that are in need and handle any reports that occur within the school.
Is an SRO an ambassador of the department?
I would say so for youth looked up to them.
Do you train SROs to be role models for students?
I think all police officers are models. They're there and present in front of the students to lead as a good example.
Can you speak of just a little bit?
Yep. They're there to lead as a good example, good role model.
And are they also, you mentioned that they're there for protection.
Yes.
So are they trained for active shooter situations,
Yes, sir.
other violent incidents?
Yeah.
What are some of the SRO's specific duties?
So during school session, once again, they're there for school security. They're there to handle any reports that may come up, also to be an example for the students. And then on the off season, they handle the junior CPA, PAC program, other events that may arise during off season. They also have quite often work ball games after the regular assignment.
I'd like to show you a document. It's marked 2 in the binder.
Sorry, what was that number?
Number 2.
No objection.
I think you're on 3. Sorry.
Yes,
Do you recognize this document?
yes.
And what is it?
Responsibilities for school resource officers.
What's the very first essential duty and responsibility listed?
This says check with staff at each of the schools assigned to them.
So how do you, as supervisor of the SROs, assign an SRO to a particular school?
Usually we choose a school for them to cover based on their experience. Time in.
Okay, and where was Mr. Tillman assigned?
His primary assignment was Jacksonville High School.
So generally, on most days, when should he have reported to Jacksonville High School?
8 o'clock
And how long was he supposed to stay there?
until 4.
Okay.
With a brief break for lunch or the assignments that may arise.
Okay. Did Mr. Tillman have any supervisory duties while he was employed as an SRO?
Yes, he was a sergeant for the SRO program.
Okay. Was he SRO Harrelson's direct supervisor?
Yes.
Okay. Before this incident in September, had you ever had any issues with Mr. Tillman's job performance?
No, ma'am.
So how did you become aware of any issue at the schools regarding school resource officer coverage?
I was contacted by Chris Oldham in reference to some concerns regarding a complaint from Dr. Bowen in regards to the middle school not being covered for a few weeks.
And who is Chris Oldham?
Chris Oldham's the Jacksonville North Pulaski School District. He's like a security superintendent
Okay.
for the school district.
And he reached out, and what did he tell you?
His complaint was that Dr. Bowen had approached him with the telephone or had contacted him in regards to the middle school not being covered for the past 2 weeks. And so, you know, that was a complaint, and I told him I would look into it with also the clause that we've had the same issue in the past, and I've shown that the SROs work there.
Okay, so was it a red flag?
Yeah, well, not right then and there.
Okay.
I just thought that here we go again, you know, just another complaint, and we'll show that the SROs were at the school.
So what was your process of starting to investigate?
I initially contacted Officer Harrelson in reference to this to find out where he's been for the past couple of weeks, and I kind of narrowed it down to, you know, where he's been SRT training on the 17th, and then the school was in quarantine at the middle school for a period of time, and so once I talked to him, I was like, okay, that's fine. So then, since I talked to him, I contacted Sergeant Tillman in regards to Officer Harrelson's statement. Some of the time he was at the high school, working in the high school while Sergeant Tillman went and made his rounds at the elementary schools.
Okay, so you said that you learned from Officer Harrelson that he'd been working at the high school while Mr. Tillman was going around the elementary schools?
Correct. The elementary school, excuse me, the high school is our primary area of coverage. So if Sergeant Tillman's not at the high school, Officer Harrelson would go and cover the high school, because that has a tendency to be one of our more problematic locations. So we kind of just slide that officer over. And so that's was my understanding from Harrelson, is that Sergeant Tillman was making some rounds at the elementary school. So he was requested to go cover the high school while he was doing so. So we had coverage at the high school.
As a sergeant, was Mr. Tillman given a little bit of free rein to make decisions about what areas needed coverage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned that the high school is your primary area of coverage. Why is it more important, or your primary area?
We just have a tendency to have that location that have flare-ups with, you know, fights and such, more so than some of the other schools.
Okay. So you mentioned that Officer Harrelson then mentioned Mr. Tillman. What was your next step?
So I talked to Sergeant Tillman in regards to, you know, the complaint, and let him know what was going on, so he's aware. And I asked him in regards to, what does he have, Harrelson do in regards to the coverage of the school, and he advised that he's had Harrelson's cover the elementary schools while he went and checked covered the high school while he checked the elementary school, and he would usually get back at the high school, which was around 10 o'clock.
Did Mr. Tillman offer any other explanation of why SRO Harrelson had been at the high school instead of the middle school every morning for about 2 weeks?
No, and at that point in time, it's just normal what we have done. It's if Sergeant Tillman was not at the high school, then Harrelson would slide over. So I didn't question anything at that point in time. So I got the phone with him, and I contacted Chris Oldham and told him what we had going on, and gave him the dates and the reasons that we were having to slide Harrelson over to the high school.
And at that point in time, what was your understanding of why you?
Objection to his understanding. Should testify what he knows, not his understanding.
Sustained.
At that point in time, what did you know was the reason that Officer Harrelson was being slid over, as you say, to the high school?
To cover for Sergeant Tillman because he was making his rounds at the elementary school.
Okay. How did you contact Mr. Tillman?
Telephone.
By telephone? Do you recall whether he told you that he had been checking out the elementary schools?
Yes.
And did he give you any reason to suspect that he had not been checking out the elementary schools during that phone call?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Tillman offer any clarification or correct you as to what you said during that phone call?
No, ma'am.
So you mentioned that the next thing you did was to call Mr. Oldham at the school.
Yes,
What did you tell him?
I just explained to him the reason why there hasn't been on some dates an SRO at the middle school, and that Sergeant Tillman was making some rounds at the middle school, and Sergeant Tillman was making some rounds at the elementary school, so Harrelson had slid over to the high school.
At that point, did you believe that the matter was resolved?
I thought it was
Did you receive information after that from the school?
during that same conversation. Chris Oldham advised me that it is his understanding that Sergeant Tillman had not been to any of the elementary schools during that time frame in question.
And how did you respond to that information?
I was a little caught off guard, so once again, I was trying to get it straightened out, figure out what was going on. And so I was requested to go see video from the elementary schools. And he allowed me to come watch video from the elementary schools. To watch during the time frame 8 o'clock until 10 o'clock. To see if Sergeant Tillman showed up at any of those elementary schools. And there was no video that I observed that showed him arriving at the elementary school.
So just to clarify, you watched video from all of the elementary schools?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., that window? Okay. Can you grab the binder and look at number 3?
Number 3?
Mm-hmm. Do you recognize this document?
The access history?
Yes, sir.
First time I've seen it.
Okay, so you didn't review the keylog access with Mr. Oldham at that time?
No, ma'am.
Just the video?
No, ma'am. Just video.
Okay, then would you flip back with me to Exhibit 1? And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
This is a statement that I gave once requested by Lieutenant Burrow.
Okay, and why were you requested to submit this here?
If I can kind of give a backstory to how it came about, is that okay?
I'll be lenient.
Sure,
Okay.
tell us what happened.
So once I determined that, hey, something may be going on, something we're kind of heading up as far as Sergeant Tillman being where I was told that he was supposed to be, I briefed my chain of command and let them know what was going on, because it was going to take a little bit more looking into than I had time to necessarily. And it was turned over and made into an IA or requested as a practice.
Why did you feel that an IA investigation was necessary?
At that point in time, I kind of had, I felt as if, I was hoping I was wrong, but I felt as if I was being lied to about Sergeant Tillman's whereabouts by Sergeant Tillman. And if that's the case, if he didn't show up where he was supposed to in elementary schools, and then where was he?
Did you have any further involvement in the IA investigation after you wrote this letter?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you eventually learn the outcome of that investigation?
I found out that Sergeant Tillman was terminated.
Okay. And do you agree with that discipline?
Based on the false statement, I agree with the termination.
Okay. I pass the witness.
Okay, let me see if I understand a couple of things about how you staffed schools, okay?
Yes, sir.
The high school is the primary consideration, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is.
And there's various reasons why you don't have 2 or 3 people working as SRO on any given school day, correct?
You restate that one.
There are various reasons that there's not somebody working every school day as an SRO, that you have 2 of them all the time.
Correct.
And so when you have only one, the responsibility is to have the high school covered, correct?
That is correct.
And there was on these situations that where Tillman went to the high school. I mean, wasn't at the high school, but wasn't working. He made sure that the high school was covered, correct?
We make every attempt to make sure the high school.
No, he had Harrelson cover the high school when he didn't go to work, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if he was at teaching a class, that would have been the same procedure, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If he was quarantined because of the virus, that would be the same procedure, correct?
Yes, sir.
So as far as the practice of the Jacksonville Police Department of always having the high school covered, that was complied with, correct? In this case.
Yes, sir. But as far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay, now, didn't Tillman have Harrelson cover the high school and then return to junior high when Harrelson showed up?
That is supposed to be what the norm is. The videos that I watched showed a little differently. Sometimes Harrelson wouldn't leave immediately.
Well, okay, so Harrelson should have been written up for not leaving immediately, correct?
Well, I don't know exactly what they had on those dates. I didn't refer to any reports if you had written a report or anything like that.
Well, you indicated that he didn't do exactly right by not going. I'm just curious, since you volunteered that, whether you took any disciplinary action
No, sir, I
against,
did not.
okay, didn't recommend it.
No, sir.
Now, if I understand it, you're saying that Harrelson told you that Tillman was covering the high schools, excuse me, covering the elementary schools when he had Harrelson go to the high school.
Yes, sir.
You're saying that under oath, that Harrelson said to you, Tillman told me he was going to the elementary schools.
He didn't say necessarily those words. He said that Tillman had him covering the high schools, about them and just covering the elementary schools.
Okay, my question is, I understood you to say he told you that Mr. Tillman, Sergeant Tillman, told him that Tillman was off at the elementary schools. Did he tell you that? Or did he tell you he assumed that he was?
That he was covering, sir.
And that he had been told that by Tillman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's you have no doubt in your mind that that's a truthful statement.
Yes, sir.
And you would expect Tillman to say, Harrelson to say that's what he told you.
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
Commissioners, any questions for the witness? Any questions for the witness?
I have a few on regret.
Okay.
Lieutenant Brady, you have assigned 2 SROs to cover the Jacksonville School District, correct?
That was the assignment that was assigned prior to me taking over, so that they just maintained that assignment.
But the department
I
has.
didn't change it.
So is it the ideal situation for there ever to just be 1 SRO covering schools?
Say it one more time.
If you have 2 assigned, is it the ideal situation for only one of them to be on a campus?
It's not ideal, but that's just how it is sometimes.
You mentioned earlier, or you responded to my question and said that Mr. Tillman was Officer Harrelson's direct supervisor. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if Mr. Tillman had instructed Officer Harrelson not to leave campus yet because he was taking care of,
Objection, it's speculation. He doesn't know what happened. That's purely hypothetical, lay a foundation for the hypothetical.
I will allow counsel to proceed with that thought.
thank you. If Mr. Tillman had instructed his subordinate, Officer Harrelson, to stay in his car in the parking lot while Mr. Tillman took care of something inside, say in his office, would that have been wrong for Officer Harrelson to follow that order?
No, I'm not a director, so sorry.
Okay. One more, maybe 2. You are the supervisor of the SROs, correct?
I'm the lieutenant over this, or I was at that point.
Okay. How important is it that you can trust your officers assigned to cover the schools?
Very important.
Knowing what you know, could you trust Mr. Tillman to do what he's assigned to do?
Not at this point in time, based on the information I have.
I'd also like to move to admit exhibits 1 and 2 that we covered. Okay.
Any objections, counsel?
No objections.
Thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
She went
Oh,
well
I'm
beyond
sorry.
my
I'm sorry.
cross-examination.
Sorry.
You may proceed with your cross. Please.
Lieutenant, did you learn that Officer Tillman was having significant marital problems
At what point in time?
during this investigation?
No, ma'am. Or no, sir. No, ma'am.
Does the city have an EAP program?
Yes, I do.
Did anybody consider referring Officer Tillman to the EAP program?
I can't say what anybody else did.
Did you?
I have no knowledge of any issues going on.
And I think I understood, I wrote it down, that before this 2-week period, that Officer Tillman had been a good employee,
Yes, sir. He's been a great employee.
great employee.
Yes, sir.
And how many police officers is Jacksonville down right now?
As of right now, probably about 13, 14, I'm guessing. So we've got 11, I believe it is, or 12 that are fixing to start on 20.
But after that, would you still be down?
A few officers.
No other questions?
If there's no further questions for the witness, you are excused, sir. City may call the next witness.
And he can leave when we say excuse. I have no intent to recall him, so.
Okay. Okay.
Would you call in Mr. Alden?
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a seat, sir.
We'll be referring to this.
State your name for a reporter, a court reporter, Chris O. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Alden.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm the security director for the Jacksonville North Lassie School District
How long have you worked for the Jacksonville North Lassie School District?
since the summer of 2016.
And how long have you been the security director?
Since that time,
I think. What is your role as security director for the district?
I am over all the armed security guards that we place in all the schools. I'm over all the, basically, security for the district over our high school, middle school, and all the elementary schools in the pre-K. I created a security plan for each school, and I work directly with the principals of those schools to make sure that those plans are installed and properly conducted. I'm also over all the technology for security cameras, access control, things of that nature.
How do school resource officers play into that security scheme for the district?
They're independent from the security staff. They're there to enforce law and assist us with protecting the staff and the students.
To assist you with protecting staff and students, would they have to be there on campus?
Yes, that will help.
Have you ever worked with Mr. Tillman?
Yes, since he was SRO when I was hired.
What sorts of interactions would you have with him?
Day to day. I mean, he was mainly at the high school. And that's my office is stationed at I work in all the schools, but my office is at the high school. So I have contact. I work day to day. If anything criminal came up that we needed assistance with, I would go to him or one contact. I would explain the situation to him, get his thoughts on it, and depended on it quite a bit.
You said day to day. How often would you see Mr. Tillman?
On a daily basis.
Daily basis? Did he also have an office inside the school?
Yes, ma'am.
In September of this school year, did you notice anything different about Mr. Tillman's attendance at the high school?
Not necessarily. No. There were a few days he wasn't there, but we had an agreement worked out with Chief Franklin. If Sergeant Tillman wasn't there, the other SRO would fill in at the high school. There's only 2 SROs to provide coverage for the entire district. We came up with a plan that the high school would always have somebody on campus, because we figured it would be the #1 threat. There was a threat. that we always wanted someone there. So when Sergeant Tillman wasn't there, Officer Harrelson would be on campus this year.
When Officer Harrelson was on campus at the high school, what school was left without an SRO?
All the schools, the only schools that have SROs were the middle school and the high school. The elementary was on an as-need basis. So if we had something pop up or someone called me, said I would go with Sergeant Tillman and say, hey, when you guys go to the pre, when you guys go, we got something going on there, it needs to be looked at criminally. The way it was set up this year was Sergeant Tillman would be assigned to the high school and Officer Harrelson would be assigned to the middle school.
So when Officer Harrelson was at the high school, he was not at the middle school.
Yes.
You mentioned that the elementary schools were on an as-needed basis.
Yes, ma'am.
This school year, have you ever asked Mr. Tillman to visit an elementary school for security reasons?
You know, I may have, you know, things happen from time to time. I may have asked him to go. I can't remember anything right off the top of my head, but that's not unreasonable for me to ask him to go to an elementary school. But I can't remember an instance this year that I have. But I mean, I have in the past over the years that I've asked him to go to an elementary school.
But you can't remember an instance this past
This
school
current
year.
year.
Can you remember a 2-week period when you asked him to go to an elementary school every single morning?
No.
Okay. How did you end up involved with the police department in this investigation?
I got a phone call from the district office inquiring why there was not an SRO at the middle school. And I knew that the day I got the phone call, I remember seeing Officer Harrelson at the high school. I wasn't, when I got the phone call, I was in the car. I remember seeing Officer Harrelson at the high school that day. So I didn't know, but I'd asked. And so I went back and I asked one of my security guards if Officer Harrelson was going to received in the office. I asked him by chance, I asked this Foster Baker, one of my security guards, I said, by chance, do you know why Harrelson's here today? He says, well, yeah, he's covering for Sergeant.
Objection as to what he told him. That's
Sister Amy.
What did you learn in your investigation into why there was not an SRO at the middle school?
The SRO with middle school was covering the Sergeant Tillman's position at the high school.
And were you given any reason why he was doing that?
objection would be asking for a hearsay answer unless that witness is here to testify.
I'm going to allow, okay, so
What did you learn about why Officer Harrelson was covering at the high school?
I was advised that Sergeant Tillman was checking on elementary school,
Who told you that?
my security officer.
I renew my objection to hearsay. He's not available, not listed as a witness. That's not only hearsay, it would maybe be double hearsay.
I think it's beneficial for the commission to hear that side of it.
Once you learned of that, what steps did you take?
I relayed that information back to the administration of the school district, my boss. I let him know that's what I was advised.
And did you receive any further instruction to continue investigating?
I was asked to inquire if that was a permanent situation and that was going to be done. Well, I was asked if I was advised that we were going to start covering the elementary schools. That's all. And I inquired, at that point I inquired.
Who did you ask?
Lieutenant Gray. I was told to contact the police department and find out if that's the fact that the SRO was going to start covering elementary schools.
Okay. Why did you reach out to Lieutenant Brady?
Because he was a former SRO sergeant And they had some turnover with the police department with supervisor. And actually, I wasn't, at the time, I wasn't even sure. I knew Sergeant Tillman was the supervisor of SROs, but to be honest with you, I didn't really know who Sergeant Tillman's direct supervisor was at that point. But I knew Brady was in the chain of command. So I just reached out to him because he's actually the phone number I had at that time.
Did you ever receive an explanation for what was going on?
Not that time. I was just told that they would look into it and get back to us.
Did you look into it at all?
No, I didn't. I just relayed that information to my boss that they would get back with us and let us know what was, if that was going to happen.
And did anyone ever ask you if they could come look at the school security tapes?
Approximately a week later, I was contacted by the internal affairs lieutenant, and I was asked to pull video footage and access control for the building. When that request was made, I contacted Mr. Hodges, who was the assistant superintendent, and told him that the police department had inquired into that information and how did they want to get received. I was advised to cooperate with the police department.
Tell me about the key card access. How is that set up within the district?
In certain buildings, not all. We have the newer modern buildings that we're building now, the high school. The middle school has a version of it. We have a new access S2 system that records entry into the building. And that is by key card or swipe card.
Does that system record every entrance into the building?
Yes, if you enter through a door that has a room.
Is it possible that someone could enter using a physical key?
Yes.
Is that typical?
No.
Do any of the elementary schools have some sort of card reader system?
Yes.
Which ones?
But the older schools have an older system, which is a DMP system, which is a different version of the new, but it's there. We do have that.
So all the elementary schools have some system?
All but Warren Dupree.
Okay, so one doesn't, but the rest do. Would you mind grabbing that binder and flipping to tab 3? Do you recognize that document?
This one.
What is the document?
It's a printout of Sergeant Tillman's access into the high school.
Okay, and what are the highlighted lines?
It's date and time of arrival.
Okay, and I'm looking, are any
And
of,
entry point also, sorry.
oh, okay, and entry point in the 4th column?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking at this, does it seem that Mr. Tillman had a habit of using his key card to enter the high school?
I'd say there's a pattern of, yes, I mean, it shows me the school.
I'm scanning down this date and time column. Do you see any times earlier than 9:23 a.m.?
Am I just supposed to look at this one page or?
Well, I was looking at the first page, sure. Do you see any on the first page?
No, I do not see it.
Let's look to the second page. Let's look at those 3 blue lines. Those are some of the dates in question. I see a couple of key-ins at nearly 1 p.m. Is that what that shows?
It's military time. There's the glasses. 1300 to 1 o'clock.
Okay, on this page, do you see any entries earlier than 10:02 a.m.? Go to the next page, please. Now on this page, I see one at the top. This is 8:43,
Yes, ma'am.
but what's the date on that?
September 24th.
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. Other than that entry, do you see any entries earlier than 9:36 in the morning? Okay. Can you turn to the next page, please? What does this document show?
This, the page, it's the S2 system that was used to obtain these records. These are the 4 schools that these 4 schools are on the same record, which is Homer Atkins, Bobby Lester High School, and middle school. So if there's a card entry on this system, it would show that these 4 schools.
Okay, so this first page, I only see dates on September 1st. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay,
I
let's,
believe that was for the month. I believe it was ran for 30 days.
okay, what is,
I'm not 100% sure that. I know it was, I think it was the 1st to the 30th. I think it was for the month of September.
okay, I'm sorry. I want to make sure I understand you clearly. On this page that has handwritten access history for middle school, high school, Bobby Lester, Homer Atkins, you think that this was a report run for the entire month of September?
Hang on, I can tell you. The last day. Okay, I'm sorry. It looks like it was ran through the 24th of September.
Okay. So,
So the 1st to the 24th,
okay, so does that include all of the pages here or just the first page?
all of it.
All the pages? Okay, then let's go to the second page there. I guess it's the 5th page of Exhibit 3.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go. When you look at this access history, what does it show you?
Entry into the high school. Different locations in the high school. Different times.
And I see dates from,
The 16th through the, I'm sorry, I'll go back. The 2nd through the 16th.
okay, let's look particularly from the top at the 16th down through about the 8th. During that time period, what's the earliest time of access that you see? I think right under it there may be 10:02, but close, yeah.
10:02 on the 15th.
Okay, and if you kindly flip to the next page. I'm particularly interested from the bottom of that page at September 16th up through about the 18th. So in that range, what's the earliest time of entry that you see?
Through the 18th, you're asking 16th through the 18th?
Yes, from the bottom at the 16th up through the 18th.
It's like 9:36.
Yeah. And most days, about what time is the earliest entry?
Through that time, through the 16th through the 18th.
Yes, sir.
It looks about like it's sporadic.
Okay.
9:36 is the earliest, and it looks like the But, you know, it wasn't unusual for them to leave campus and come back to, so I mean, that's why.
Sure. But the earliest,
9:36.
okay. And we'll leave that alone. Did you review any other records besides these key card access logs?
I was asked to verify with the video.
Okay,
And yeah, I pulled video. It's simple concept. Let's see what time's on the access control, and you go back and pull the camera systems and merge them together and see if they're consistent, and they were consistent.
what campuses did you pull video from?
Just the high school.
Just the high school? And what did it show?
It showed that he was pulling in the bus gate in his patrol unit at approximately the same time that was on the access control system.
So you verified by video when he was actually entering the parking lot?
Yes.
So it would be highly unlikely that he had used a physical key to key in instead earlier?
Objection.
Would it be possible for using your security system for Mr. Tillman to key in to the building before he arrived in the parking lot in his patrol car?
He was in a different vehicle. You know, and I wasn't looking, I mean, there's other access onto the campus.
With the video you
But he
reviewed,
would have had the car in one of the gates. And that Charlie should have shown. I'm sorry. I mean, theoretically, yes, he could have came in on campus in a different vehicle. But when I was asked to look at the video, I was looking for a patrol car.
as the security director for the district, how important is it to you that there is a police presence at your high school and middle school?
It's important. It's important that the community knows, and that the staff knows, and that the scholars know that they have an armed police officer there. It helps.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Mr. Odom, just a few questions for you. You said you'd worked with Sergeant Tillman ever since you came on with the district, is that correct?
Yes, sir. July of 2016.
Okay, so you had a pretty good length of time with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Other than this 2-week period of time we're talking about today, what was your general interaction with him?
It was professional. Never had an issue. We worked hand in hand.
So
Good relationship.
this situation where he wasn't there at the high school was an aberration for a 4-year period of time, correct?
Yes,
You're going to have to speak up for the court
I'm
report.
sorry.
I know you're looking at me, but
No,
kind of look toward her, okay?
He was always, he's always been helpful. Anytime I needed him, I called him. He always answered.
Okay,
And it was, and maybe that's why, I guess maybe it stuck out that he wasn't there because he usually wasn't.
okay. So, and you don't know what was going on in his personal life at that time, do you?
No, sir. Our relationship was pretty much professional. I
And
mean, I know his family, out there in the district. I know, I see his little ones around. But no, we pretty much have a professional relationship.
okay, and on the days that he wasn't there, he had Officer Harrelson covering the high school, correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it that's not necessarily, I'm not saying that it was right for him to not be at work when he should have been, okay, so I'm not answering. but it wasn't a unusual, completely unusual event to have Harrelson there instead of Tillman at other times over the years, or another officer when you had more than one SRO, correct?
That's I agree with it. The city, no secret, police departments had manpower issues. When we first started the program, I believe we had 4 SROs full-time. So over the 5 years, it's went down with the police departments trying to keep the manpower up and had to pull some SROs. So it actually, at first, when we first took over, there were 2 full-time SROs at the high school.
Okay, so I guess you could say that over the years, good reasons, bad reasons, stupid reasons, or great reasons, the city has pulled police officers away from the high school and middle school. Did y'all ever have, when you had 4 or so in the elementary schools too?
No, I believe, well, the original setup was 2 at the high school, 1 at the middle school, and we had another officer that rotated the elementary schools.
Okay,
That
so,
was the original setup in 2016.
and so the city had chosen to cut the SRO program in half.
But chosen is just what's happened.
Well, I mean, they,
I can't speak for the city. I can't speak for the police department. I don't,
well,
I know that the district looks at it as a blessing that we have 1. We don't, the city furnishes us with the SROs at no cost to us. The city picks up the tab for it. And so we're gracious for anything we can get.
okay, and I'm just wanting to point out that, and like I said, good reason, bad reason, no choice reason, that they've halved the number of officers assigned.
Sure. We'd love to have 1 in every school, but we understand that that's not capable.
And then I know they don't have arrest powers, but you do have on a full-time basis armed armed security at the high school, correct?
Every campus has at least 1 armed security guard.
So if there is a active shooter situation, even though, let's say the middle school didn't have an officer there, you had armed security at the middle school to respond to an active shooter situation.
Currently have 1 armed security guard there at all times.
No other questions?
Any calls from the city?
Yes, please. Really just one. I can speak up and ask it from here.
Okay.
Are the students of the district better served when you have both of your SROs on campus or when you just have 1 at the high school?
It's a question. I mean, the more the better. Obviously, like I said, the more there, the better. Yes.
That's all I just need to introduce Exhibit 3, the access line.
No objection.
I have no further questions.
Commissioners, any questions for the witness?
Down here.
I'm not.
Sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
City, please call your next witness.
Sure.
Sure. So please have a seat. You've already been had your oath read, so feel free to ask the questions from council, please. Yes, sir.
Would you please state your name for the record?
I'm Officer Roy Harrelson,
How long have you been at Jacksonville Police Department?
almost 4 years.
And what is your position there?
I'm currently a school resource officer.
When did you become a school resource officer?
January 6, 2020.
Congratulations. What, in your own words, is the role of an SRO?
Well, we have a lot of roles. Main one, is being at the school every day, safety and security of the kids, being a mentor. There's a bunch of different things, like a lot of different things that we do, so it's hard to kind of generalize it, to be honest.
Sure. Maybe it would help if you grab that binder beside you and flip to tab 2. This document has already been introduced as an exhibit, but do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is the document?
it appears to be the SRO policy from the Jacksonville Police Department.
Okay. Looking over it, is there anything that you feel like you missed in your overview of duties?
We do work school events, and we no longer keep track of curfew violations. That's something that's been a leak from us.
How about that number 1 under essential duties and responsibilities? What does that say?
Check with staff at each of the schools assigned to them.
Brings me to a question. Which school are you assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to both the middle school and the high school.
And how does that arrangement work out?
I do half days at the middle school, half days at the high school, alternating days and evenings.
When did that start?
Approximately 2 months ago.
Okay, was that after Mr. Tillman was terminated?
Right after, yes, ma'am.
Prior to that, at the beginning of this school year, where were you assigned?
My primary assignment was at the middle school.
We've touched on this, but have you worked with Mr. Tillman in the past?
Yes.
In what capacity did you work with him?
He was my sergeant, and I was his only SRO at the time.
Okay, so you had a supervisor relationship with him?
Yes.
Did you take orders from him?
If he asked me to do something, him and my supervisor, yes, ma'am, I did what he asked of me to do.
Did Mr. Tillman ever ask you to cover his responsibilities at the high school?
He has asked me to come to the high school. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did he ever give you a reason why he needed you to do that?
When I first started in January, after he got me through my training, for the schools, he would ask me periodically to do that so he could go visit the elementary schools where nobody's been in almost 2 years. So he was trying to get his face out there again, let them know that we still care about him.
Do you know for sure if he went to the elementary schools?
I do not.
When did Mr. Tillman start asking you to cover for him at the high school this school year?
I don't recall an exact date,
That's okay.
but I would say it was 3 to 4 weeks in, give or take.
Okay, so school started in August, so mid-September?
Give or take.
Around.
Yes, ma'am.
How often would he ask you to cover at the high school?
2, 3, some maybe 4 times a week. I don't really recall.
Did you think it was odd when he would ask you to cover?
No, ma'am, I did not. I just assumed that he was doing what he was doing the previous semester and without visiting the element.
Did you question him at all or just follow the orders?
I just did what I was told.
Okay. Did you worry about leaving your post at the middle school while you were at the high school?
Sometimes, because once you start building relationships with the kids, you start kind of wondering, I wonder how their day's going, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. We're looking at a time period mid to the end of September, right around in there. About how long would you stay at the high school until you left and went back to middle school?
Give or take 11 o'clock, so that'd be 3.5 hours.
Okay. When did you take a cue to go back to the middle school?
When he would notify me of his arrival at the high school.
How would Mr. Tillman notify you that he needed you to cover for him?
Through text message
Okay,
or phone call,
okay, but by phone,
by phone.
okay. At any point this semester, was that a regular occurrence?
So it depends on the definition of regular, but
What's your definition of regular?
I would, regular would be 2, 3, 4 times a week. So I would figure that would fall under regular.
Okay, and then would he notify you by phone that he had arrived or in another?
Sometimes he knew that I stayed in the front office. Sometimes he would come up there and be like, hey man, I'm here, good to go.
So would you stay on campus until he released you?
Absolutely.
Were there ever times that you recall that Mr. Tillman arrived on campus and maybe needed to take care of something and asked you to stay?
Not that I recall.
Okay,
Well, I take that back. There was one time where we went to the office and discussed some issues, but that's the only one time that I recall.
okay. But it's not necessarily the truth that you immediately left as soon as you saw Mr. Tillman's car come in the parking lot.
Sometimes I did, sometimes I did not.
Okay.
It depends on what I had going on and if I needed to discuss anything.
Generally, did you wait for his release to
Yeah.
leave? When did you become aware that there might be an issue with the fact that you were covering so much at the high school?
Can't give you an exact date, but it was the day that Lieutenant Brady called me and began to ask me a couple questions.
Okay. What did he want to know about?
I don't know. That was so long ago. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did he ask you why you were covering at the high school so much?
I believe he did.
Okay. What reason did you give him?
Just as I said earlier, I assumed that he was out visiting the elementary school.
And you told him that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Tillman wasn't out covering the elementary schools?
Did you say was not?
Was not, yeah.
I had no reason to believe that he was not visiting elementary school.
So that was the last thing he told you that he was doing when he needed you to cover at the high school?
I don't recall him specifically telling me this semester, hey, cover me at the high school, I'm going to the elementary school. I'm resorting back to January, February of this year, the fall semester of last school.
So during your training,
Spring semester of last school.
during your training back in January, Mr. Tillman told you he might sometimes need you to cover at the high school so that he could go to the elementary schools?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you were operating under?
Yes,
Okay. When Mr. Tillman would come back on campus, did the two of you ever chat?
Yes.
Did he ever mention what he'd been doing that morning?
Not that I recall.
Did he?
I never questioned him about it either.
Sure. Did he ever mention something that he'd seen at the elementary school that morning?
Objections asked and answered.
Sustained.
I was asking specifically.
Not that I recall.
Over this semester, did you and Mr. Tillman ever talk about elementary schools at any point in time?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you give an interview about this subject to Lieutenant Burrow?
I did.
Is there anything that you told him that you haven't told us already?
Not really.
I'd like to go back to your role as a school resource officer. What is your your work schedule. When are you supposed to be at work?
I work from 8 to 4.
Is that,
Monday through Friday,
is that the same for all SROs?
to my knowledge.
Is it important that SROs complete their timesheets accurately?
It is.
Did you know that Mr. Tillman was claiming time he worked when he wasn't at work?
I did not.
Did you know that Mr. Tillman was sitting at home in his car and not visiting the elementary schools?
I did not.
Do you feel like there's any excuse that would justify asking you to leave your post so that he could sit at home?
Not that I can think of.
Back to the role of SROs. Is it important for SROs to be physically present on their assigned campus?
Very much so.
Why?
It's all about your role. It's all about the relationships you build and the security of the students and staff.
Are you there to prevent violence?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there to deal with any kind of gang activity?
If any is, if there's any to be aware of, yes.
Have you ever dealt with a fight on campus?
Objection is relevancy of it. And which school was it at?
I can
Make
specify.
the point clear, Council, please.
Have you ever dealt with a fight on the middle school campus where you're assigned?
Yes, ma'am.
So if a fight broke out while you were covering at the high school, who would have dealt with that fight?
I don't have an answer to that question, but I don't know.
If, God forbid, there were an active shooter at the middle school while you were covering at the high school, who would have stepped in?
The middle school does have a single armed security guard. And I hope that they're trained well enough to step in.
Is that something that you would typically step in and do?
If I was there at the time, yes, ma'am, I would absolutely step
Knowing what you know now, as an SRO, could you ever trust Mr. Tillman to be where he said he was going to be again?
That's a hard question. I don't know a lot of the details in reference to this, so I can't answer that question because I don't have enough information.
Sure. If you knew,
He's already answered it. We're gonna go through the what ifs. Let's go through every one of them. It's been here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
may I
It's-
rephrase?
Let's rephrase it, but it's important that we know your position as a co-worker, former co-worker, okay?
If you knew that your supervisor had sustained charges of falsifying timesheets, of conduct unbecoming an officer, of inattention to duty, of lying to a supervisor, of lying to an IA investigator, could you trust him as your supervisor?
Those circumstances, no, I do not.
No further questions.
Your witness. Counsel, would it interrupt your questions if we took a 5-minute break?
No, I think it'd be more appropriate when there's a break in the testimony than in the middle of it. Since I haven't started, it would not interfere with my.
I appreciate your concern, and because I've had the liberty to go, and I got some other commissions I think are urgent need to call at this particular time. So if you don't mind,
That'd be
we're
fine.
going to break for 5 minutes and we'll return, okay?
Thank you.
We're on recess for a second, 5 minutes.
Get them, Shirley.
Probably right.
Must be my coffee or tea. What's going on?
It doesn't look like we have any public participants. Okay. That was Mr. Booten.
It does say Lester after that, so I don't know what that is. This is a brand new system, but, I think it's
Yeah,
the
was
first
this
time.
here last time?
No,
Okay.
and it wasn't here a week ago. It's brand new. And I forgot about, when you asked me if that was a camera, it was, but now I see there's one back there. And they've got new monitors and everything, and, I don't. It's
Oh,
pretty,
yeah, they do that.
yeah, it's real nice. So probably hear us talking.
Yeah, they definitely can. I guess in the days of quarantine, everybody has to get a
Yeah.
new monitor and screen.
They need a new system, but this one, I forgot it's pretty good. Last council meeting, part of it was in, not all of it, now it's all in. I don't know.
I know they disappeared up there to the top. It's in there, didn't
I don't think there is.
it? What did you ask? What's behind them?
It's just a desk, you know.
Oh, well, maybe
I think they always exit out.
they go that way. Oh, okay. They go that way. Much more mysterious.
all-
They came up and do that.
Just
Servers and stuff.
miraculously appear.
Get some dry ice.
Yeah, no, they can go down that way to the mayor's office and back.
Did you work all day?
I'm actually in the structural development class, so I was from 8 to 4 today.
Mine said something. Some of your people work all day.
Somebody there since. Yeah, there's two of them in the class.
I'm with them. I think they're the opposite.
Susan normally gets coffee, but.
I know it, but.
We were in trouble.
It's not funny.
Just to take the depositions of the phone. Yeah. Effective time for the thing. But also technically like the. Right. I like it, but I'm not having to try that. When I was younger, I had this.
Chilly in here on my neck.
They turn the air conditioner on.
I turned the heat off. Sorry, I got stuff for it. I mean, next time bring a Thomas for a coffee.
I believe everyone's back. It's like, Hearing is now back in session. Council, you may proceed.
Thank you. So right now, the Jacksonville, the police department, I understand, has you working a half a day at the middle school and a half a day at the high school.
Yes, sir.
So there's nobody working at the at the middle school full-time?
No, but I'm always on call.
And when you were working at the high school, or is at the high school when Sergeant Tillman asked you to be there, you were on call for the elementary school at that time, correct?
At that time, the high school was our main priority.
I understand that was your main priority, but if there had been something at the middle school, you would have responded to it, correct?
Depending on the incident, yes.
Just like it today. If you're at the high school and something happened in the middle school, you may or may not respond depending on what it is. And there was other times other than this 2-week period where Sergeant Tillman, was at home, not covering things, listening. There's other times when he was away from the high school on police business, correct?
I can't answer that.
Okay, if he's teaching classes at the police department, then what happened who manned the middle school?
Nobody.
And that was the police department's decision not to have anybody there, correct?
I don't.
You assume it was.
Yes.
Okay, now specifically, I want to ask you kind of about the circumstances of, when they came and talked to you about why were you at the high school? Specifically, did you work there, strike that, when Tillman would contact you by text or phone and say, I need you to go cover the high school this morning? Did he ever tell you, hey, I'm going to have you do that because I'm going to be at the elementary schools?
Not this semester that I recall.
I'm talking about this time frame that we're here today on, okay? Those 2 weeks in September. So he never told you that he was going to be at the elementary schools and needed you to be at the high school this year.
Not that I recall.
And when I say this year, I'm talking about the school year starting in August of 2020. So if anybody claimed that you told them that Sergeant Tillman had told you, cover the high school because I'm going to be at the elementary school this year, that would not be an accurate statement on their part, correct?
I don't recall him telling me that this year.
And you even said that back in September, didn't you, when you were interviewed by Internal Affairs, that you assumed he was at the elementary school, but you were never told that by him.
That's correct.
And that would have been much closer to when the events occurred in September than we are here today. And so your memory would have even been clearer then, right? So since September, I think I want to show you an interview of September 28th. I know you might not have seen this before today. It's a transcript of your interview with. You remember having that interview on about that day?
Is this with Lieutenant Burrow?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I remember that.
I'm not trying to trick you. Okay. And if you would flip over to the next page. And this is on page 2, so it's very quickly into the interview, got my glasses off where they won't fog up.
Go ahead, go ahead.
And I'm gonna represent you, B as Borough and RH with that little problem. And what you start with, it's almost to the bottom of the page, about 2/3 of the way down. If you start with B and read down to the bottom of the page.
Yes, sir. You want me to say B or?
Yeah, say whether it's, Borough or you speaking, okay, they don't have it in front of them, so they don't have the benefit. You say Borough asked me and I said, or however you feel comfortable in saying it.
Okay,
Would you drop your mask?
absolutely. Lieutenant Borough stated, okay, I'm being told you were asked to cover for him at the schools so that he could do additional duties. Is that correct? I responded, I was just asked to go to the high school. I was under the assumption that he was at the elementary schools. It was nothing. Lieutenant Borough asked, is that what he told you? I responded, he didn't specify. Lieutenant Borough responded with okay. And I said, he just said, I need you at the high school today. Lieutenant Borough responded, okay. I said, or this morning, however it was worded, because I wasn't sure at the time. Lieutenant Borough responded, were those voice calls or was they text messages?
Then I guess we're on the next page.
And I responded with text messages.
So, would you have problems respecting somebody as a supervisor who claimed that you told them that Sergeant Tillman had told you that he was going to be covering going to the elementary schools in September of this year, that you told them that?
I don't recall telling anybody that.
But if somebody's testified under oath that you told them that, would you have a problem with their supervision of you?
Not necessarily, because there are things that can be misunderstood.
Do you think it's important for police officers to be accurate in their testimony if they're testifying about somebody's career?
Yes, sir, I do.
Now, how long did you work with Sergeant Tillman?
From January to the day of his termination.
Okay, other than this 2 weeks in September, and I'm not going to ask you to defend that, okay? How was he as a supervisor other than the time he was having you cover that?
I didn't have any issue working.
Was he, did he train you well?
I believe so.
Did he seem to know what he was doing?
Absolutely.
Do you know whether he was having marital problems during this period of time?
I was never notified.
Okay. Just a minute. Is somebody based that he was untruthful on the fact or believed fact that you had told, you had been told by Tillman that he was covering the elementary schools, and that was the basis, and he said he, denied saying that. Can you say that that would be a good basis to sustain untruthfulness on?
Not necessarily, once again, I don't always speak clearly, so I mean, things can be misunderstood.
No other questions?
Officer Harrelson, you mentioned that you had received text messages from Mr. Tillman.
Yes, ma'am.
Were those on your city-issued work phone?
No, they're all on personal.
They're on your personal phone? Okay. Were they from Mr. Tillman's work phone or from his personal phone?
Pretty sure they were from his personal, but I'm not 100% positive.
Okay. You mentioned that you weren't aware of any of Mr. Tillman's personal issues.
Correct.
As a police officer and as a school resource officer, do personal issues at your home excuse falsifying your timesheets?
It does not excuse it.
Do personal issues at home excuse claiming that you were working when you were sitting in your car listening to the radio? Is sitting in your car listening to the radios fulfilling your duty as an SRO? Would any kind of personal home issues justify doing that and claiming that you were fulfilling your job duties? No further questions.
Couple of follow-up questions along those lines. Does your personal situation at home, could it mitigate the punishment you should receive for not reporting promptly to duty?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Does a good work record make a difference?
It could potentially.
Does your on the radio, you're able to respond if there's a problem, correct?
Yes.
And you know how far Sergeant Tillman lives from the elementary or the high school?
You get your roundabout time.
Okay, what would you say if you had to come on an emergency, how quickly?
If you're running code 3, max 5 minutes.
And if I'm on foot at the high school campus, how long would it take me to get from, say, the front office where I think y'all said y'all spend a lot of your time, and you had something happening at the furthest point of the campus?
On foot running, I could be there in a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
So about a 2 to 3 minute difference in time between the two locations, correct? Talking about the text messaging, did y'all, was this the only time you texted each other on your personal phones instead of your city phones?
No, sir.
So that wasn't anything unusual.
For him just to text me on my personal phone?
Yeah.
It wasn't.
And for you to text him on his personal phone, even though it might have police department related business, correct?
It happened. It wasn't the first time I would have ever texted him off my personal phone.
And not the first time he would have texted you off of his personal phone.
Correct.
No other questions?
Any follow-up, Council?
Yes. It's unsavory to think about, but we were talking about the response time in a crisis. So what can happen in those 2 to 3 minutes it takes to speed across town if you're not where you're supposed to be?
How fast can you shoot a 30-round mag?
And then my last question for you, as a police officer who takes an oath to protect and serve, is a lie still a lie?
Kinsetti, I'm sorry.
is a lie, still a lie, regardless of home circumstances.
Yes,
That's all.
No other questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions?
Officer Harrelson, the issue is trust was brought up. Could you trust Sergeant Tillman with your life?
I believe I could, yes.
Commissioners, any question for the witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank
If
you.
there's no further questions, you are excused.
Thank you very much.
You can go home. Order dismissed. You can go home if you like. City, call your next witness, please.
Lieutenant Burrows, command.
Go into the next.
Please have a seat. You've already been given your oath, so feel free to ask questions from council, please.
Please state your name for the record to the court reporter.
Lieutenant Chris Burrow, B-U-R-R-O-W.
Lieutenant Burrow, how long have you worked at Jacksonville Police Department?
January, I'll start my 22nd year.
Congratulations. When were you promoted to lieutenant?
April of 19.
What are your job duties in your current role?
Primary duties is to conduct internal affairs investigations for the department. I maintain records for pursuits and use of forces and things of that nature. I also assist the sergeant in my division with the hiring process.
About how many internal affairs investigations have you overseen?
I don't have an exact count, but currently I know this year I'm on my 26th investigation for this year alone.
Okay.
So,
Have
about
you,
50 or so.
have you ever worked with Mr. Tillman?
For a short time, he and I were both put in CID together.
Was that a co-worker relationship?
I was a supervisor, however, we were both kind of thrown in there, a little bit of a new process for both of us. Although I had investigative background, my investigative background at the time was narcotics, not general crimes. So he and I were both in a little bit of a learning phase with the switching roles.
Before September of this year, had you ever been involved in any discipline of Mr. Tillman?
No, ma'am.
Who brought Mr. Tillman's performance issues to your attention in September of 2020?
I think I heard it. I think Lieutenant Brady had mentioned it to me first, just before I got a chance to hear it directly from the chief. He had already briefed the chief on it at that time. And I think I heard it from him briefly first, that there was something going on before I was ordered to do the investigation.
We have several documents related to your investigation in that binder. If you would grab it, we're going to refer to some of them. If you would flip to tab 1. That document's already been introduced. Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's the statement I received from Lieutenant Brady.
So this was your first notification of an issue?
I believe I actually got this after I was verbally told about it. I don't believe I got it initially.
Sure. After you received this letter, what was the next step?
Without referring to my actual timeline, but basically upon starting an investigation, I'll do a brief look to see what I have, trying to figure out what violations from the policy could have possibly occurred. Once I do that, then I will contact the subject of the investigation and serve them a letter, basically giving them official notice that they are under investigation.
Did you contact Mr. Tillman in this
I did.
matter? Did you set up a meeting with Mr. Tillman?
I did.
Would you flip to tab 4?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the Garrity warning that I read to Mr. Tillman the day I did an interview.
Okay, is that the day of the interview or the day of the notice of the investigation?
This is the date of the interview,
Okay,
which was later on in the investigation.
okay, let's flip to tab 5.
Okay.
I believe this is the notice of
It is.
investigation. And can you read for us what the policy violations being investigated were?
The initial onset stated that I was looking at policy number 7-8 from Code of Conduct, Section H for unbecoming conduct, Section 7, attention to duty, and Section R for false statement.
How did you identify those 3 policies as potential violations?
From the initial information that I had received from Lieutenant Brady and the Chief regarding the nature of the complaint, I take those and compare it to the policy manual and to see what I'm looking at. So that's where we get a start at. And
Right.
Once I do the investigation, then if there's any additional that I uncover, then I can add those during the investigation.
To get a little specific,
Mhm.
what about the initial report and letter signified potential unbecoming conduct to you?
Basically, not being where he was supposed to be is reported. And then the statements that he made are reported to have made to Lieutenant Brady, where he was supposed to be checking the schools when he wasn't, things of that nature, that conduct is not, becoming of an officer.
Okay, and what allegations in those letters and the verbal reports indicated a problem with attention to duty?
Basically, his duty assignment was to be at the school from the time he comes to work till he leaves, unless there's other assigned duties. And his duty was not being accomplished at that point in time because the school complained to Lieutenant Brady that they were missing school resource officers.
So we're on number 5. After this notice of investigation, would you flip to tab 6? Do you recognize this document at all?
It's one of the transcripts y'all had prepared.
Sure. Does this represent your recollection of how that meeting went?
Yes, this would be from the actual interview between myself and Mr. Tillman.
During this meeting, did you notified Mr. Tillman that he was under investigation, correct?
Yes.
You also confiscated his work phone?
I did.
Why is that?
Because his work phone is departmental property, therefore, if his GPS was active, I was going to use that as evidence to track his whereabouts. If it proved that he was where he was supposed to be, then more power to him, but after looking at it, it proved the contrary.
Is that a typical tactic you use in your investigations?
That happens to be the first time for this type of investigation.
at that time, was Mr. Tillman reluctant to turn over his work phone?
No,
If you would flip to tab 7. And you'll see that the header at the top says this is the interview of Jeffrey Tillman.
yes, ma'am.
I'll represent to you that it's a transcript of the audio recording we received.
Okay.
Could you skim through this and see if it accurately reflects your recollection of the conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall anything that stood out to you about this interview?
Well, every time I'd ask a question, he would kind of pause, hesitate a few times here and there before answering on a lot of it. Made me think that he was trying to formulate an answer. He first started out stating that he was, he would be out and around in the morning checking, driving by the schools, maybe stopping in the parking lot, things of that nature. And then once confronted with the GPS and key card log, then he changed that he would be dressed and ready, sitting in his vehicle and, waiting at the house, clearing his head, having issues and so forth at home with personal matter. And then, of course, I confirmed that he did not have authorization to work from home by either his lieutenant or his captain. At that point in time, we went through them day by day. Out of the 10 work days, one was a vacation day, which did not count, so that put it down to 9 days. And then he was able to alleviate another day because he was actually up at the police department conducting training for a new hired officer, defensive tactics. So we were able to justify his whereabouts during that time frame.
Did his GPS data confirm that he was there at the police station that day?
Yes, ma'am, he did. He was there until after 1300 hours.
You mentioned that there were several pauses after you asked questions. As an investigator, what did you pick up about Mr. Tillman's attitude during that interview?
He was very sorry afterwards as far as what had occurred, apologetic. He kept trying to take ownership for his actions. However, he never would come out and say specifically that he was at home. He would agree to it.
What do you mean by that?
He didn't physically come out and say, yeah, I was sitting at home for the most part. He did say he would sit in his car, but never specifically said at his, be at his house. He would agree, saying that sounds about right, or things of that nature, but he never would physically say I was at home.
Okay. And you mentioned something about him changing his explanation throughout the interview?
Yes, originally his explanation was that he'd be driving around, whether he would be stopping and getting breakfast, driving by the schools, checking on them, stopping in the back parking lots, things of that nature, was his original statement for where he would be at from 0800 to 10 to 12, depending upon the day. And why I started, Officer Harrelson was covering for him at the high school. Then was confronted with the evidence of the GPS and the key card logs and surveillance video from the schools. Then it changed to, well, yeah, I was sitting in my car, I was dressed, I had my radios on, I could respond at any moment in time, and I'd be available and be able to respond from that point. At which time then I confirmed with him that his supervisors, his lieutenant and captain, had never authorized him to work from home. And then he brought up the other statement that he sees patrol supervisors sitting out behind the police department. So we talked on that for a minute.
Is Mr. Tillman a patrol?
No, ma'am, he is a school resource officer. He was a school resource officer at the time.
So what's the difference in a school resource officer's assignment and a patrol officer's assignment?
School resource officer assignment assigned to a school specifically for a certain time frame throughout the day. Now, because we're shorthanded, they will bounce from different schools to different schools depending upon what's going on. But that's their sole responsibility unless school is not in session. School's not in session, then they'll have them do other assignments, maybe augment patrol, do specific training for a rookie class or whatever the case may be. But the school's in session, unless otherwise directed, they're to be in the school, providing whatever security, mentoring, training for the students, things of that nature.
And that's different from a patrol officer?
Because their responsibility is to be on the streets and handle calls for service, break-ins, domestics, barking dogs, things of that nature.
So even if we take Mr. Tillman's statement as true, that he was driving past the elementary schools, is that what he was supposed to be doing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you flip to page 3 of Exhibit 7?
Okay.
And toward the bottom, it's the 4th paragraph up. Starts with, I've been at Merle Taylor.
Yes.
Could you read that down to the bottom of the page and indicate who's speaking in the transcript?
Okay. Starts out with Jeffrey Tillman, 2 dash, I've been at Merle Taylor, dash, the back of Merle Taylor. I'm going to just be pleading outright about everything that's going on. So as far as the situation, Harrelson, dash, I explained to him, dash, I'm not going to say that I told him I was going to the elementary schools on all of these days. I replied, Jeffrey Tillman then replied, ahead of time, I told him that, hey, probably there will be some times where I probably go to the elementary school, period. I'll just text you and say, hey, I need you to cover the high school. And I replied again, That's the end of the page.
And if you flip to the next page, I know it's kind of a long block, but can you read just the first 3 sentences of that block?
Okay.
I would object to picking it out. I mean, I'm going to ask him to read the whole thing so she can do it now or later.
Sure, read the whole block.
Yes, sir. And then in this one, Jeffrey Tillman replied, and in those cases, I texted him and told him I need him to cover the high school. But what is going on is sometimes I would drive by. Sometimes I'd just be driving around. Sometimes I kind of just sit in my car because we've been having a lot of stuff going on. Personal issues at home and things like that. So sitting in my car or, hey, cover the high school for this minute. I'll be having my radio on. I'll have my high school or my school radio on because it reaches all the way across the city. Have my officer, my police officer radio on, and if something's going on, I'm available to get there where I need to be. And just a way that I not saying that it was proper or the best thing to do, but I've just it's been it's kind of been like a been going through a lot at the house, wife-wise, and I've kind of just used that time in the morning at times to clear my head in a way. As far as I need to go, that's the end of that.
Yeah, that's fine. About that last sentence,
Mhm.
Is it part of any police officer's job duty to take time during their shift to sit in their car and clear their head?
There's no policy that says you can't, or anything, but as long as you're doing your assigned duties, I would imagine that's okay, but you got to be where you're at to do your assigned duties.
Could Mr. Tillman have sat in his car at the high school campus and cleared his head?
Good, huh?
And that would have been performing his duty of being where he needed to be?
You would have been at the school and had a much quicker response time being on the scene.
Okay, I'd like to flip back to page 3, that first part where he says, I've been at Merle Taylor, the back of Merle Taylor. Is he saying there that he's been at an elementary school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know anything more about this claim?
He could not give a specific date when asked on anything. Per the GPS, the only school outside of the high school that I could ever put him at was Atkins Pre-K. And that was prior to his duty assignment. He was apparently dropping off his children at school, they go to school there. And then he immediately leaves that location and goes back home.
So the only GPS data that you have that places him at an elementary school
Before his duty assignment at Atkins Pre-K.
when he was dropping off his children.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he mention to you that his wife works at Merle Taylor?
I don't remember if he mentioned it or not. I did know that she worked there. I was actually able to see her name on the key card logs for that school as well.
I'm trying to find the page, sorry. Did he mention to you that he was in the Merle Taylor parking lot because he was having an argument with his wife?
No.
Okay, I may be confused about which interview. Strike that. Throughout this interview, did Mr. Tillman deny any of the charges that you brought up?
No.
Did he explicitly admit to any of them?
I didn't ask him individual one by one how he would plead or how he would say it. But he did say, you know, his actions were his, you know, he would take full responsibility for those.
Other than the inconsistencies in his story about what he was doing in the morning, were there any other inconsistencies that stood out to you?
Yes, as far as the false statement, so forth, originally it was also what he stated to Brady, Lieutenant Brady. Then, of course, the statements made to me during the interview. And then, of course, during the investigation, he falsified timesheets by claiming time when he was at his house instead of at work.
Okay. Did you follow up and ask him about those inconsistencies?
I did ask him about him, and again, he never specifically said, yes, I was at the house, but he would say, it sounds about right, okay, things of that nature.
Ultimately, did he provide an explanation for why he was not at his post for 2 weeks?
Other than clearing his head due to personal issues at home. That's his only explanation.
What was your response to that explanation?
I explained to him that if he's having problems at home, there are avenues that the department has that can be granted to him for assistance. He just has to let someone know. Unfortunately, at the time we learned about it, he's under investigation. It's a little too late for those at this point in time for the department.
Did he indicate that he had ever reached out to someone before the investigation?
I tried not to pry too much into his personal matter, but yes, he did advise that he'd gone to his pastor, that had some meetings there, was not very helpful, and they were looking at other avenues, but had not proceeded any further at that point.
But he hadn't reached out to anyone else at the department?
No, not at the department.
Okay. Are any personal marital issues an acceptable reason not to show up at your post?
Not in this manner.
What do you mean?
Had he contacted his supervisor, stated he needed to take time off because he's having whatever issue, or just, needed to take some personal time. He's got leave, he's got sick time. I don't know if he qualified yet for discretionary days, depending upon his time of service yet, but there are those avenues that he could have taken time off without, not being at work while claiming to be at work.
Okay. I'd also like to go through a lot of the documents that constituted your investigative file. So if you would please flip to number 8, tab number 8. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, this is the cover page to my IA report.
Okay, and the 2 pages behind it, what are those pages?
Table of contents for all the documentation gathered throughout the investigation.
And I know that these sections are numbered individually, but would it sound accurate if I told you that there were about 167 pages of your whole file?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Let's flip to number 9, please. What is this document?
This is the sign-in log for the off-duty assignment at the Jacksonville Towers and Marley Place.
And why is it relevant to your investigation?
Because one of the days in question that was being looked at during this investigation, I don't remember specifically at the moment, if it's before or after Tillman had worked Worley's Place, and it was being looked at to see if maybe that particular day he maybe came in late because he worked late doing the off-duty gig versus coming to work on time.
Is that an acceptable excuse to be late because you worked off duty the night before?
Normally, no.
Okay. So why were you looking at that?
That would be just because that he worked it during the time frame, the period that I was looking at. It appears that there was no correlation to any event as far as the violation sustained. However, since I looked at it, it remained part of the file.
So you were just looking for any answer as to why he was late?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go to number 10, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. These are the timesheets that I received from HR.
Okay, and it's a little small, but can you see that the first week is the 13th of September through the 18th of September?
That's actually the second.
It's the second week, but it's the top week.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I put the file together, I put them in there backwards, but
That's okay, and then the bottom week is the 6th of September through the 12th of September?
yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Okay, and what does Mr. Tillman's time reflect for these 2 weeks?
On the second graph, which would have been the first week, it shows the first day, which is Monday. He was on vacation, so that took that day out of questioning for any discrepancies.
Mm-hmm.
But the following 4 days, that Tuesday through Friday, shows him clocking in from 0800 and clocking out at 1604 p.m. for 8 hours each day. And then for the second week, Monday through Friday, he also clocked in from 8 to 4 each day.
And in the far right column,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Tillman's time is on the bottom, if that helps. I know this is very small. Did Mr. Tillman sign off on this timesheet?
Yes, on the far right is his signature on both of them, as he's the person that filled that section out for us.
Okay. Did you question him specifically about the timesheet?
I asked him if that's what he submitted, and he did advise that he did.
Okay. We'll move on for now. Would you flip to tab 11? And what is this document?
This is the spreadsheet that I put together as I was going through his work phone for the GPS locations, dates, times, and locations. If you look at it, it's got one spot that says home, one that says West Main, one that says Sharp. That's just the way the information came out of the phone. It would lump it by location. So I did the spreadsheet, copying that information out. I did take a couple screenshots, but I tried not to screenshot every single page. So there are some to corroborate this evidence.
So these categories, home, JPD, Jacksonville Towers, are those based off tower pings?
Yes, ma'am. Tower pings from his phone to a tower where he was been at that point in time. Obviously, Jacksonville Towers, and a couple of them would be in close proximity to one another, like the professional counseling. Those are very close proximity to one another as far as location.
Okay. The next tab is actually those images, but we can go to that, but I'd like for you to just sum up on number 11.
Okay.
What was your takeaway after analyzing this information?
After analyzing this information, I could show 8 days where he was supposed to be at work in the morning from 8 a.m. to anywhere from 10 to noon, where he was basically at home instead of at the school. Yeah, he was clocking in as he was at work.
Okay. If you flip to 12, do you recognize these screenshots?
Yes, ma'am. These are the shots I've taken of his work phone.
Okay. If you will actually flip to the 3rd page of this, I have bigger pictures that are easier to read. So this is a big map,
Mm-hmm.
and I see several areas with red text. Can you explain this map?
Yes, I was trying to get as much of an overall view of the different locations that I could put him at versus the schools and things of that nature. Because no matter, he is primarily was assigned to the high school. He is also responsible for the other schools as well. And just putting the various locations, like for the Jacksonville Police Department, I had 5 GPS markers for that location during September of 2020. Kind of cut off a little bit here, but Bobby G. Lester Elementary School, I got markers there. Had a circled area trying to indicate where the high school is located at, as well as the Jacksonville Towers adjacent to it.
Okay. And if anyone is concerned about the portion that's cut off, it's on the page before. It's just very, very small. When you flip to the next map, tab 12. It's tab 12, and it's the second blown up map. Lieutenant Burrow, would you explain what this map shows?
This is a little bit closer section and a better layout of the actual high school property line. Also has underlined for the Jacksonville Towers, showing the various locations. I would also get a few locations over there at West Main, which couldn't explain that, but that would basically put him in that general premises of the school.
Okay, if you'll flip to the next 3 pages, the next 3 pages I'll represent to you are closer shots of those first phone screenshots.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain your reasoning for taking these particular screenshots?
Yeah, it was just a few screenshots of the different locations with some of the dates and times as a representation sample of what I recovered out of this phone.
So did you use this GPS data from his work phone to cross-reference against his timesheet and against his key log access?
Yes, this is where I gathered all his locations, dates, and times where he was at during that 2-week period. And then I used that along with the key log system, records that I got, surveillance videos that I recovered, and of course his timesheets to paint a picture of where he was and when he was there.
Did you present this data to Mr. Tillman?
And
Did he
I
have
didn't
any?
show him the specific pictures and so forth, but I read it to him as proof in the transcripts each day. Individually.
Did he refute any of the GPS evidence?
He did not.
Okay. If you'll flip to 13. Do you recognize this page?
Yes, this is the conclusion that I typed from the investigation report.
Yes. So this has got the conclusion, and on the next page, your findings. And then ultimately, your recommendations on the page that is marked 15 on the bottom corner.
Yes, sir.
Based on your investigation, what led you to recommend that a disciplinary review board be convened?
Sergeant Tillman had previous disciplinary actions for unbecoming conduct and unsatisfactory performance in the past. If we follow progressive discipline, that could warrant the need for a disciplinary review board due to the disciplinary action that he received back then, as well as the main one being sustained was false statement. More than likely, that would be a terminating offense. Therefore, a disciplinary board has to be convened for anything higher than a reprimand, which would include suspension, demotion, or termination.
Okay. If you will flip to 14. Is this also an excerpt from your investigation file?
Yes, this is where I went through day by day discussing or day by day with the GPS and all the laws and documenting the discrepancies.
So I believe in the audio recordings and in the transcript, you read through this and said, Monday, what about this? Tuesday, what about this? Okay. Could Mr. Tillman account for these time discrepancies?
The best he could say was, he thought this, that, or the other, but he could never come up with a specific date, time, or location that he could be anywhere. He thought a couple times he might have been up at the police department. We narrowed that down to 2 different days. I don't remember specifically which ones they were off the top of my head. But I did pull those up on the security cameras for the system within the department. Was not able to show him or his vehicle coming into the parking lot at all, either day. Then the one other day that he was able to explain, which was him being at the police department that morning until sometime after 1 p.m. and he was actually training an officer defensive tactics. And I was able to confirm that through training records from our training division.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about any other interviews you did as a part of your investigation. After Lieutenant Brady submitted his letter to you, did you interview him?
No, ma'am, I didn't do a recorded interview with him. I took his statement pretty much as it was. I didn't need to ask him any additional regarding that. The only other person I physically interviewed and did a recorded interview was also Rusty.
Okay. So did you have any reason to mistrust Lieutenant Brady's account?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What did you learn in your interview with SRO Harrelson?
He confirmed that he did receive text message from Tillman to cover the high school for him on those various days. Did not say, he was not specifically told that he was covering this elementary schools, but that when he first started training with him, that's what he told him he would be doing from time to time. He was not specifically told this time, but he assumed the same thing. Other than that, he had not observed any different behavior out of Tillman. Seemed like the same guy to him when he started working with him in the schools.
Okay. As an investigator, were there any red flags that would cause you to mistrust Officer Harrelson's account?
No, ma'am. I even tried to ask for any text messages that he had, but unfortunately, he doesn't keep text messages very long. He continues to delete them on a regular basis.
Okay. I would like for us all to flip to tab 15, please.
15.
15.
15, okay.
Can you explain what this document shows?
This is just a one-page document that shows the 2-week time frame, his hours worked, and then of course the time he's actually documented showing up, and then the difference in discrepancies as far as hours claimed versus hours at work.
So the red times are severely late.
Yes, ma'am.
And what about this green time of 8:18?
It shows him there at 8:18. That's the day he came into the police department to conduct the training for the officer. I attributed this short time difference to a delay in maybe the signal of the tower picking up since it was so close to 8 a.m. I didn't really question that as far as an issue being late, considering the amount of time we were looking at on the others.
So you gave him the benefit of the doubt on
Yes,
that day. So I'm looking at this discrepancy column.
Mhm.
Ultimately, what's the total?
For both weeks, there's a total of 22 hours and 16 minutes where he claimed to be at work when he was at his home, per the GPS logs.
And I see that that comes out in dollars from the city.
Yes, ma'am. I calculated it, his pay rate for a sergeant, which was $22.21 an hour, which equated out to $494.17.
Why was that amount concerning to you?
Any amount being taken is, bad, but I was just looking to document as thoroughly as I possibly could. Going after looking at that, I was trying to see if we were going to reach a felony level of theft. Normally, under $500, actually under $1,000, is generally a misdemeanor type theft.
Let's actually flip to 16.
And then
Is this something that you showed Mr. Tillman or spoke to him about?
I don't remember if I specifically showed him this, but I did tell him about it. And because of any time the president or the governor executes a emergency proclamation,
I'm going to object to him giving an interpretation of what is the criminal law or not, and I don't think potential criminal conduct was charged in the termination letter.
I'll sustain.
Okay, but you did bring this up in your investigation.
Objection, you just sustained it.
I didn't ask him to interpret the law. I asked if he brought this up in his investigation
I don't know the
interview.
relevancy of it. I object to relevancy.
It was part of the discussion in the investigation transcript.
Discussion, so we're going to make your point.
Okay. In your investigation and in your interview with Mr. Tillman, if we will flip back to tab 7. And if we Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I have one other objection. So the United States Supreme Court has said that whatever's investigated in an internal investigation where you're compelled to answer questions cannot be used against you under Garrity. So are we getting into saying this is a criminal matter in violation of the Garrity versus New Jersey case out of the United States Supreme Court?
Is council with us by Zoom?
Stephanie's here on Zoom. I will represent to you that Garrity says that a statement made in an investigation can't be used against you, but something that was subsequently discovered is different than a statement made in an investigative interview.
All right.
If you'd like to talk to Stephanie, I'm happy to bring the computer to you.
Well, I want to get clarity on this before we go any further, so I'm gonna get some guidance from council.
Sure. I'm actually not sure what happens if I unconnect this, but if,
Maybe you shouldn't unconnect.
yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask her to unmute.
Can you have her just zoom in and give us an explanation that we can hear?
Stephanie, are you with us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Oh, great. Do you need,
Go ahead and make the statement. I can't remember the details of what the council brought up there. So you want to get
Okay.
whether this is admissible at this particular time.
Stephanie, what we're dealing with is part of the investigation. The investigator brought up the fact that the amount of time stolen with the falsified timesheets equated to nearly felony level theft, particularly because of the executive orders that have placed the state in a state of emergency, which lower the threshold. Mr. Newcomb has objected, stating that this violates Garrity, and we would just like to discuss what was brought up in the investigation and point out the extent of the theft of stolen time. We're not trying to prosecute Mr. Tillman here.
Right. Thank you for clarifying what Mr. Newcomb said. I could hear you, but I couldn't hear his objection. So thank you for that. And I tend to agree with you. If you're just discussing what was investigated, then I think that's appropriate. Like you said, you're not prosecuting him at this time. It's not a criminal prosecution.
Okay, thank you, council.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Stephanie. Do you have something to say?
I just wanted to miss the new one.
Do you
I
have
mean,
anything?
I wasn't given the opportunity with the, all I can do is, it says here, I'm not questioning you for the purpose of initiating, instituting criminal proceedings against you. So what's the relevance of criminal evidence if there's not the purpose of it? And he told him at the start that that wasn't the purpose. That's Garrity. And now we're going into, did he commit a criminal offense?
The purpose is,
I didn't object to the amount of money taken, not arguing about whether that's relevant, but whether it's a potential criminal offense is clearly inappropriate. It wasn't charged as part of and the rules, the statute says you're to be informed of the reasons for your termination at the time of it. And they didn't say because you might have committed a criminal act.
the purpose of pointing this out is to compare a law enforcement officer to someone who might break the law. It's not to prosecute him. It's not to criminally punish him. It's to compare what the law would punish with what actually happened here.
That was not charged in the document. You didn't say the cause of it is that you, if you were a civilian, you would have committed a criminal act of a certain level. That wasn't charged. They didn't say that in the letter.
The
The
charging,
statute is very clear that he is to be given notice of the reasons and the cause in writing.
the charge includes falsifying timesheets, and this is a further description of his falsification of timesheets.
I didn't object to falsifying timesheets. That doesn't mean it's not charged as criminal, not alleged to be criminal. And I didn't object to them putting in, they didn't put in accurate timesheets. Now we're trying to prejudice the commission because they didn't do it. I mean, we got a lieutenant and a patrolman that had different stories. Are we gonna open that up to a criminal investigation for perjury or false swearing by one of them?
So my question to Council Stephanie, is this fitting for us to proceed under this particular, at this particular point, or is this something the commission should disallow?
To be honest, Andrew, I can hear Mr. Newcomb, but Mr. Tillman is not being questioned about this. It's the investigator, and the point of this investigation wasn't to determine criminal activity, from my understanding. It's just to determine how many hours were potentially falsified. So in my opinion, it's appropriate as long as it's not related to some criminal charges down the line.
They're trying to prove and ask and go into whether he committed a criminal act by that. They're putting a criminal statute into the record. They want to. So what's the relevancy of it if it's not to show he allegedly committed a criminal act?
To be honest, I didn't hear the inclusion of the criminal statute. So if I missed that, I apologize. I just heard the discussion of the number of hours.
I didn't object to that. I objected when she started asking him questions about whether the conduct could be a felony or not. And it wanted to introduce the felony statute.
Okay.
I didn't object to the number of hours or the value of those hours.
You're solely objecting to the introduction of the statute?
And, and trying to imply whether he committed a felony or not.
Okay, but just the discussion in general of the hours, you're okay with? It's just the introduction of the statute?
Correct. And
Okay.
he given his opinion of whether it was or what not, given, a prosecutor's opinion.
So Attorney Freeman, do we proceed with this line of questioning, or should we disallow?
I think the number of hours that were documented or misapplied is appropriate, but I tend to agree with Mr. Newcomb that the statute is probably irrelevant.
Stephanie, I just have one further question. The statute and these executive orders that back it up are part of the internal affairs file that was given to the disciplinary review board. I'm only asking about what was investigated and what was in the file.
I could put in the file that he, voted for President-elect Biden. And so do you bring in his vote as part of it? It's whether it's relevant or not. You just told him it wasn't relevant to the issues. Whether it's in the file or not doesn't mean it's admissible.
I think there's a difference, Mr. Newcomb, between what's in the file and who he voted for. I think that's a bit of a stretch. If it's in the file, I think it's open game for discussion, is it not?
No, they're having the burden of proof. Is it relevant evidence to show that he should have been terminated?
I think if he could have been charged with a felony, it's not showing that he could have been terminated or should have been terminated. Had he committed a felony, they're not discussing if he did, correct?
No, that's what they're wanting to get.
No, we're not.
I think if you start putting it in, what is the purpose of it other than show his potential conduct was criminal?
We're not putting this in to show that he in fact committed a felony. We're putting this in to compare his theft from the department to what the law criminalizes. We're not trying to convict him of a felony. We're trying to, by comparison, show how bad his act was.
Well,
The severity of his actions, right?
If we're going to try criminal case here, that's what they're wanting to show, that he potentially committed a criminal case. There's no other way to sell it than that. That's the purpose of it. I can say that what the lieutenant did was a perjury and should go to the penitentiary for 10 years because he gave a false statement. Are we going
Mr. Newcomb, with all due respect, I think what Caitlin is trying to say is that there's a difference between saying you work for 2 hours versus enough where it constitutes a felony. No one here is trying to criminally prosecute. I think they're just trying to show the severity or how egregious this was.
Well, then we got to prove whether that conduct would be sufficient to be beyond a reasonable doubt a criminal offense, or otherwise it's not relevant. And as far as I know, Jegley's office hasn't charged anything.
I would just say for a final time, this is relevant because it shows the severity of the theft and it shows what the state of Arkansas thinks about this dollar amount. It's not to prosecute him. It is not to name him as a criminal. It's by comparison, if this amount of money had been taken outside of this situation, what it would be considered.
I tend to agree with that assessment, Chairman.
So it's your decision that we should proceed with this line of questioning?
Yes.
I'll make it brief.
Okay.
I won't.
Take your time. I know you will.
Lieutenant Burrow, did you discuss with Mr. Tillman the amount of money that he had effectively stolen from the department?
I did.
Did you mention to him that it was nearing felony level given the reduction due to the state of emergency?
I mentioned it to him in both fashions. Without the emergency order, that would be a misdemeanor theft originally, that amount. And then I went further and said, now that we have the executive order stating that the state of Arkansas is in a state of emergency issued by the governor, that the state law now causes that to be a felony amount.
And what was his response?
He just kind of shook his head and acknowledged it, but he never verbalized anything that I recall specifically.
You have only fully investigated this 2-week time span. Is that correct?
Objection to relevancy of speculation of anything else. They've had more than ample time to do anything else.
I'm asking about the scope of.
I'll go ahead.
What was
Yes,
this?
I only looked at the 2 weeks in question.
Okay. In this interview, did you ask Mr. Tillman if there would be any other evidence of him not being where he was supposed to be if you looked beyond the scope of the 2 weeks?
I did.
And what was his response?
When I asked him that question, if I were to look further, what would I find regarding this? He would not answer, but he did hang his head and kind of sigh.
Object to the relevancy of the answer doesn't establish anything.
I'll allow for clarification from the commission. That's fine.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for a particular line. Okay. Under tab 7, which is the transcript of Lieutenant Burrow's interview with Mr. Tillman. I'm looking, if we're counting the speakers, the 7th one down, it's a B for Burrow.
What page, please?
Page 15, I'm sorry. It's tab 7, page 15.
Oh, so we go to 15.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
2 can't be wrong, huh?
I forgot to say 15.
Yeah.
That was the only reason I wasn't objecting to it. I just had missed what page we were on.
Yeah, I missed the page.
That's my bad. Okay, if you count down 7, you should be at Lieutenant Burrow and I mean. Lieutenant Burrow, I would like you to read that statement and Mr. Tillman's response.
And dash, I mean, dash, this is just a 2-week swatch that I looked at. You say you've been having these issues for over a year, okay? How many other times has this occurred? Tillman stated, hard to say.
And then would you read your next question?
I then stated, if I were to go back and pull GPS further back, would I reach felony level? Would they want to go forward and try and look at the criminal aspect of this? Because basically what you're doing is stealing time.
And please read his response to whether there would be more evidence if you pulled further back.
Like I said, I was dressed in uniform with both my radios on and able to respond. Like I said, dash, I need, dash, it's not, dash, and that's not, dash.
In your opinion as an investigator, is that response responsive to your question?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to introduce exhibits 4 through 13, actually 4 through 15 that we have discussed so far. I'll give Mr. Newcomb a chance to look and see if he has any objections.
What tab are the exhibits behind? You still behind 7?
We're looking at 4 through 15, all of those exhibits.
Oh, okay.
No objection to 4 through 15.
All tackle.
Okay.
Tab 4?
4 through 15.
Yeah, those are all the things that I've asked Lieutenant Burrow about.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Very quickly, Lieutenant Burrow, if you would flip to 17 and just tell me what it is.
This is the emergency order 20-03 issued by Governor Asa Hutchinson.
And would you flip to 18? What is this?
This is another emergency order issued by Governor Asa Hutchinson, 20-29.
And on the next page, does it say that it's issued the 2nd of June, extending the state of emergency? Well, it says the 2nd of June on the second page. On the first page, does it say it's extending the state of emergency?
Yes.
Okay, and last one, will you flip to 19?
And this is the final executive order that I put in the file, executive order 20-48.
Yes.
Issued by Governor Asa Hutchinson, was covered throughout the time frame during this investigation.
So taken together, exhibits 16, 17, 18, and 19, the theft of property statute, the original emergency order, and the 2 extensions, you included those in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to move for introduction on the basis that these were parts of the file.
Repeat that, please.
I would like to move for introduction of exhibits 16 through 19 on the sole basis that they were part of the IA investigation file.
And that's not a basis for admissibility to be admissible. And that one had to be probative of the issues before the commission. 2, that they don't have to be in violation of any other laws. Just that they're in the file doesn't make them admissible. I could put anything in the file and then under her theory, argue that it's admissible.
I would also say that it is relevant because it was before the disciplinary review board. You're going to hear from the disciplinary review board as to whether they considered that at all.
I'll allow.
Okay, thank you.
I reserve my objection.
Okay. Lieutenant Burrow, after all of your investigation, did you discuss your findings with Chief Hiss?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I basically told him verbatim what I had sustained. I provided him the file. He normally likes to take the file and review it. to compare what I put in the file versus what was sustained, to see if he has any questions, to see if I did a good job. After he reviewed the file, he didn't have many questions. He clarified a couple of things, but basically stated he agreed with everything that I had sustained in the file.
Okay. So after you sustained all the charges, what did you do next?
At that point in time, I conferred with him on the pre-disciplinary hearing, which by policy has to come prior to a disciplinary board's meeting. We discussed dates for that and the board. At that point in time, I typed up a letter, contacted Tillman, advising of the date, and asked him if he intended to attend this meeting or not, which by policy he does not have to if he chooses not to. He indicated that he would, and I gave him the date and time via letter of that meeting. Then scheduled the disciplinary review board, did the random selection, selected the officers, which comprised of 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, and 2 officers. And then I notified them via letter. If memory serves, there was one change that had to be made due to one of the officers, the detective at the time of the board being in class. So I had to come up with an alternate for that one. And other than that, they were scheduled for that. Sergeant Tillman attended the pre-disciplinary hearing, which was recorded.
Did you attend that pre-disciplinary hearing?
No.
Okay.
That would have been Chief Hibbs and Captain Betterton, as he was the new division commander for support services.
Okay.
The school resource falls under. That was recorded. That was made part of the file that was given to the disciplinary review board as well, so that they had all relevant information that they could make an informed decision upon.
And you mentioned that you selected the members of the disciplinary review board. How is that done?
I have an application on my phone where I keep the officers that are qualified to be on these boards by rank. And then I basically go and do a random selection that randomly generates the names for me. And I pick a primary, and then I pick an alternate for each rank, which will require 1 lieutenant, 1 sergeant, and 2 officers, whether it be officer or detective. And then I'll pick a secondary of each of those ranks as an alternate should I have to replace somebody.
Do you happen to remember who those officers were on the board? It's okay.
The primary, the lieutenant was Lieutenant Robert Washington. Sergeant was Sergeant Michael Cameron. Originally, it was Detective Sean Jones and Officer Cow, I believe. And then Sean Jones had to be replaced because he was out of state during accident reconstruction class and would not be able to attend. And Officer Rappaport was then selected in his place. Or maybe it was Cow that was selected, because I forget which of the 2 replaced him.
Okay. What is your role in relation to the disciplinary review board?
I give the disciplinary review board all the evidence, copy the file, audios, visuals, anything that we have, basically get them set up. I provide them the format letter for them to sign once they decide on whatever recommendation of discipline that they want to give to the chief. And other than that, I leave them to it until they're done. If they have any questions, they can contact me via text, call me, whatever. Generally, I'll come into the room, answer whatever questions they might have. Maybe something wasn't clear on how I typed something or whatever the case may be. And other than that, we leave them alone to deliberate on their own.
Do you recall whether anybody called you in for additional questioning?
I do not believe I was called in for anything. After the fact, Lieutenant Washington gave his letter. Can't remember if he gave it to me directly or to the chief directly, but regardless, it goes to the chief.
Okay, I have another question about the role of the disciplinary review board.
Okay.
You said they get to review your entire file.
Correct.
Are they reviewing it to determine whether there was a violation of policy?
No,
Are they reviewing it to determine their recommended discipline?
that is all they're to reply, to do per our policy, to recommend a course of discipline to the chief for him to either accept or not.
So if the disciplinary review board actually debated whether or not there was a violation and disagreed with your evaluation, would that be appropriate?
There's nothing in the policy that says they can't talk about that. They don't have to agree with it, but the violations are sustained, and anything they were to agree or disagree with that would not change whether the policy was sustained or not.
What are the bounds of what the disciplinary review board is allowed to recommend in terms of punishment?
By policy, they are allowed to recommend either a suspension. If they recommend a suspension, a number of days. If the person is a person of rank, then demotion is on the table, and always termination. Those are the only options allowed to a disciplinary review board to make a recommendation.
Did you explain that to this board?
Yes, I did.
Did you explain to them that they were only there to determine a punishment?
I did not say that specifically. I thought that was common practice. I mean, the policy doesn't say anything about there to, to try and disprove my findings.
Okay. In your briefing of the board, did you mention anything about the consequences outside the department of an officer who has sustained findings of false statements?
Not that I recall. I'm not sure what you're specifically asking about.
Did you just list the charges that had been sustained?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I handed the file to them. Asked them if they had any questions. I gave them a very, very brief rundown because they were going to be there to review, listen, everything. They had all the documents in front of them, so I didn't want to bore them, telling them everything, and then turn around and have to try and read it and listen to it again.
Sure. And is it a requirement that the board come to a consensus before they can leave the room?
Yes, they are convened and they cannot, I mean, they can leave as far as if they can't come to an agreement, but for them to recommend a discipline, it has to be a unanimous decision. Which
Okay.
means all parties have to agree.
What
And they
did
sign a piece of paper individually stating that they agree.
what did the board recommend in this case?
If memory serves, it was an 8-day suspension is what they recommended.
Did you agree with that recommendation?
I did not.
Why not?
Under false statement, you're basically lying. As a police officer, our word has to account for something. And then by falsifying timesheets and taking money that you didn't work for, that constitutes theft.
Objection. That's exactly what I think Stephanie said that we were not supposed to cover, and we weren't trying for a criminal act. Now we're just into it, so I moved to strike his answer.
Sustained.
You may continue your answer.
Basically, his actions were not that of somebody that should be a supervisor or an officer by lying and taking money that he didn't earn. And for my opinion, the recommendation should have been termination.
Okay. Would you, just for the record, flip to tab 20? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is the recommendation letter that I give them, template form for them to fill out and sign and give to the chief.
Okay, and it shows their recommendation.
Yes.
Okay, I'd move to introduce this as Exhibit 20.
No objection.
Okay, I'll pass the limits.
Council, can we hold our questions for about 5 minutes?
Sure.
We've been at this for about an hour and a half plus, and let's take about a 5-minute break, please.
Looks like I'm having a cigarette. I subscribed to this meal service and then Cindy bought some meals for the week with my kids and then they sent you some snacks and it's always a package of relief and every time I go and see them on the counter.
Break the single one up.
I like your map. I like to see it.
This is one of them that the mayor bought for, I don't know if it was just the police department or the whole city. Okay.
They're really nice.
Look at that. You know, the first time I wore it, I kept it, you know, in the package until the day.
Yeah.
Special.
I did.
I like yours too. It's like,
Yes, most definitely.
Which one's wearing it like this? I think we're under discretion.
intelligent.
I'm glad we'll get past this mask one, I think.
Man.
I think it's gonna be a long time, I think, before we're through it.
You might be right, but maybe this vaccine
I hope it does. Yeah.
will hurry things along. I ain't holding my breath for it.
When they're ready to give me one, I'm gonna take it.
I don't know that I am. I mean, I've already tested positive for it and had 0 symptoms.
Lucky,
Knock
yeah.
on wood. Mhm. And thankfully, nobody in my house caught it.
Well, that's good, yeah.
So,
You know, you can't go to the doctor now and say, I got a sinus infection. Oh, you got COVID-19.
mhm.
I've got a vape record. Oh, that's COVID-19. You know, people are afraid to go to the doctor now because, you know, I went up there, I go to the and I had a sinus, I know my nose was bleeding.
Mhm.
I was blowing the nose and I just, so I said, well, you got COVID. I said, I don't have COVID. I said, I got a sinus. You need to go get checked out. I don't need to go, what, you're no health commission. All right. We can have all that.
They just want to
So
test.
I go over there and, you know, they check the back of my brain.
Mhm.
You know, they said, okay, now we're not gonna call you if you're negative. We're gonna call you positive.
So you're just waiting forever?
Anyway, the next day my nurse called and says, Mr. Shelley, you tested negative. I said, well, yeah, look. He said, the doctor is going to send your prescription over to the pharmacy. For
Meanwhile, he doesn't hate the sinus infection.
You know, you could have done that yesterday and I could have already been taking it.
Also, they gave you the rapid at least?
Pardon me?
They gave you the rapid test?
Oh, yeah. They did that.
Yeah, well, see, I had a contact exposure, and I went the next day to try and get a rapid test. They refused to give me the rapid. So I took the test on Wednesday, and it wasn't until Saturday that I get the call saying that I was positive. Of course, I questioned them, asking if they were telling me a joke or something. You know, asymptomatic, I was concerned, you know, that it was a bad test or something.
Well, I work up at the health department. I don't know where they're getting their numbers from. There's no way that the state can test that many people in one day. And, you know, and I go back to the thing too, you know, if someone dies, it's COVID. I'll bring up the young lady over here at the nursing home that died. She's 104 years old. And they had her listed dying from COVID. I think 104, I may have a part late.
Could be,
Yeah.
could be.
You need them, you got it.
You know, it's the government, sometimes they tell us what they want us to do.
I'd like to.
This is
Nice down
Thank you.
there. Quick energy. I'm not messing with them. It may just speed up the process, you know, going back to the bathroom.
I got surgery at 12. I gotta be there at 8:15 in the morning.
Ooh.
Surgery on my shoulder. Can't eat or drink nothing after 12 o'clock.
Well, that's love to you and a quick recovery.
I like to be in bed for then.
Lieutenant, have you been promoted since we last had you in here testifying?
No, sir.
No,
Have
he's
you
a
been
lieutenant.
last time?
He's a lieutenant.
I think he was.
August of 2019, I was made lieutenant. Prior to that, I've been a sergeant since August of 03.
Okay. All right.
Our promotions, our new chief, new administration.
Oh, yeah.
I did a few of those after I got chief, I did 7 promotions.
I know that's saying, are they here?
Don't think so.
Out of all the people here,
Oh, yeah, I know you had to replace, I see, was it Smiley Garcia retired?
so Brotherton got captain.
Smiley retired?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I didn't.
He's,
Garcia was want to work for some insurance company.
something.
It's a state contractor job, like on a phone service thing, call center, for mental health stuff, I don't know. They wanted somebody with law enforcement experience. But actually, he's paid pretty good.
He's working from home right here, right now.
Working from home plus his retirement, so he's doing pretty good.
But Smiley, he just,
I haven't heard a peep out of him. Last I talked to Lori, he's just hanging out at the house doing things.
I never knew what he did either. So.
All parties and council are now in place. It is 9:05, 9:07. Our hearing is back in session. Council, you have the floor. Council Newcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant, as far as the disciplinary, you mentioned something about disciplinary history of Sergeant Tillman. He's never been suspended, had he?
No, sir.
He had one verbal counseling because he got mad at somebody, almost caused a wreck and used profanity, correct?
I don't know the basis of what the problem was about. I just saw the job performance file.
Well, he also got 2 recognition awards you didn't mention, didn't you?
That's what it says. And then, yes,
You want to check and look at it and see.
that's what he said. That's fine.
Then he got a violation of social media policy, correct?
So, yes, sir.
And that was for saying that one of the things he said was President Trump was a racist, correct? Is that it? Why would that violate social media policy?
I don't know what was said or what the accusation was. I just know that he was disciplined for something. I didn't know that particular file.
I'll let you look at what was written. He isn't identified as a police officer in it, is he? It's exhibit, number 22.
See anything that says police officer, no, sir.
Okay, you see anything that hadn't been commented on in public about President Trump?
Doing that.
Has there anything in here that hasn't been in the news about President Trump?
Heard several of those very strange things, sir.
And that violates the city's social media policy? I can't comment about the president as a police officer?
Well, I didn't investigate that.
Well,
That's the first time I've seen that.
well, it's in your file, so we can't rely on this file being your
That
file.
document is not in my file.
Well, it's in the file I was given. It said it was the police department's internal affairs file on it.
Okay, where's the page number on it?
I didn't put this together. I got it from the,
This is a mischaracterization. The binder you were given are exhibits. We never said that this was the complete file or that everything in it was from the IA file.
oh, so we got things that are, well, is number 3, that's marked with a 3 on it, is that part
That's
of
in
the
my
file?
file, yes, sir.
And is this one of the backups of it? It supports these allegations along with, let me show you the others and see if you recognize any of them. Does that look like any document that would be in the,
It's not in my file, yes, sir.
oh, okay, so we have things that were added to the file.
Mr.
Is that what we're,
Mr. Nathan, that's not correct. Mrs. Campbell just told you that this is an
I'm,
exhibit book that we put together. We didn't represent it to be part of the internal affairs file. It's our exhibits that we plan on using this evening.
okay, so this was added after the fact, correct? It wasn't considered by the chief, or do you know?
So that was not part of my file given to the chief.
Okay.
Excuse me, this is not an exhibit that has been introduced. Mr. Newcomb has not introduced it. It's.
I move its introduction since it was in the exhibit book.
Do you know what it is?
Ma'am, I will gladly go through it with the lieutenant and ask him if he can identify these are the chiefs. We can spend a lot, are you going to agree to it?
The lieutenant may or may not have been involved in any or all of these disciplinary matters. We plan to bring it in later with someone who can testify to it. It is.
I'll withdraw my question, but I reserve, no, I don't. Because I don't want to have it happen. You don't have somebody and bring it in. Or you go ahead and guarantee me that you're going to move to introduce all these.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I'll withdraw my question of that.
Carry on.
Did you review the transcript of the interview with Mr. Harrelson?
Yes, sir.
Is it a true and accurate transcript to the best of your memory?
To the best of my memory, yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand the lieutenant that started the investigation because of the complaints indicated that to you, if I understand correctly, that Harrelson told him that Tillman had said, I'm going to be out looking at elementary schools, cover the high school for me, correct?
I have to object. This is a mischaracterization of.
I'm just, he can say that wasn't what was said. It doesn't, I get to ask the questions.
In your question, you mischaracterized testimony from earlier this evening.
I don't think I did.
Okay.
Proceed.
Proceed. Well, I'll rephrase it. What did the lieutenant tell you that Harrelson told him about the conversations, if any, or text messages with Tillman?
Lieutenant said that when he contacted Officer Harrelson, because the original complaint came in stating that the middle school was not being covered, and Officer Harrelson was the coverage officer for that school, he called him to debunk the complaint or validate it. Once he contacted Officer Harrelson, who told Lieutenant Brady that he had gone to the high school to cover for Tillman at his direction. I don't remember specifically if Harrelson stated he told Tillman or Brady that, but Brady told me that that's what Tillman told him that he was covering the school.
Okay, so Brady told you that Tillman told Harrelson that he was going to go to the elementary schools when he was having him cover the high school.
I'm going to object the same way that Mr. Newcomb objected to hearsay upon hearsay.
Well, they admitted it, so we go on.
Sustained. Proceed.
Good for the goose, good for the gander. So did the lieutenant tell you that he was told by Harrelson that Tillman said, I'm going to be going to the elementary schools?
May I refer to the statement because I don't remember specifically off the top of my head.
If you need that to refresh your memory.
Yes, that's what the statement states.
And that is not that statement, strike that. Did Lieutenant Brady have any obligation to be accurate in his statement that you just referred to?
He needs to be accurate as best that he can be. Yes.
Is he supposed to be truthful?
Yes.
And he's supposed to be accurate, correct?
Yes.
And when you talk to Officer Harrelson, he didn't confirm that conversation, did he?
He stated that he never told him that.
So one of those people are not being accurate, correct?
It would appear so, yes.
Have you done any investigation to determine who may be lying?
As far as them two?
Yeah.
Nope, was not ordered to do so.
So would it appear that somebody wasn't at the minimum not being accurate, which would be a dereliction of duty, correct?
You can characterize it as that.
Well, so it's not a dereliction of duty to be inaccurate in official police department reports?
We need to be as accurate as possible. Mistakes do happen. One minor mistake versus multiple is two different things.
Please be responsive to my question and not, if you will, editorialize. Now, a couple of things. Would you agree with me that a lot of your file, you don't really need to look at to understand what happened because of the detailed summaries you wrote and the summary you wrote, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what, 5 or 6 pages combined?
I didn't count them, but a few pages, yes, sir.
I'm not trying to, it's not very many. And if you wanted to, the statements by Tillman is not, it wouldn't take, what, 10 minutes or so to read it? Or less?
It probably take a little longer than 10 minutes as far as his. That was, the transcripts was around 18 pages.
Double spaced, correct? Or single spaced? Or do you remember?
I don't remember specifically if they were spaced double or single.
And then Harrelson's statement, short shorter than, correct?
Yes.
So the time that the committee took on reviewing this file, they could have understood exactly what the conduct charge was, the evidence against it, by reading those, your summaries and the two statements, correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
I mean, all the pages that are taken up, pardon?
I have an objection because these transcripts are not in the record and they were not in the record that the disciplinary review board had in their possession.
Okay, I misunderstood. I apologize.
They only had the audio recordings, which they would have had to listen to in their entirety.
Okay. You don't know, do they even have to listen to those since you summarized the statements from the officers in your summaries, correct?
They're supposed to review all evidence, to make
Okay.
an informed decision.
Do you contend that they did not make an informed decision? I'm talking about you disagree with it, but are you saying that they were derelict in their duty on the committee?
I would say they were derelict in their duty, but I don't agree with their opinion.
I don't, other people may not agree with yours, but that doesn't mean you didn't do a proper job, does it?
Correct.
Now, as far as the recommendation, they came up with 8 days, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now the committee and this commission can either terminate, correct? They can recommend termination. The committee, the disciplinary review committee, correct?
Their job is to make a recommendation of discipline, either suspension, demotion, or termination.
Okay, and suspension can be up to 30 days.
Yes, sir.
And a demotion could occur in this case because Sergeant Tillman was a sergeant, so he could be demoted to a patrolman as part of the punishment, correct?
That could be on the board, yes, sir.
And then termination, which is what happened.
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that that's a big jump from 8 days recommendation to termination?
What do you mean, a big jump?
Well, he had no prior suspensions, correct?
Okay.
And the progressive discipline is one of the things you say that is done in the department. So a 30-day suspension would be progressive over 8 days, wouldn't it?
It would be.
It'd be a significant first suspension when you had no priors, correct?
Okay.
And then you could have had a suspension with a demotion, correct?
Yes, good, yes, sir.
And then termination. So we have going all the way from, did you and the chief talk about after the disciplinary board met and made its recommendation, did you have any conversations with the chief about whether you disagreed with the committee's decision?
I believe he did ask me my thoughts on it. I told him I didn't agree with it.
Is there any recording, documentation or whatever y'all discussed in that?
No, sir.
What else did you tell him in that meeting?
I didn't agree with the 8-day suspension. I believe he should have been terminated. But he was the chief and it was his decision to make.
Is that normal practice? Is that what is, how long have you been in internal affairs? Let me ask it that way.
Since August of 18.
And who's been the chiefs during that period of time?
First, when I came back there, it was Franklin. Then he left. McCullough was the interim chief for a while. Then Hibbs was the interim chief, and now he's the chief.
Did all of them ask you to come in and give your recommendation after the committee had met on disciplinary actions?
It was not a recommendation as far as the official capacity. This was just a conversation between he and I that we were having person to person.
I'll rephrase it. Has any of the others asked you to have a conversation with them about your opinion about the disciplinary board's recommendation?
I don't know if they've asked me to, but I've had those conversations with all three of the chiefs.
Is it in policy to have that as part of the disciplinary process?
It's not a part of the policy, no, sir.
So y'all went outside of policy on that?
It's not prohibited.
But it's not permitted either, is it? Is it in the policy or not?
No, it's not. It's in the policy, therefore it's not prohibited.
So you don't have to follow policy when you're doing something?
I do follow policy.
Did the chief call you in to ask for your conversation about the discipline, or did you take it upon yourself to go in after you learned what the committee did?
He did not call me in, no, sir. So I took it upon myself.
No other questions? Oh, I do have a question. You don't have a law degree, do you?
No, sir, just 22 years of experience.
Have you ever made a prosecution decision on whether a crime has been committed or conduct amounted to criminal conduct?
Anytime we've made an arrest.
And that's a probable cause, isn't it? Not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, is it?
Was when they were convicted.
And that they had charges dropped that you've arrested people for?
Not off the top of my head that I recall.
People have been found not guilty.
Yes.
So you made a mistake when you arrested them, didn't you?
You can say that.
So you're saying that those that found them not guilty were wrong?
My opinion, yes.
No other questions?
Redirect.
Lieutenant Burrow, I'd like for you to clarify a little bit about the disciplinary review board
Yes.
and the process of their deliberation.
Okay.
First of all, actually, if we can flip back to tab 8. And to the second page of tab 8. I believe you testified earlier, this is the table of contents of your entire IA file.
Yes, ma'am.
Anywhere in this table of contents, are there transcripts from any of the interviews as part of your investigation?
No, ma'am. I did not conduct any transcripts of the interviews that I conducted.
And at the bottom of the page, the first page of the table of contents, what's that last category?
Digital media.
And what did that include?
It was one DVD that contained the recorded interviews, the surveillance videos from the school and the police department, as well as any pictures that were taken and put into the file.
Do you happen to know if this disciplinary review board watched those?
No, ma'am, because not to impede what they're doing or influence what they're doing. We give them the file, give them a brief direction of what's supposed to happen. We give them also a copy of the policy manual on the computer. So if they have any questions, they can refer back to any policy that the department has, and then we leave them to their device. When they're done, then they contact us.
Sure. Did they have the equipment? Had they wanted to review the digital media? Did they have the equipment to do so?
Yes, everything's given to them on a laptop as far as the digital media is already put on a file for them, as well as the policy manual in the digital version. And then they get the actual physical file with them to review.
Okay. At the end of the board's deliberation,
Mm-hmm.
they signed that recommendation that is in the file as Exhibit 20. You mentioned that you couldn't remember exactly whether that came to you or to someone else.
It came directly to the chief, and then I saw it, or it gave it to me, and I handed it to the chief. I don't remember specifically.
Is it
It's happened both ways over the years.
Is it possible that you
Objection, if he doesn't know, possibility of speculation.
over the years, has it been your typical practice to sometimes take the letter from the disciplinary review board to the chief?
Yes, whenever they brought it to me directly.
And when you do so, do you sometimes discuss the recommendation
Absolutely.
and your opinion of it
I do.
and the chief's opinion of it?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, is that in violation of any department policy?
It does not violate any policy that we have within the Jacksonville Police Department.
Okay. Just one more question. Even if an officer is demoted, do they still have value to the department if they've been found to be untruthful?
If they found to be untruthful, no.
No further questions.
You know, follow up?
Yeah. Do you have any officers presently working who've been found untruthful in investigations in the past?
No, sir.
Do you know of departments that have officers working for them that have been found to be untruthful?
I've heard rumors, but I do not know of any specifically.
Do you know whether Little Rock has over 100 officers that have been found untruthful and are still working?
I have no idea.
Do you know if the state police has troopers who have been found untruthful and are still working?
I do not know that for a fact.
So you don't know if anybody, you don't know whether an officer could be productive or not, since you never had one work for the city after being found untruthful, correct?
We have for a very short time.
Well, they weren't fired for being untruthful. They were fired later for something else.
Being untruthful again.
Okay, so you've in the past let people work, well, not you. When I say you, I'm talking the Royal, one the department has.
One time.
And who was that?
John Alverson.
Have you had any sergeants that supervised this person that wrote him up that have used the N-word?
I don't know who's written him up.
Okay. No other questions?
Follow up?
No.
Commissioners, any questions for Lieutenant?
I just got one quick one.
Okay.
Has policy changed on the officers when they get in the unit to go to work, go to work to check 10-8? You know, used to, an officer got in the car, his unit to go patrol, whatever, he checked 10-8 in his unit.
Patrol is the only one that is generally required to do that. If they take calls for service.
Policy has changed.
Yes.
Investigators don't have to do that. If they have a carry-on car or anybody has a carry-on car, they don't have to check 10-8 unit when they're in their unit.
No, sir, not unless they're going out to do something specific. They don't check 10-8 when they're coming on duty.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is if Sergeant Tillman was in his car, I guess he's talking about his patrol unit,
Mhm.
and he said he was in uniform, and he's supposed to be going to school.
Mhm.
Is he not required to check 10-8 en route to the school?
At the time, his supervisors did not require that of him. It is now required of him.
So how do you keep up with the other officers?
How do I keep up with him?
How does the department keep up with the other officers? And if they don't have to check 10A when they get in your car to go do something, how do they keep up with what they're doing?
It was taken at face value. He was a supervisor and they took him at his word.
I just wondered if anybody checked the record to see if you ever checked 10A in this unit.
Yeah,
I got one. Can the reserve officer be called anytime to do patrol duty?
Can a reserve officer be called in?
No, called to do, if they need them to do patrol duty, can they do those? You said that you have to put a reserve officers, a review of whatever those officers.
I mean, we've got auxiliary officers, and yes, they do call them from time to time. They come in and do patrol or special assignments.
Now, one more question. Do you ever take the recommendation of the board, the review board, on anything that they have brought up? Have you ever took their recommendation?
Have I?
No, well, the chief or whoever that's
Sometimes the chief takes the recommendation of the board, sometimes he doesn't. And that's been the precedent of every chief that's come through. Depends on whether the chief agrees with it or not.
okay, so then in other words, then if somebody gets against the person that's going, they got this thing against someone, then they can set up and just not, don't matter what the review board said, they can say, okay, I don't like this person, I'm just gonna do it my way. And I'm just gonna get rid of this person anyway. Why have a review board if you're not gonna take their recommendation, is what I'm trying to say.
The purpose behind the board is a peer review, basically from the lieutenant down, to get a recommendation for the chief to base his discipline off of. If he agrees with the discipline that they've recommended, he has that option to accept it. If he does not agree with it, then he does not have to accept it, and that's written in the policy.
Okay, now who makes the policies? Is a
We have
patrolman that all that do
guidelines.
that, or the chief, or do they have the chief have some like regular patrolman that help negotiate the policy, or they just the chief makes the policy, or who makes the policy?
The policy is ultimately approved by the chief, depending upon what the policy is. Sometimes the captains write them. As a sergeant, I've written policies for narcotics, things of that nature, but all policies have to follow guidelines by the state, which we are trying to do. Sorry, I forget my term. We're trying to do certifications through ALEAP. And ALEAP is governed by the Association of Chiefs of Police. So they have a model policy that we base a lot of our policies off of. And all policies to be effective for the department have to be blessed by the Civil Service Commission.
Okay. All right, that's good. Thank you. That's all I got.
Question?
Yeah, I have one. Lieutenant, does the department have a policy where someone's having a problem at home, you know, like we've been through here, where he can go to them and say, you know, do they have anything to help?
We don't have a policy that governs that specifically, but it has been put out many times over the year, and the city does pay for Southwest EAP. It's an assistance program paid for by the city that provides counseling sessions and things of that nature. We've used it numerous times since I've been in this position. After the fact, when we've had officer-involved shootings, I've recommended officers to go to it. I've had another officer that has come to me with problems, recommended them to go through, receive assistance on that. It is private. We don't hear specifics from them because it's of a medical nature, but they do contact us and tell us that yes, they are cooperating. They're making all their scheduled meetings and sessions and so forth. And if there are recommendations such as they think they might need, you know, a higher therapy session than they're qualified for, then they will contact us and let us know that. And then we can make arrangements at that point in time through their health insurance and so forth to get them whatever help they need. But they got to let us know there's a problem going on in advance. We can't, you know, read minds.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Did we discuss something along this line earlier that this program, you had a program and it was offered to Sergeant Tillman, and am I getting the chief reached up here?
I never offered any assistance to him because at the time I was aware of his problems at home that he told me was during his actual interview. And at that point in time, it's too late. I'm already sustaining violations against him for violating policy. I did mention to him, had he come in prior to, that those would have been available. We could work with him and help him out before we got to this level. But unfortunately, we're past that point by the time I'm in.
We're already into the investigation.
Yes, sir.
I got one more question. I'm sorry. Maybe I get something wrong here, but there is no one that actually sits and negotiate the policy that come down, or you just get policy that come down and then you have to follow those policies, or that's what you base your guideline on? Or is they negotiated between anyone on those policies that y'all have to follow on the guideline for them to follow?
As far as, you know, does the policy go through everybody in the department?
No. Just do it. Do y'all have anybody that negotiate the policy, however, or whatever they come from, whoever makes the policy that y'all follow by? Do you ever have anybody that sits down and actually know of that negotiate those policies?
Not that I'm aware of any type of negotiation. Like I said, any policy that is derived will take a basis from a go-by from this Chiefs of Police Association policy manual, and it's a bare bones basic type guidelines that has been approved on their end by attorneys and things of that nature. We take that, conform it to our needs. You know, it'll be reviewed by 1, 2, 4, 5 people, however many needs to be in that process, may have knowledge of that particular event or situation. And then ultimately it comes up to the chief for him to look at, decide, okay, yes, I like this so far, let's move to the next level. Then it'll come up to the Civil Service Commission and the city attorney to review it and so forth. That's about it. When it comes through y'all and y'all have blessed it, and it comes back to us, and at that point in time, we will take it and put it out to everybody. At that point in time, they have documentation process that we have to show that everybody has read and understand. They electronically sign that they have read said policies and understand it.
Okay, so what I was just more talking about too, and also that you don't have something like a management labor negotiation type agreement, none of that.
No.
It's just from headquarters or whatever.
Yes, sir.
And that's it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Lieutenant, based on the information that we received this evening by Officer Tillman, with his staying on the force, from your perspective, looking at the entire force, would it be a negative impact for him to remain and do his duties?
In my opinion, it would be, yes, sir.
Okay. That's your opinion?
Yes, sir. Because if he stays on as his current rank, he's a supervisor, means he has subordinates under him. He's going to have to levy discipline against them, say whether or not that was truthful or not. If he goes and is demoted and brought back, now he's still going to have to testify in court or some fashion. I don't know that there's any place in the department that we could put him where he would not have to testify in one way, shape, form, or fashion. If we leave him in support, at some point there's going to be some type of event that could cause him to have to testify in court. His testimony could be called into question at that point in time because he's been found to be untruthful. In
Okay, I see what you're saying. So I'm not getting ahead. I know we got some more witnesses, but I'm trying from your perspective as a supervisor, the impact that it would have on the force, because he may be called upon in other instances to go and testify on behalf of the police department or whatever, and you all wouldn't have any confidence in his testimony or anything like that.
That is correct.
If there's no further questions for the lieutenant,
This one.
Okay.
Yes. Are you the only one that has that opinion, or do you hold the whole department?
I have not told the department. That's why I said it was my opinion.
All right, no further questions, Lieutenant, you excused. Thank you for your testimony. Council for the seat, you have another witness?
Yes, we do. We would actually like to call Mr. Tillman.
Okay. I'm sure you've already been sworn in, so feel free to answer the questions from council.
Mr. Tillman, would you state your full name for the court reporter?
Jeffrey Tillman.
Mr. Tillman, how long did you work for the Jacksonville Police Department?
Started in 2013, so approximately 7 years.
And what positions did you hold there?
Patrolman, spent a short stint in CID, SRO, and then sergeant over SRO, and training for a small period of time.
How long were you an SRO before you got that promotion to sergeant over SROs?
Probably 3 school years.
Were you always stationed at the high school?
No.
Where else had you been stationed?
I've been stationed at the middle school, high school, and I've covered the elementary, but I was stationed at middle and high school.
Okay. If you could grab that binder and flip to tab 21. Give everybody a chance to get there. Do you recognize that document? Okay, what is it?
The duties of police sergeant and support.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that these duties would apply to you in your latest position?
Not completely, because we have multiple sergeants in support. I was never over monitoring the jails or warrants. There's different positions within support.
Sure. But as far as if you flip through a couple pages, as far as the different skills that it lists, I'm looking at a page that has 32 written in the bottom corner.
32?
Mhm.
Written in the bottom corner.
Do you see the heading a little more than halfway down the page? It says public contact.
Yes.
Could you read that section?
Public contact.
Mhm.
Extensive contact with various diversified sectors of public environment, wherein the contacts are of major importance, and failure to exercise proper judgment can lead to substantial loss to the organization.
So as a sergeant, you had heightened responsibility, is that right?
Yes.
And the contacts that you had with the public, with the community, with your schools were of major importance. And any failure to exercise proper judgment would substantially negatively affect the department. Okay. I promised Mr. Newcomb that I would bring up the disciplinary history, so we're going to go there. If you would flip to tab 22. I know anybody with time in the department may have some disciplinary history. So I will represent to you, as we mentioned before, that this first page that's marked with Lieutenant Burrows handwriting number 3 was a part of the IA investigation file. And the subsequent pages are from your personnel file. I'll just represent that. If you flip past the first page to an employee action form, the date of the signature at the bottom is 1/3/14. Can you describe what this incident was about?
I believe this was an incident coming back from the academy or going to,
Looks like maybe speeding.
yeah,
Okay, let's
probably speeding.
Okay, let's flip to the next page. It's another employee action form. The date of the signature at the bottom is 8/7/15. And I see profanity in dealing with the public, which is considered a violation of conduct unbecoming. Is that what you remember this one to be as well?
Yes, this was an incident that didn't occur on duty.
Okay. Let's flip to the next page. I see another employee action form. The date at the bottom is 11/15/15. It looks like this one is about unsatisfactory performance related to being late to work. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And it looks like this might have been a recurrent problem. In June, again in November, later in November.
When this is recurring, but it did happen on the.
Okay. And we'll flip the page. And I don't want to get into a First Amendment argument because I have my own opinions about that, and that's not what this is about. But you can see on this employee action form, the date at the bottom says 11/11/16. And can you read that second paragraph about what policy this is specifically violating, just to clarify it for everybody?
You want me to read the whole paragraph?
Yeah, the content.
Content violation of JPD policy 4-4, social networking and social media. Any employee who interacts on or uses social media. Sorry.
It's small print, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, and then the math that making it better. Using social media technology and sites shall be subject to standard of conduct, both on or off duty as defined by the department. This policy is not intended in any way to deprive employees of their constitutional rights of free speech, but it's intent to create a reasonable standard of conduct to ensure the morals of its employees and maintain and protect the integrity of the department and the community in which it serves. 4-4.1.b. No department employee shall normally post or disseminate information, photographs, video, images, audio files, text document depicting departmental property, equipment, uniforms, emblems, or employees in a manner if brought to the attention of the public could bring unjustifiable negative attention to the department.
Okay, and then in that box toward the bottom, I see that you received documented verbal counseling. And that was the only consequence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if you flip to the next page, to be fair, you did state that you disagreed. You have that in writing here. And on the next page, I believe Mr. Newcomb made a point to point out that your job affiliation is not visible here. I'll ask you, anywhere else on your Facebook profile, did you have your employer listed as JPD?
My employer is not listed, and at this point in time, I don't think I had anything that had anything to do with the police department.
Okay, that's fine. But would you agree with me that there could be pictures associated with you that might have a logo on them, or you at a school event, that someone could link you to the department?
This was not sure if at this time I was actually in the school. I'm not sure the exact date. We're that close.
Not necessarily the school, but a picture of you at a department event or with any kind of department logo.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I don't want to harp on that. I would move to introduce it as the disciplinary record with the clarification that only that first page was part of the internal affairs investigation. Okay. As an officer, you were familiar with the department's code of conduct, weren't you? Okay. I'd like for you to flip to tab 23. Do you recognize this?
Yep.
What is it?
Policy 7-8 code of conduct.
Okay, and is this the general code of conduct for all officers?
This is our policy.
Okay. Can you read the very first sentence under policy?
It is the policy of the department to maintain the highest standard of integrity by working diligently to maintain the community's trust.
Okay. During your time as an officer, you were aware that this was an overarching policy of the department to uphold integrity and community trust?
Yes.
Did you take that duty seriously? Do you feel that your actions during the 2 weeks we're talking about appropriately were in line with that policy?
Say it again for me.
Do you feel like your actions during the 2 weeks at question here today were aligned with that overarching policy of maintaining community trust?
I believe that the 2 weeks was not the best decision.
Okay. I'd like to flip back. We've already introduced this exhibit, but it's number 2. And it's the school resource officer job description. What was your understanding of your duties as a school resource officer?
As a school resource officer, the duties are to protect the kids, be their mentor, teach classes, teach courses. We wear a lot of hats. So there's a lot of things that we do as school resource officers.
Okay. And you said you were most recently assigned at the high school. And I believe Mr. Oldham testified that you had an office there in the school. Okay. What was a typical day like for you in your role as SRO?
It could be anything from dealing with multiple fights to having pretty much a smooth day to where we just interact with the students, to counseling sessions with students, to dealing with issues at home, had all types of situations. So there's really never a typical day.
Okay. So in your role, you counseled students about some problems they had at home?
Wouldn't necessarily say counsel. We've had conversations. I can't say that I'm a counselor, so I wouldn't be able to counsel, but we've had conversations where I've listened and got help from counselors, took them to the counselors, or dealt with if the issue that they were having at home became something that needed to be taken care of.
Did you refer some of those students to a counseling professional?
So at the schools, we have our counselors. A lot of times they would already have been to the counselor, and the counselor would bring myself or the other SRO in just to get the opinion on situations and things like that.
So do you think generally counseling can be a good option for someone dealing with problems at home? Looking at this job description, I'm focusing on essential duty and responsibility number 1. What does that say?
Check the staff at each of the schools assigned to them.
Okay. Can you say that during those 2 weeks in question you were doing that?
Yes, because I went to schools. So at some point, yes, I was checking with staff.
Okay, you went to which schools?
The high school.
Okay, so when were you checking in with them?
At multiple times during the day.
Okay, but in the afternoon typically?
No, not necessarily just typically in the afternoon. There were mornings as well.
But no earlier than say 9:30?
I guess you could say that.
Okay. In your assignment as SRO, what time were you expected to report to the high school?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. And how long were you expected to stay there?
Until 4, unless other duties like ball games and things like that.
Okay. In the past, have there ever been times when you knew you were running late or you had a doctor's appointment and you let your supervisor know?
If I have a doctor's appointment, we usually schedule it, and that's on the calendar, so it would be either sick time or it would be a vacation type of situation.
Okay. Has there ever been a time when you're an SRO or any other kind of officer that you let your supervisor know, hey, I'm running behind, I'm not going to be there right at time?
Yes.
During these 2 weeks, did you ever let your supervisor, Lieutenant Brady, know that you were going to be running behind?
No.
Why that?
Because I was dressed in uniform, able to take calls, so it wasn't that I wasn't available. At school radio, my officer radio, all of those things available to me to be able to respond to anything that's going on.
Is your assignment as SRO to be available for any call?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it's the assignment is to be available, but we have multiple schools in the district, so partially, yes, I have to be available for calls.
Is it more, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Is it more accurate to say that your assignment is to be on campus at the high school unless otherwise instructed?
Yes.
Okay. During those 2 weeks, apart from the one day when you were teaching at the police department, did you receive any instruction to be anywhere other than at your post at the high school?
No.
Okay. Being on campus is an important part of the role of an SRO, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's so important that, like you said, they create an office for you in the building, right?
Yes.
So that you can interact with kids.
I guess you could say that.
Okay. these duties and responsibilities of an SRO, they apply equally to SRO Harrelson, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't able to check in with his staff as required at the middle school while he was covering for you at the high school, right?
I wouldn't say he's not able to check in because all of the administrators and all the schools have our numbers. We're able to contact them and let them know, hey, this is what we got going on this day, this is what we got going on that day. So I can't say that he did or did not check in.
Okay, but he wasn't able to be on campus, present, ready to respond.
He was not on campus at those times. We're always ready to respond.
Let's talk about being ready to respond. Can we flip to, sorry, number 7. This again is your transcript of Lieutenant Burrow. And I had a note earlier. Okay, on page 4, the third paragraph, it's you speaking, and it says, "But still be 10-8 available, but I mean, I don't." And then I'd like to highlight one other time when you mention that.
It's just a,
Oh,
No.
Sorry about that.
I'm out here.
And I don't have that type of law in my mind.
that sounds like a building alarm to a car.
Somebody went out the door that hadn't been.
Yeah,
That's probably what happened.
Yeah, I don't smell any smoke, so. Gives me a second to find your page.
You say you on page 4?
Yeah, I was on page 4 and I'm about to go to page 9.
Right.
And I guess we can go ahead while the chief is trying to take care of this. Toward the middle of the page, a little bit down, it's you speaking and it starts with, "I'm going to tell you." You see that? Okay. And I know some of this is conversational and getting interrupted on this is the transcript. Can you read that paragraph that you said?
I'm going to tell you that if I'm going to just be completely clear, which is just I'm sure riding and sitting in my car at 10-8, but not, just I don't have an excuse for it.
I want to talk to you about what do you mean by 10-8 but not?
That's the question. 10-8, when I say 10-8.
I'm sorry.
Everything.
When I say 10-8, I mean,
We want to hold it just a minute.
Yeah, we'll pause for a second. Maybe this will go on. Well, we can take a second to maybe the alarm will go off. You think?
we're working on it.
Okay.
We gotta find the code.
Oh,
And the code people are here.
You can go ahead and proceed. You'll fight for me.
you sure? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I kind of like to wait for Mr. Shelley because he asked about 10-8 earlier. Do you mind?
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think just from a record point of view, you can't conduct business right now. You don't have a quorum.
True.
See what I mean? I believe you.
Well, 3 was a quorum. He let it.
You gotta have half plus 1. I think it's half plus one.
You have to have a majority of the membership, which is 4 out of 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I can't believe.
Well,
I can't believe.
let's just take a pause.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting confused with regular meetings.
Yeah.
It's saying to restart the computer, and I'm setting a snooze for 4 hours. That's all I'm doing.
It was out of the code. Can't do that all the way over to my house.
Yeah. Yeah, but
We got a phone call.
Yeah.
We can make that short and get on back here.
Thank you, yeah. Yeah.
All righty. Okay. So you just read the quote, tab 7, page 9. Or the bottom of the page where you say, I was sitting in my car, just 10-8, but not, you know. And I asked you what you meant by 10-8, but not.
When I say 10-8, mean that I was available to respond to anything. And not, when I meant not, more or less, I was 10-8 available to respond, but I wasn't at the high school.
Okay. It's my understanding that the police code 10-8 means you're in service. Is that correct?
In service available.
Sure. I think perhaps your understanding of available is maybe not the same as being in service. You think that's fair?
No, I believe that it would equate to the same thing in that aspect.
Well, walk me through this. If your assignment is to be at your post on campus, how can you be 10-8 in service without being on campus?
It would be the same as if I was 10-8 and there was something that was going on at another school.
Sure, but was there something going on at another school on those days?
No.
So where should have you been?
At that point, should have been at the high school.
Okay. So from this transcript, it's my understanding, and is this accurate, that you were justifying not being at the school by being in uniform, sitting in your patrol car with the radio on?
I wouldn't necessarily say justifying, but that was what I was doing.
Okay. Do you think that sitting in your car at your house with your uniform on is fulfilling your duties as an SRO?
No.
Okay. Do you think that sitting in the car at your house with your uniform on constitutes being at work for the purposes of being on the clock?
Believe that being in my vehicle, uniform, ready to respond, means that I'm available to take on any situation that's going on.
Were you dressed, ready in your car by 8 o'clock every morning at your house?
I couldn't tell you exactly 8 o'clock, but around about, yes.
Okay, but you signed timesheets saying that you were doing your job starting at 8 o'clock every day for those 2 weeks.
Question.
Were those timesheets accurate?
I was dressed and available around the time of 8 o'clock. I would say it could have been 7:55. It could have been 8:02, but I was available at 8 o'clock to where that would have been justified.
In your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, we were talking about the effect on SRO Harrelson and his duties. So you were his supervisor, right?
Yes.
And you instructed him to be at the high school instead of at his post at the middle school.
Yes.
If a fight had broken out at the middle school while SRO Harrelson was covering for you at the high school, there wouldn't have been another officer there to prevent it.
There wouldn't have been an officer, but there would have been 3 security officers and the school admin. If it was a fight to break out at any elementary school, there wouldn't be officers there as well.
Okay. If there had been catastrophic event at the middle school, would those security guards have had to respond instead of Officer Harrelson?
If there would have been a catastrophic event, Officer Harrelson would respond, other officers within the department would have responded, security would have responded, it would have been a complete team effort.
By catastrophic event, I'm referring to an active shooter. I hate bringing it back up. How long would it have taken for that news to come across the radio, get everybody's attention, get them out of what they were doing, and let them make it to the middle school?
I couldn't tell you exactly how long that would take.
But would every second count in that instance? Okay. From a PR perspective for the department is providing the services of school resource officers at the high school and the middle school, right?
Yeah.
How do you think it would reflect on the department if an accident happened or a fight broke out and the school resource officer who was supposed to be there couldn't handle it?
Can't exactly say how it would reflect. It wouldn't be the best look, but I just can say it wouldn't be the best look.
You think there'd be a positive news story about that?
No.
Okay. I need to go through the steps of the investigation with you. So tell me who first contacted you about this topic that became an issue.
The first contact I had would be Lieutenant Brady.
Okay. And what was that contact like?
I was on a quarantine. He called, advised that there was, well, he didn't call, he texted me and asked me to call him. Called him, he said that there have been complaints about that Harrelson hadn't been at the middle school for 2 weeks, which wasn't accurate. That conversation went, he asked if Harrelson was going to the middle school. I advised yes. He said that spoken to Harrelson, and he advised that he would be at high school some and would be covering at high school for me. I advised him yes. When I needed him at high school, I'd let him know. I tell him to I shoot him a message and say, hey, need you at high school this morning. And then he advised that, okay, so when you got there, was he going to the high school? I mean, was he going to the middle school? I advised yes. At that point, all that he was, that I understood that he was asking was in reference to, was there ever coverage at the middle school for a 2-week period, which there was.
In the afternoons.
I guess that would be accurate. It was not necessarily afternoon, but morning to late morning to afternoon.
11 and beyond.
9:30, 10, 10 of something from that period.
But not 8 o'clock.
No.
Did you feel guilty at all for casting these aspersions on Officer Harrelson, even unintentionally?
Objection is the formal question.
Sustained.
Did you feel guilty at all that Officer Harrelson had a complaint made about him because he was filling in for you?
I did not feel guilty about the complaint because I didn't feel that the complaint was correct on the information that I obtained, because they made it seem as if there was never anybody at the middle school, and that was not the case. That's the reasoning why.
Okay. But knowing that there had been a complaint, that the principal or an administrator felt that she hadn't seen SRO presence in 2 weeks, whether she was checking that at 8 a.m. or checking that at 2 p.m., didn't you feel a little bad that Harrelson was kind of in hot water because you'd asked him to cover for you?
Harrelson is a good worker, and I did not want him to be in any type of incidents or trouble, whether it was me or any other actions. And I believe that he was doing his job to his duty the way he was asked to do.
Sure, but that's not what I asked you. I asked you if you felt bad that he was in hot water because of what you asked him to do.
Like I said, he was a good officer, and if he was in hot water for something and it was my fault, I would feel guilty.
So in this case, do you feel that it was your fault that he was in hot water?
I don't believe that he was in hot water.
The principal of the school where he was assigned called and made a formal complaint about him not being at his post. That's not hot water?
If you consider, I guess you can consider that hot water.
Okay, so I would just like a yes or no answer. Third time I've asked the question.
He's answered it 3 times too.
He hasn't answered it.
Yes, he has.
He has avoided the question.
He didn't answer that way. Please answer her now, please.
Do you feel bad that you asking Officer Harrelson to cover for you reflected poorly on him and could have gotten him in trouble?
Yes.
Thank you. So you talked to Lieutenant Brady about the complaint. Did Lieutenant Brady, during that phone call, say that SRO Harrelson told him, you asked Officer Harrelson to cover the high school while you were checking on elementary schools? Did Brady say that to you?
Say it one more time.
Did Lieutenant Brady tell you that SRO Harrelson told him you had asked him to cover at the high school while you were checking elementary schools?
I can't say that he said that Officer Harrelson said that that was the reason.
Okay.
I mean, and it's been forever, so I can't honestly tell you the exact words of that, but I cannot recall whether or not he said it. He said that I told him that, but I would assume that that's where he got that from.
Okay. In that conversation, whether he said someone said, or whether he said he understood someone said, did the phrase "you were checking out elementary schools" in some form or fashion come up?
It could have, but at no point did I say that I was checking it.
Do you believe that a lie of omission is still a lie?
I wouldn't necessarily say it was a lie of omission.
I didn't characterize anything as a lie of omission. I said, do you believe that a lie of omission still counts as a lie?
I believe omission is omission.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
I
you.
believe omission is an omission. I think they're two different things. A lie is a lie, and omission is omission.
So is that a no to my question? Is a lie of omission a lie?
I'm really not sure. In my opinion, no.
Okay. I'm looking back at your transcript, which is tab 7. Keep going back there. Actually, you know what? Did you also have an interview with Chief Hibbs? Okay. Let's flip to 24, please. Do you recognize this document?
Page 26.
Yeah, it says 26 on the bottom. It's tab 24.
Yeah.
What is this?
This is a letter of disciplinary report or a pre-disciplinary hearing.
Okay.
For the disciplinary.
And it informs you of the things that you're being investigated for?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move to introduce this as Exhibit 24.
No objection.
And then can we flip to 25? Did your attorney provide you this document before today?
At, about 4 o'clock today.
Okay, but you've seen it before the hearing. Do you know what this is?
Yeah.
And what is it?
The transcript for the pre-disciplinary.
Okay, and
The transcript for the pre-disciplinary hearing.
okay. And who was present at this meeting?
Chief Hibbs and Captain Federick.
Do you recall a discussion during this interview about leading Lieutenant Brady to believe something?
Yeah.
What do you recall about that?
I'm gonna object. The best evidence would be the transcript. If she's asking about something and it's in writing, you should have the opportunity to look at it.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. You have a particular page in mind.
I don't, I'm sorry. Okay, actually I do, page 14. And we're gonna flip over into 15 as well. This is a back and forth between you and the chief. I'm looking at the bottom of 14. And I think for context, the topic here is he's asking you about whether you were authorized to work from home and about the fact that in your interview with Lieutenant Burrow, you had said you were working from home to an extent. That's about halfway down the page. So let's start with Chief Hibbs' paragraph that says, hang on. Can you read from there?
Chief Hill, hang on. You went on to say that not just at home, but sitting in patrol unit, or to get some breakfast from Wendy's, or sit and listen to the radio. Okay. When you say that you were at home, let's see how to word this to an extent. I think that's misleading to say you're kind of at home, or you were justifying this by saying you're in uniform, listening to the radio, but you're not there. Jeffrey Tillman, I don't, what you say, I don't think that I was lying, saying if it's a white lie, or I guess I'm not understanding. Chief Hughes, there's a difference between different type of lies, right? Are you misleading him by saying you're working? Myself, as far as Burrow, Fields, you're working, but you're not. Myself, as far as Fields, and you said to an extent, yeah, to Burrow, yeah. No, myself, no, I don't feel like I was misleading. I feel like I was telling him, or like I just told you, I'm in uniform. I've got both my radios on, and I'm able to respond. And that's what I meant by that.
Okay, thank you. Can you flip over to page 22? I know this is long, but I think this goes to the heart of what we're getting at. Captain Betterton is speaking right after the half point of the page. He says, so when Brady told you that he was under the impression that you were checking the middle in elementary schools, so when he asked you on these days while you're checking the elementary schools, you knew. Did you know that he was? You knew he was asking you if you had checked the middle. What I'm saying is, when he says on these days here, after you check the middle school or the elementary schools, is that when Harrelson goes to the middle school? And you say,
yeah.
And then he asked again, so the question is, after you check the elementary schools, is that when Harrelson goes to the middle school and you say yes? And you start to say something, but don't answer. And I think here's the crux of it. Captain Betterton says, you just didn't correct what he's asking you. And what did you say?
Right. I didn't correct, yeah. I didn't correct what he was asking. He was asking me in reference to what Harold told me.
And it goes on, this is kind of a lot of crosstalk, but if you'll skip down to halfway down the page, Chief Hibbs starts with, you knew. Can you read that exchange starting there? Really just those four is fine.
Chief Hughes, you knew that you hadn't been to any of the other schools. He was under the impression that you had been. He's under the impression that you're doing your job, right? And you knew you hadn't, right?
And did you respond to that question?
Here's
Okay, so did you understand throughout this interview that the accusation was that Lieutenant Brady was under the impression you were checking elementary schools in the mornings when you were not at the high school?
say it for me again.
During this interview, did you understand that the accusation against you was that Lieutenant Brady was under the impression you were checking elementary schools while you were not at the high school?
I understood that was his understanding.
Okay, and did you admit throughout this transcript that you did not correct him of that misunderstanding?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that is deceptive?
It could be seen that way.
Okay. Throughout your interview with Chief Hibbs, he gave you multiple opportunities to explain yourself, right?
Yep.
And to give any kind of excuse for why you weren't at your post. Did you have any excuse?
I don't have any excuse. I just have what the case was, what I was dealing with, and how it influenced my decisions.
There's been a lot of talk of therapy, of the EAP program at the department. Had you ever reached out to utilize those services?
Not within the department.
Okay. And had you reached out to other services outside the department?
Yes, we've done some with the ministry.
Did you let anybody in the department know that you were struggling, that you needed help? Okay. Do you strike that? Do you contest that you didn't receive any of the notices we've been through, that you got notice of the investigation, notice of the Garrity warning? We can go through them one by one.
You said that I contest that I did not get any of them?
Yeah, do you claim that you didn't receive any of these things that are in the binder?
No, I believe I received.
Okay. At what point, well, actually, did you ever become aware of the disciplinary review board's recommendation before your termination?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So at what point did you become aware of your termination?
At what point did I become aware of my termination?
Mm-hmm.
On the date of the termination.
Okay. And Did you, let's flip.
I would advise that the recommendation was different from what
Who advised you that the recommendation was different?
Chief,
Okay. And what did he say about that?
that he, that the board recommended something, but he was going to do something different.
Okay. Can we flip to number 26? I just want to make sure that I've introduced 25, which is the transcript of the pre-disciplinary hearing. I think that I did.
I'm not sure you did, but I have no objection to it.
Okay, thanks.
I think the reference step is getting.
Okay, well, I'd like to move to introduce that and 26. Mr. Tillman, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
The termination letter.
Okay, and does it list the reasons for your termination?
Yes, sir.
And how many reasons were there?
3 policy violations.
Okay, and what were those 3 policy violations?
Policy 7A, section H, unbecoming conduct. JPD policy 7-8, section J, attention to duty. And JPD policy section, policy 7-8, section R, false statement.
Do you deny that you violated these 3 policies?
I can understand the first 2 as far as the unbecoming conduct and attention to duty. I don't believe that I made a false statement to Lieutenant Brady, or that I believe that the timesheet, they're saying that the timesheet was falsified, but I believe that me being available to respond in 10-8 was the reasoning for me putting the time on the timesheet.
So that's the reasoning, but is it truthful?
I believe that at the time that it was okay.
Would you accept from your subordinate a timesheet that said, I worked from 8 to 4, but they were not at their post until 11 a.m.?
I would definitely have questions about it.
Why would you have questions about that?
Because I would need to know what they were doing at that time and what's the reason for it.
And what were you doing at the time when you wrote down and signed that you were working at your post, doing your duty?
Objection as a form of question. It doesn't say that on the timesheet.
When you signed that you were working at 8 a.m. and your job description requires you to be on campus at 8 a.m., what were you doing in those unaccounted for hours?
In those hours, I was dressed in uniform in my vehicle.
Every day?
Yes, I would say that I was dressed in prepared to take calls, had radios on in my vehicle.
Were you prepared to take calls if you were sitting there trying to clear your head?
If a call was to come through, that would be the priority.
Did any calls come through during those hours over 2 weeks?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And it's your testimony here today that you were dressed, ready to go at 8 a.m. every one of those days, sitting in your patrol car.
It's my testimony that I was dressed, ready to go at 8 a.m. every morning. If I was standing outside of my patrol car, if I was sitting in the patrol car, I was dressed and ready to go every morning.
At 8 o'clock?
Yes, which means and around 8 o'clock, I can say. I can't say exactly every morning, exactly 8 o'clock a.m. But I can say in the general time frame of 8 o'clock, yes, I was.
You have kids, don't you?
I do.
And they go to school here in Jacksonville? Where do they go to school?
I'm right.
And do you typically take them to school in the morning?
Okay, yes.
Okay. But occasionally, do you do it more of the time or your wife more of the time?
Probably me more.
Okay. And what's the timeline for you dropping them off at school?
Anywhere from between, they have to be dropped off before 8 o'clock.
How early can you drop them off?
I believe it's like 7:15, somewhere around there. 7:30 maybe, between that time.
When do you typically drop them off?
Between 7:30, 7:45, between 7:30 and 8 o'clock.
Okay, so between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, you drop off your kids at Homer Atkins?
Yes.
Are you dressed at that point?
Will usually be at least semi-dressed, may not have my duty belt on, or I had a outer carrier, so the outer carrier just slides on. So I can't say that every time I was dressed, every time I wasn't.
Okay. So what would you do after dropping off your kids between 7:30 and 8 when you weren't fully dressed yet?
Come right back to the house and throw my vest on and my duty belt.
Okay. What about the day that your GPS pinged at the school at 7:58? That you were dropping off your kids at 7:58? Were you fully dressed and ready to go into work that day?
I can't tell you whether or not I was fully dressed at that point.
Can you get from your kids' school to your home inside, get fully dressed, and get back in your car in 2 minutes?
No, not too.
Okay, so if that were the case, if there were GPS evidence that you were at your kid's school at 7:58 one day, and it's your testimony that you don't drop them off fully dressed,
Objection, mischaracterization.
it's your testimony that you drop them off partially dressed, is it possible for you to have gotten across town and be in your car ready as you said you were every morning by 8 o'clock?
It's possible. And when I say it's possible, it's because there's been times where I would drop them off at school, maybe have forgotten their folder or something like that, and come back to the school in uniform in my patrol.
Okay, what if that were the day that you claimed that you checked on that school and camera footage showed that you actually just walked up to the door, dropped your kids off, and said hi to the staff and counted that as a check-in?
I mean, that would be, if that's the day, that would just be the case.
And so on that day, it would have been impossible for you to be ready 10/8 sitting in your car by 8 o'clock?
No. Because there were multiple, like I said, there were days that I have come back to the school fully dressed in my patrol unit to drop off. So I can't say if that was that day or not. But I have come up to the door, dropped off my folders, full uniform, spoke to the staff.
Okay, well, let's not belabor the minutes, but I would like you to account for the 22 hours of sitting in your car. What about the day that your GPS shows that you went over to your parents' house? What were you doing on that day?
I can't tell you exactly what I was doing, but I went to my parents' house, which is in Jacksonville as well. This one of the days that I kind of rode around, rode from there, from my house to my parents' house. But I can't tell you exactly what I was doing in that moment.
Are there any schools in between your house and your parents' house?
Yes, sir.
Did you drive past them and check in?
I drove past, I can't say that I checked in.
Okay. did you at one point in your testimony to Lieutenant Burrow claim that you were driving around and checking into the elementary schools?
I'd have to look back and see where.
I mean, we can read through it. Do you remember if you did?
I don't remember necessarily saying that I checked in. It's possible though. I'd have to look back at it to see. It's been a
Okay.
while.
And do you recall later telling Lieutenant Burrow that no, you didn't go in, you just drove by?
Yes, I did tell him that I didn't go in, but I would drive by.
Do you recall that you only told him that you didn't go in after he presented you with GPS and key log proof that you never went in elementary school?
I don't believe that any time, I'd have to look back, but I don't believe that any time that I told him that I went in.
If you use the language, I was checking in on elementary schools, is it reasonable for Lieutenant Burrow to believe that you were doing more than just driving by without stopping?
Objection as a form of question, speculation on what the lieutenant may reasonably believe or not. Could have asked him that.
Did you purposely use language that was misleading in your testimony to Lieutenant Burrow?
No, I don't believe I purposely misled.
Did you feel caught once you've been confronted with this evidence?
No, I'm not gonna say I felt caught because I didn't say that any of it didn't happen.
Did you feel like you needed to cover some tracks or downplay the situation?
I believe that I told Burrow what happened.
Did you choose your language very carefully?
I guess you could say I chose the language carefully, but when you were speaking, I mean, you don't want to, I did not want to lie. So it was, I'm not going to, I mean, of course you pick your words carefully. I'm not going to, I wasn't trying to lie to Burrow.
Isn't the truth usually the easiest thing to say?
Yeah.
So it's your testimony, looking back at number 26, the termination letter, that you did not make a false statement to anyone in the department.
Yes, I don't believe that I made a false statement.
Do you believe that the timesheets you submitted were truthful?
At the time, I believe that me being available was, I won't necessarily say justified, but me being available was the reasoning for what I put on the timesheet.
I'm asking you today, do you believe that the timesheets you submitted are an honest representation of the work you did in your job as an SRO?
I believe that I was available at all times during that.
That's not my question. Do you believe that the timesheets you submitted are an accurate, truthful representation of the work you actually did pursuant to your job duties as an SRO?
The timesheet would not represent me being at the school at that time.
So is that a yes or a no to my question?
It would not be accurate.
So the timesheets are not accurate.
Objection to ask and answer.
Great. Are you still saying that not correcting Lieutenant Brady's understanding was not dishonest?
Objection, ask and answer. We're gonna be here till 3 o'clock in the morning at this rate.
I didn't ask that question before.
Proceed on. Go ahead and make your point, Council.
Will you answer my question, please?
Will you repeat it for me?
Yes. I can remember it. Do you believe that in not correcting Lieutenant Brady's understanding that you were going by the elementary schools, that you were being truthful?
I did not tell him that information. And by me not correcting him, I cannot say that I was being truthful. I feel that you have to say something for it to be truthful or for it to be a lie. I did not correct him. That was not the best situation or best thing to do.
So you just left a misunderstanding to stand?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you believe that making multiple different statements about what you were doing during those unaccounted for hours to Lieutenant Burrow in his investigation interview in any way constitutes a false statement?
I believe that there was multiple day period that I was attempting to remember, and I believe that everything that I told Burrow happened at some point.
So you're saying that you did go into an elementary school and check on it,
No,
like you told Burrow?
Can you show me where I told Burrow that I went?
Yes, I can. Please turn section 7. It'll just take me just a second. In the interest of speed, I'll point out one thing, and if I find the other, then we'll go with that too. But on page 3, we've already read this part. You say in the biggest paragraph on the page, midway through, that starts at "not at," halfway through that paragraph, you say, "I can say that there has been mornings where I was going by the elementary schools. There have been mornings where I've driven by." Then later, after Burrow presents you with GPS evidence, you tell him, "Well, no, I was just sitting in my car, kind of 10-8, clearing my head." On page 9. What you read out loud while the sirens were going off.
I mean, we plowed this ground twice already. I mean, she asked him a specific question. He asked her to show him where he said he went in the schools, and she hasn't done that yet.
I'm going to pass the witness.
Mr. Tillman, where did you grow up?
Initially, grew up in Detroit, moved here in 2000. I've been in Jacksonville since December of '99.
Did you graduate from school here or in Detroit?
Graduated from Jacksonville High School.
And what year was that?
2009.
And what did you do after you got out of high school before you went to work for the PD?
Right out of high school, I went off to college, played some college football, came back and worked at Walmart and Dick's Sporting Goods and Conway.
Okay, and who strike that? Was Lieutenant Washington ever your shift lieutenant?
Yes, he was at one point he was.
And who was your sergeant?
Oh, at that time, I believe it was Peggy Stallings.
And did you and Stallings have a problem?
Yes, sir.
Did she use the N-word in the department?
Not towards me, but it was about that she had used it in a situation.
She get fired for that?
I don't know if that was the situation that she got fired for. I don't believe it was that. I believe it was something after that.
So the department thinks people using the N-word as a police officer is the acceptable behavior. Does it?
Objection.
You opened up the door about the department has to look out for the public's view of the department, and if they approved or didn't terminate somebody for using the N-word in today's world, that is a damnation of them.
We are talking about the department and the chief today dealing with this situation. We are not talking about every sin of the department in the past.
I'll sustain that.
Now, did you do wrong?
Yes.
Do you still want to work for the department?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you should be punished for it?
Of course.
And what do you think you should be suspended?
I believe that the suspension that was recommended was suitable. I believe it was fair.
Okay, does the department have a wellness unit?
I don't necessarily know if there's a wellness unit, but they do offer the counseling service.
Well, do they encourage it, or is it sort of one of those things that, well, you know, if you do it, you're showing a sign of weakness?
I'm not going to necessarily say that they encourage it or show a sign of weakness, but it's kind of one of the things that's not talked about a lot. It's there, but it's not that it's not something that everybody talks about.
And now, how many, we talked about children, how many children do you have?
Four boys.
You and your wife having marital problems?
We are.
Have you looked at getting professional counseling?
Looked at it. Tried some in the past with a preacher, but we looked at it but hadn't gone through it.
Do you think you could be an effective officer?
I do.
Are you asking what are you asking the commission to do tonight?
I'm asking that the commission would place me back in the department and overturn the termination into a suspension.
You may ask.
I understand that I didn't make the best decisions in what was going on. There was a lot that I was dealing with, and it's hard in this line of work to go ask for help when you're the person that's supposed to be helped. I've learned just from the situation that, you know, you have to be able to go and seek that help, because it can drive you to a point that you can't come back from, or it can make you make decisions that can affect the rest of your life. So I'm asking that this commission would look at reinstating me and turning the termination over into a suspension, because I understand that I made a mistake understand that it wasn't the best decision. But I love the city, I love this department, I believe that I can still do a lot of good within the department and within the city.
Pass the witness to the commission or read
All
it.
right.
It's critical for an officer to be truthful, right?
Yes.
And it's critical for the citizens of your community to be able to trust you. It's critical for your students to be able to trust you if you're an SRO. This role as an SRO, the role you're asking to be reinstated to, is one where you said you are the person who helps students seek help when they need it. So why didn't you do that for yourself?
It's a lot easier said than done, I guess you could say. When you are in a position to help, it's hard to sometimes look back and find the help for yourself. When you feel that all the weight is on you to make sure that everybody else around you is safe or is good. I've always kind of been the person to deal with my issues on my own. And in this profession, it's not to say it's good, because it's not, but it happens. That's why things like suicide and everything else are so common, because when you're a protector, or when you have to be in the line of fire, or when you have to do this or you have to do that for everyone else, you put yourself on the back line.
You said that you're still having marital problems with your wife.
Yes.
Has anything at home improved since this incident?
Can't necessarily say it's improved, but it is, we're currently just kind of roommates and living together because of financial reasons right now. So looks like it's probably heading towards the end, so.
Sorry to hear that, but how can we know that you won't become overwhelmed by what's happening at home again if you were to be reinstated?
Well, just going through this situation has been a huge eye-opener. And if I was reinstated, then I would take full, I would definitely look into the services. I would take whatever was available, because I've seen what holding all of it in can do, so.
I just want to clarify that you have never been authorized to work from home. Is that correct?
I think that's been asked and answered how many times?
I never asked him. I asked Lieutenant Burrow.
You read the transcript.
I don't think she, we can check, but I don't think she asked him specifically.
I have not discussed this with this witness.
Go ahead.
Proceed.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. So when you were sitting at home, when you claimed you were ready, was that authorized work?
No, it would be considered authorized.
So claiming that you were working when you weren't authorized to work where you were sitting.
I wasn't authorized, but my understanding of it within myself, I felt that I was able to.
Is the department bound by your understanding within yourself?
Objection, we've already plowed this ground, several times. I mean, and it's also beyond the scope of my cross-examination. She could have gone into it at first.
Any questions for the witness?
No.
Any questions for the witness, commissioners? Okay.
No more questions for him.
You may step down, sir. Thank you. You have any more witnesses from the city?
Yes, one more, the chief.
You said one more beside the chief?
No, just one more.
Before we start, can we excuse everybody else out there so we can go home? They gotta work tomorrow.
Those are my witnesses. I'm sorry, but I'm not willing to excuse them.
Okay.
I think that as they've called their witnesses, we excuse them. If there's any of their witnesses out there,
Oh, I didn't know you had any out there, Council.
I have the entire disciplinary review board.
We're willing to stipulate to the review board's decision. We've introduced it into evidence. That would
No,
speed things
I want
along.
them to talk and explain why they came up with it. The cities explain why they think he should be terminated. I think I have a right to have other officers.
You have a right for us to hear your witnesses, Council.
All right. Would you state your name for the record?
Brett Hughes, Chief Police,
How long have you been at Jacksonville Police Department?
25 years.
And when were you promoted to chief?
To Chief, I think it was August 20th.
Have you worked with Mr. Tillman?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, as lieutenant, I was lieutenant over support services. I ran support services up until becoming interim chief. And I was basically doing what Lieutenant Brady is doing now. I was the lieutenant over that division and over the SROs. So I supervised him as a lieutenant.
Okay. Who brought Mr. Tillman's performance issues to your attention in September of 2020?
I believe that was Lieutenant Brady.
Okay. At that point, had an internal affairs investigation already begun?
No.
Okay. How did that internal affairs
They
investigation?
brought the issues that the school district had. And once he started learning about a little bit about it, it didn't look too good. So I wanted an investigation. So I called Lieutenant Burrows into the office and asked him to start an investigation on it.
When you say it didn't look too good, why were you concerned about the complaint?
Well, the school district, I thought it was odd that the school district in Oldham didn't go to Tillman, who's the one they work with every day. They went to Brady. And that kind of raised a red flag to me. Instead of going to Tillman, who they work with every day, they went to Brady. And then they were, Brady at this time did not suspect anything like where we are right now. Any of the things that were found in investigation, he did not have a clue of any of that stuff was going to come out. So it kind of blindsided him, but there was some discrepancies about where Tillman was, where Harrelson was, and what was going on. So there was a lot of questions, so that's why I wanted an investigation to clear those.
Okay. Were you involved in the investigation process at all?
Not until the pre-disciplinary hearing.
Okay. Did you review Lieutenant Burrows' IA investigation report?
I did.
What do you recall were the findings of that investigation?
Attention to duty, false statement, and I think unbecoming conduct.
Mm-hmm. Were any of those red flags to you?
Yes.
Which ones?
Especially I think the biggest one would be the false statement.
Why is that?
The false statement, I consider false statement in our policy a death sentence to a career. Because once you've made a false statement, it's hard to gain your credibility back. It's hard to, once we determine a false statement of an officer and we sustain that, we have to send a letter to the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor's office is then aware that jeopardizes, or at least comes into question any cases that they have to testify in. And then around the department, the officers in the past have not wanted them involved in any cases that they worked. And so it's been done different ways by previous chiefs before me. So I learned from the previous chiefs, but also the city got sued over some stuff like that when they hired Chief Herwig, who was found to be a Brady officer in another state. And then the city got sued. They removed him, and then we had the whole Allerson situation.
You're not saying that someone who had a sustained finding of making a false statement could never testify,
No. I'm
but
just-
there are implications for the prosecution?
That's correct. My understanding is the prosecutor's office has a file of those officers, and anytime a case comes up, they send the personnel file or that investigation file to the judge. The judge looks at it and determines whether or not they'll be allowed to testify. I believe is how it works.
And just to be clear, regardless of the outcome here tonight, whether the termination is upheld, whether he's reinstated with different discipline, the fact that there's a sustained charge of false statement doesn't change. Is that correct?
It does not change. It's still on his file.
So is there any way for that to be removed from his file?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because it's been sustained by investigation?
Correct.
So what can you do with an officer who has a sustained charge of making a false statement?
I don't believe there's anything I can do. You can't take them off the street. You can't put them you could put them in the back corner of the police department doing something, but anything they do will be enforcement related. Enforcement requires testimony, citations, arrests, all of that. So all of those things are always in jeopardy.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. After you learned the outcome of Lieutenant Burrows' investigation, that he'd sustained all the charges, what did you do next?
Well, I think when he brought me the investigation, that's when I ordered the disciplinary review board.
Okay, and so is the next step after that a pre-disciplinary hearing?
Yes, I'm sorry. When he brought me the file of his findings, then I did have the pre-disciplinary review board, and then at the same time we scheduled, for a few days later, we scheduled the review board. I do the hearing first and then the board.
Okay. And we've already introduced the transcript from that hearing. Does anything stand out in your mind that was just really telling about that interview with Mr. Tillman?
In my pre-disciplinary, yeah, a couple of things that just thinking over the last little bit of testimony was that he would text Carlson 7:20, 7:30 in the morning and ask him to go to the school. And this is before Tillman even left the house. So he knew before he even took his kids to school, before he was dressed, that he wasn't going to school for a couple of hours. And that stood out to me because all the testimony I just heard said that he would be ready around 8 o'clock. It wasn't pointed out he wouldn't show up till 2-3 hours later. And so sitting in his car listening to radio for 2 to 3 hours just does not make any sense to me. Also, I think there was, I forgot what it was, but there was a few other things that stood out. Mainly the statements of driving. First he said he drove around the schools, drove by them. He checked on them but didn't go in. But then he drove by them. Then we found out that wasn't even true according to GPS. He didn't even go by the schools. He was at home for 2 or 3 hours at a time. Maybe one day it was 4. And so that was the main things that stood out. That none of that was true.
Can you speak to your view of the timesheets and what constitutes falsification?
Yeah, well, he fills out his timesheet. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. They finish at 4. But if he wouldn't show up, he's sitting at home, doesn't show up to the school 2-3 hours later, he's not at work. That's falsifying a document. Same thing to me as a false statement. And not to mention that he's showing that he's not at home. I'm sorry, he's at home, not at work, and he's getting paid, which is that.
And you haven't made any sort of step toward prosecuting him for that theft, just to clarify, right?
It crossed my mind at first. We decided not to seek any prosecution, only the disciplinary process that would normally do.
Okay. After that pre-disciplinary hearing, are you the one that calls for the disciplinary review board?
Well, I am, I guess, but it's the process, it's in the policy, so it's not that I have to call it, it's just part of what we do.
Okay. In your mind, as far as mitigation, what effect does the fact that Mr. Tillman had Officer Harrelson cover for him at the high school, so the high school technically wasn't left exposed, does that have any bearing on this situation?
It does, you know, like Oldham said, we used to have 4 SROs. It would be nice to have that again, but we have 2. When Tillman was here, we had 2. I had 2 schools covered at least, but one he wasn't showing up, and we had to take from one school and cover his spot that took from that time at that school. The middle school doesn't have as many problems as the high school. Kids are bigger, but we do still have the same issues at the middle school. And so having 2 SROs, I can cover 2 schools. When he's not coming to work and he's sitting at home and that school is not covered, that is an issue for me, yeah.
Okay. You said the disciplinary review board is part of the process. Is there always a disciplinary review board, or only for certain charges, or?
No, only when it's something that could, something that's serious in nature as this, or when the steps of progressive discipline have reached after reprimand. After reprimand would come the other process, which is suspension, demotion, or termination. So if they've had reprimand, up to reprimand, that's the next step automatically. Sometimes things warrant are serious in nature and warrant a much harsher response.
So under your progressive discipline policy, it doesn't have to be step by step if
No.
there's something much more serious.
Correct.
Okay. What is the role of the review board?
That is an interesting question. Somebody said it pretty clearly earlier. Basically, if we didn't have a review board, I would make the decisions of the punishment on my own. The review board just gives me another outlet, number one, another opinion. And number two, it's a group of their peers, people that work with them, that are also looking at all the facts of the case and making a determination. And so it is just that in our policy, it's a recommendation. A lot of HEs don't do the review board. That was something Sipe started when he came here, and we still do it to this day. But all it is a recommendation, and it's other people, and it just keeps me fair. It keeps me from being, like somebody said, firing somebody because I don't like them or something. So I have another outlet that looks at the same evidence that I do and makes a determination.
Do you like Mr. Tillman?
I get along with Tillman great. I like Tillman. I'd almost say I love Tillman because we've gotten along good. This wasn't personal. It was administrative because of what was done. It was the only thing I had. It was the only choice that I felt that I could make at the time. But Tillman has supported me at becoming interim chief. I've asked a lot of questions of him. We know with all the protests going on in the country, race relations crisis and all that stuff, he's somebody I can count on.
After all of this, can you still count on him?
After seeing this, I've lost a lot of trust. It's going to be hard to trust.
Okay. We skipped a little bit. When you got the disciplinary review board's recommendation, is there any record of what the disciplinary review board says or does in their closed room?
Only the letter that they all sign at the end of it, and it says what their findings are, but they all sign a letter. They write their findings down, and that's the only record.
Okay. And
no
you
recordings or anything.
You don't get to ask them any questions about?
I don't normally ask them any questions. Of course, I've only had a couple of these, but on this one, I did not talk to the board at all. I didn't talk to them beforehand because I didn't want to taint the board. But I felt like with the charges that were levied against Tillman, the only option in this one, because of the Brady officer perspective, the only option is termination. But I didn't go into the board and tell them that. I want them to make up their own mind because I didn't want to taint their opinions. So they're not looking at it the same way I am. But I didn't.
Do you know whether the review board understood the Brady implications?
I don't think they did.
Okay.
I don't know if they considered that or not. In fact, when they were done with the board, I didn't talk to them. I think Borough brought me the letter after it was over.
Okay. So obviously, did you agree with their recommendation for an 8-day suspension?
No.
We've gone over why it's so problematic. Under the policy of the department, does the chief have to follow the recommendation of the disciplinary review board?
No.
Okay.
Theirs is just a recommendation.
Okay. You said you've only had a few so far.
I have had a few, and on the others, I followed the board's recommendation.
Okay.
On this one, I just couldn't.
Do you feel like you sometimes have to make hard decisions that peers of an employee might be hesitant to make?
All the decisions have been hard.
Okay. If Mr. Tillman were to be reinstated, where could you use him in your department?
I couldn't use them anywhere. We had the same situation with Albertson, and I didn't agree with the way that one was done, but they put him in support services and took him off the street. They didn't tell him he was a Brady officer and all that. I had to do it with him. But he still at times did enforcement and stuff, and there's really nowhere in the department where you can go.
Just because the department may have made a mistake in following policy in the past, should you be bound to do it the same way?
No.
Okay.
I would like to learn from the mistakes of the past, but that's not even a policy that I have. I don't know of a whole lot of procedures for the whole Brady stuff anyways. But
As a new chief, how important is it to you that you maintain the integrity of your department?
Well, there's a lot of weight on my shoulders to hold that standard, but it's the standard that the officers at the department want. And it's just not just my standard, but I've had a lot of them come to me about even this, what the outcome of this tonight. You know, what would I do? And the officers in the department want to hold that standard also. And so it's not just my standard or my opinion, but it is ultimately my decision set to the end that holds that standard, but it's what the officers want.
Pass it on.
Council, we've been at this for 2 hours and 25 minutes. Can we take a 5-minute break?
We can make it a 10-minute break.
How many more have you got out there?
There's
Four. Let's stick with 5. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Recess for right now.
Get up.
You've been sitting there for 2 hours. You didn't hit that one.
I just wondered if over here or anything.
Okay,
Aaron. Hell, I can't hardly get walking.
That is church, goes to communities, it does work like they came to Jacksonville, they maybe you go to come by like your minister here in the street. People y'all might know that need wheelchair ramps, they don't have money. And then the kids might come to Bentonville and have a different experience, whether it's Fordyce or North Little Rock or whatever, and do church in the evening during the week, they're there to do whatever projects that come up. We used to do it where we had a professional photographer, a woman that did Santa Claus with me at State Capitol for that 5 or 7 for race and sex discrimination. But anyway, Bailey came up with the idea of offering people that for a contribution. I would come by their house in my truck and the kids could come outside and I could go through the Santa Claus routine, and then they had pictures with me because my license plate is Santa C. And so anyway, there's a whole page of pictures of it in the Sunday Democrat.
Oh.
And then we came out with another one where people are making a contribution, and I do and they'll tell Bailey what the children are want for Christmas and that, and so I'll do record a video that can be sent to the parent, and the parent can show, Santa. I do stuff like, okay, they might tell me that Brett wants Legos. I say, well, Brett, I understand you want Legos, but you're gonna have to be on Santa's good list. And I understand, that you sometimes fight with your brother or your sister or whatever, and they're on Santa's naughty list.
I'll make it work out.
That's funny.
And then we're supposed to this past Sunday do a drive through the neighborhood in Little Rock, Pleasant Valley, and just waiting from the truck. And
It's rough.
and we decided we did do it Sunday because of the weather. And we're hoping this Sunday is because the person that's with the neighborhood association they made $1,000 contribution for it.
We're running out of time though.
But I mean, we canceled the FOP, the North Carolina Fire, Ron McDonald House Children's Hospital, Toys for Tots.
Our FOP decided finally to do a shop in the top. They waited till the last minute. We didn't do any fundraising this year.
Well, I mean, mine on what I'm saying, the FOP is when they have the FOP Christmas party for the children of the officers. I've done that in the past, so it's sort of.
We didn't do that this
year. Nobody did. Fire, North Little Rock, last couple of years, they go around, the fire department usually goes around to the schools and get the names of the families that the children would benefit from a bicycle.
Right.
And then like Walmart would maybe donate 100 bicycles.
Wow.
And they would bring and helmets. And they have them come in, I'd give them their bike. We had somebody there that did the helmet and all that. So, but none of that. I mean, I was supposed to have gone and got tested for cancer I had, and decided that I wasn't going to go back to Washington State until the reason I went out there. I know that I saw the puzzle look in your face. I got a skin cancer called Merkel that there's only about 2,500 cases of it annually in the whole United States. But it's a very invasive, quick one. We think we got it all, but like my dermatologist, he's been a dermatologist for 21 years, and I was his third case.
Really?
So there's nobody here that really
I guess not.
Studies that.
You have to go all the way to Washington?
They have it at the Seattle Cancer Alliance, where Win Rockefeller went. But I mean, they got a national study with about 800. So, I mean, you're not going to import from one place that really, you're going to have to make things.
No.
So they developed a treatment, and so far, I have to have the testing every 3 months for 2 years. But they radiated. When I was out there, I had neck surgery, 2, 3 back surgery. These doctors are.
Dogs without
I had
rotator cuff surgery.
Nerves.
Oh, man.
You just taped together.
My wife heard Dr. Higgins. He's a breast cancer.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, I mean,
Yeah,
my GP said, I've never heard of it.
That's one thing we're putting up.
I mean, I'm not knocking him. My daughter's dermatologist, been for 25 years, and he said he would see two cases.
Like that $5 or $6.
So it's just one of those, and I'd rather go, someplace that writes paper at it. You can tell they're more academic because besides all the normal doctor stuff, the radiology guy.
Yeah,
the
it's
head of the
25.
program, PhDs.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started back up. So, Council, you may proceed with your questions.
Thank you. Chief Hibbs, what is strike that. We've talked about the review board, and I want to concentrate on it for a minute. The policies of the department, those are approved, are they not, by the city council?
They are.
So the need for a review board was something that your city council said should happen.
I'm sorry, let me correct that. I meant approved by the Civil Service Commission. Our policies go and they get approved by the Civil Service Commission, not the council.
Okay, do your rules and regulations get approved by the council?
Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware that the civil service statute requires the rules and regulations of the department to be approved by the city council? I think it's 1451-303 is in that. You read the civil service statute?
I have a big book on my desk that I've been learning a lot of new stuff on.
Okay, and I understood from the lieutenant's Burroughs statement earlier that y'all are trying to get accredited.
Yeah, he was trying to refer to ALEAP, which is Arkansas Law Enforcement, I forget the rest, accreditation for police, and it's through the Arkansas Chiefs of Police Association.
Okay.
And it's based on the national accreditation called CALIA. And we started doing CALIA many years ago. We hated it. It's expensive. And then when the Arkansas Chiefs of Police Conference or Association came out with their version, which is much smaller, easier to obtain, and less money, we started working on that.
Does this, I know the federal, not the federal, but the national one that like the state police is certified by, and CALIA and the Little Rock, North Little Rock.
Right.
I think there may be, I don't know if there's any other department.
Conway. And I'm not sure about North Little Rock, but Little Rock is.
And that one has a wellness unit component as one of the requirements. Does the state one have a wellness requirement?
I don't know that it has a requirement, but what we have is a benefit that the city provides to all employees.
You know what I mean when I say a wellness unit? That's where the department has officers who are trained. There's a state statute that gives the communications with those officers. It makes it privileged. Are you familiar at all with that?
We don't have that.
So does the department encourage officers to get mental health, or just sort of, hey, that's one of the city benefits if you want it?
I can tell you that since becoming interim chief and chief that I've sent 2 or 3 people to our EAP.
Has that been for shooting situations or others?
No, other situations.
I'm not gonna intentionally not gonna ask you about them where we don't indirectly somehow breach somebody's confidentiality, okay? Do you have any regular roll call training on, hey, if you're having problems?
Yeah, there's lots of training out there for it. Like right now, there's webinars and stuff. I just got an email about one the other day.
Different
Right,
question.
we-
Mine is where you at your roll calls or your, in-service training that you say, look, folks, we know you all have problems come up, whether it's marital, whether it's drinking, whether it's depression, and we really, you can go and talk to so-and-so confidential, and the department won't hold it against you and will cooperate on you making doctor's appointments.
I would say that our roll call training is only 15 minutes long, and it's more of a safety briefing.
Okay.
Or sharing information from the previous shift. And so you mentioned in-service, I think. And so we have done that in the past, but it's probably been a little bit.
Okay, and so Officer Tillman told you that basically, as I've read it, and I'm sure the commission will read all the documents we introduced before they make a decision, that, yeah, I did wrong. He never denied that what he did was wrong, did he?
No.
He, we got the timeshares, the timesheets, they are what they are, okay? We can have our own view of it. But there seems to be a real big disconnect between Lieutenant Brady's understanding of the conversation with Tillman and Tillman's response, and also big with Brady and Harrelson. I mean, Harrelson and Brady, you can't reconcile those, can you? One said, he told me, the other one says, no, I didn't.
I wasn't following that line of questioning like you're asking it now, because I didn't see it the same way, but maybe because I knew something more about it, I don't know.
Well, you have Tillman saying he never told Brady that, Harrelson never told Brady that, hey, Tillman told me he was going to the elementary schools. I assumed he was.
He assumed it from months earlier when he had told him that. I think was where the confusion was.
But Brady says he told him that Tillman told him that he was going to be at the elementary schools on those days. Didn't he?
Brady said that?
Yeah, Brady said that that Harrelson had said, he told me he's going to be checking the elementary schools.
From what I recall, Harrelson said he thought he was going to be at the elementary school, or just assumed that he was, and said that to Brady, but he wasn't for sure. He just.
I think the record will reflect differently.
I may have learned too much about it. I can't remember now, but I've heard different versions of that.
Now, and I understand that you said you don't have a great understanding of the Brady versus Maryland.
I'm not an expert on it, no.
So you don't know whether this officer would even, the defense attorney would even be allowed to bring up about the falsification, quote unquote, of the timesheets, do you?
I'm not understanding that.
Okay, you understand that the defense attorney may be able to get his disciplinary history.
Right.
Whether it can be used in court or not is solely up to the judge, correct?
Correct.
So you're not telling this commission that the judges are going to necessarily let these in, are you? You don't know.
That's up to the judge.
And are you familiar with the case involving Trooper Mitch Grant, where the Court of Appeals?
No. Is it out of Texarkana?
Nope.
Oh, I didn't know.
So when you said there was no place you could use him, you're saying that you're not willing to use him and let the courts decide what they're going to decide. Isn't that a better statement? You can use him. He's qualified to do the job, did a good job except for those 2 weeks from everything I've heard, correct?
I would say so, yes.
I mean, how many officers don't have a verbal warning or in their file?
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if you have some verbal warnings back.
I have at least one.
We're not going, I'm not going to go through them because I mean,
Not that I
those,
agree with you.
well, would you agree with the one where you got the verbal warning on the social media?
I didn't know, from reading what I read there, I don't understand.
Well, neither did I, but he got the warning. And that was a different administration, correct? And you're familiar with his supervisor that used the N-word while as a police officer? And she wasn't fired, was she? For that?
She was eventually, I don't remember what came out of that, but,
2 days suspension.
okay. I didn't remember that.
Huh?
I didn't remember that.
I think that's what Robert Washington told me. You agree that that was proper punishment?
No.
You said there was no way to get it off. So you're telling me if the commission made a finding that there was not a false statement to Lieutenant Brady, the other stuff, I mean, he's admitted he did those. Brady's the biggest, is the argument on.
Are you saying the Brady officer perspective of it?
I'm sorry, we got 2 Bradys.
Yeah.
I did not make my question clear. If the commission found that
The board?
this body found that there was not substantial proof of a lie on his conversation with Lieutenant Brady.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to object. That's not the question before the commission tonight.
You got it listed as one of the grounds that he was untruthful to.
The question before the commission is whether to uphold the discipline. The question is not whether the sustained findings of the IA investigation, we're not reopening that. That's not before the commission tonight.
Well, if that's the sense, then I don't even know why we have a trial. That would be different than every civil service commission I've appeared before. That goes Maumelle, Conway, Benton, Little Rock, North Little Rock, Sherwood. They retry the merits of the case. Did you prove? There's 2 questions for you to answer, as everybody else does now, and that is, did they prove each of the allegations, and is the punishment appropriate? And that's one of the allegations.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond, I've represented a lot of those cities in their civil service commission cases, and I believe the statute is the commissions do look at the evidence anew, but that won't change the internal affairs fund. They can only change the discipline of the chief. They can't order you to go back and clean out the internal affairs finding because it's there.
But if it's an erroneous filing, you can. Just like a circuit judge, and don't tell me Judge Fox didn't find that the findings by the Little Rock Police Department were wrong in Starks and found something else.
No, I agree with that, although I was not involved in that case.
But every one of them take a vote. Did the city prove the allegations? And then does that, because it's a trial here. Otherwise, you're just asked to be basically a rubber stamp. And that is, you can find whatever. I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to make a point. I think that the claim that nobody can do away with the findings, if this board or our circuit court did away with the finding on the statement to the lieutenant, no judge in the world is going to let it in because there's not a administrative finding because it was vacated. So going back, so you're saying that if a circuit judge,
Can I just add one more objection, and that is, I also object to Mr. Newcomb advising this commission on their duties and responsibilities. That's what you have the city attorney.
well, let's get her on the phone and ask her if she's going to tell them.
Listen, she's right there.
Okay, what's the board's duty under the statute? It says a trial before the commission.
She's on mute.
Can you?
I don't want to touch it and lose it. I'm not technologically, my 9-year-old granddaughter's better.
All of us are like that out there.
Hey, Stephanie, are you still there? Well, there's the option to ask and mute.
Sorry, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't able to hear yours or Ms. Witherspoon's rebuttal to what Mr. Newcomb was saying. Could you guys repeat or paraphrase for me what you guys were saying?
I'd asked the chief a question.
Well, I heard you, Mr. Newcomb. I wasn't able to hear, you're closer to the microphone, so I could hear you. I just wasn't able to hear Ms. Campbell or Ms. Witherspoon.
I was responding to Mr. Newcomb's treatise on what the law is in the state and what the Civil Service Commission can do or not do, and suggested that rather than Mr. Newcomb giving advice to the commission, that the commission seek advice from you.
Okay, and what was Mr. Newcomb asking? I guess I'd missed the rebuttal that you and Caitlin had made.
It had to do with a trial before a commission, and whether the commission could, whether this is a, I guess, de novo responsibility, which I agree that it is, but I also stated that even if they overturned the decision, that the internal affairs file will still reflect that Mr. Tillman was found to be guilty of 3 violations that include falsifying timesheets, not just false testimony.
That's correct.
They also said that this commission could not make any finding that the conclusions in the internal were erroneous. That's a paraphrasing, but she said the only thing for the commission to decide is the punishment, not whether there was or wasn't proof of a violation.
I think I'm talking about internal affairs file and not the chief's decision. The internal affairs file is the file, and they can't go back, and I don't think it's the commission's responsibility to go back and, you know,
correct.
File away.
Correct. I agree with that.
But Ms. Campbell said that the commission did not have the authority, as I understand it, that all they could do.
I'll speak for myself, and what I said is that the question before the commission here tonight is whether to uphold the punishment. It is not to go back and relitigate the internal affairs investigation. The internal affairs investigation findings stand.
Correct.
Okay, I'll take that up with the courts.
Okay.
No other questions based on that position.
Thank you, counsel.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the commissioners to chief?
I think it's all been pretty well explained.
Yeah.
All right, no, I think so too.
Yeah,
Thank you, chief, for your testimony. City, do you have any more witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay,
Lieutenant Washington.
okay. Someone have him, chief, you have him come in. You didn't recognize him?
I said something to a law enforcement officer the other day. I said, no, former chief deputy U.S. Marshal was ran into each other in the grocery store, and I didn't recognize him. He didn't recognize me at first. I said, hell, Jim, you used to be real upset when you saw people with masks on.
You've already reviewed your oath, so feel free to answer any questions from council, okay?
Yes,
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Robert Washington,
And what rank do you have with the Jacksonville Police Department?
lieutenant,
And how long have you been with the Jacksonville Police Department?
a little 15 years.
Do you have, prior to joining Jacksonville, what was your occupation or profession?
I retired after
How long were you in the Air Force?
21 years.
And if I may ask, what did you retire as?
Master Sergeant.
Do you know Mr. Tillman?
I do.
How do you know him?
Just working at the PD. He worked for me, I think maybe a couple of years.
And when he worked for you, were you a lieutenant or a sergeant, or
I was a lieutenant.
what type of an employee was he?
I thought he was a great employee. I never had any issues with
And sort of, and what is your job now at the department?
him. I'm back on patrol as a lieutenant.
Would you have any problem with Mr. Tillman working on your shift?
No.
And based on how many people work on your shift? If you have everybody, let's maybe rephrase it. How many are assigned to your shift?
Right now, there's 6 regular patrol.
Okay, do you think they would have any trouble working with Mr. Tillman if he came back to the department?
Not to my knowledge, I don't have any reason to think.
If you heard any general talk in the department, that everybody would be upset if he was reinstated.
Objection to hearsay.
Already testified by the chief, and he opened the door.
I'm objecting to this witness, though.
Well-
You should have objected to the chief.
Sustained.
I moved to strike the chief's testimony about the other officers then.
Mr. Chair, he should have objected at the time and asked for a ruling. I can't help that.
I'll just remember that from now on, that I'll object even when I think the commission,
I think that'd be appropriate.
and they normally let hearsay in, so we'll go down that road in the future, Mr. Peggy. Thank you. If the chief claimed that everybody in the department, or a number of officers in the department would be upset if Mr. Tillman came back, would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I would have no way of either way. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't have the knowledge to say either way.
Okay. Now, tell the commission what you all did in reviewing the file in this case.
But to my recollection, there were several different charges that you made that I think have been sustained by the professional standards. And we tried to take each of those and whatever evidence was used to support it. And that's how we looked at the total case. So each item, we look at it and try to find the corresponding evidence and see if it makes sense to us.
Did you listen to the interview tapes of the witnesses?
We did.
Did you look at the photographs?
All of the evidence that we have, we looked at or listened to it or read it.
Okay. Did you, well, you sort of already knew his background, correct? I'm talking about Mr. Tillman's background.
Yeah.
Did you all discuss his activity in the department, how he was thought of?
Yes, we did.
Now, why didn't you recommend termination?
I can't speak for
For you, okay.
After going through the file, I didn't think that what he did was worthy of termination.
And that, what, I guess you brought to that decision your 15 years with the department, is that correct?
Yeah, I consider a number of things. One of those with the board, with the disciplinary board, you know, we sat there and we filtered through evidence, whatever, and we try to come up with a punishment. But like I said, there's a lot of things to be considered, but as part of the board, you don't have the, I guess, the ability to communicate with the chief how you came to your decision and what things you considered, and if you agreed with the findings of the professional standards office. You don't have an opportunity to do anything like that. You talk about it during the board meeting, and you come up with a suggested punishment, if you will.
Did the chief ever reach out to you to say, hey, how come y'all didn't vote for termination or 30-day suspension or demotion, or and just came up with 8 days?
No.
How did you come to an 8-day? I'll ask the others how they got there, so I'm not asking you to speak for the others.
After going through all of the things dealing with the timesheet, that was, I think, the real area we had. I wouldn't even say that. That there was some sort of concrete evidence that there was a discrepancy with the time reporting on the timesheet. That's how we came. There was 8 days that there was discrepancies with the timesheet, and that's how we came up with the 8 days.
Hey, did you think that the allegations that he was untruthful warranted termination?
I think while we were reviewing the file, and I don't remember vividly or anything, there was a mention of a question that had been asked by Lieutenant Brady. And my understanding, Sergeant Tillman answered the question, but it wasn't a question that was relevant to what they were investigating. It was like, you know, if I'm investigating you for a homicide I think you committed on a Friday, and I asked you where you were on Thursday, which really had nothing to do with Friday, and you said, well, I wasn't at such and such place, that's how the question went to me. That's how I understood it.
Do you know anything about the alleged obligation of having an officer classified as a Brady officer?
Can you repeat that, please?
Well, are you familiar with the Brady versus Maryland, where an officer, you have to disclose their disciplinary history to defense counsel?
I am. I'm familiar with it.
And did you consider it in your decision?
No.
Do you, in your opinion, do you think that termination was too severe?
In my opinion, yes.
Did you ever consider termination as after you heard the evidence, as a possibility?
No.
Did you, as a lieutenant, did you sort of chair the hearing, or did you, how did you handle running it where there wasn't undue influence from you because of your rank?
What I do when I'm on a board like that
I let everybody else talk before I say anything. That way I know what I'm saying doesn't influence them. Yeah, that's how I operate.
So I think the military somewhat starts with the junior person and goes up.
That's how I'm commonly used to conducting business.
Do you know how long you all spent reviewing it and coming to a decision?
I want to say it was about 3 hours.
Okay. Would you have had any problem if the chief had wanted to ask you why you came up with it, telling him before tonight? I mean, you obviously told him tonight, but.
No. Even in an aspect, like I said, we don't have an opportunity to communicate. But on the paperwork we submitted, we put 2 sticky notes on it. One of those said EAP and one said depression.
Wait a minute. You said there was some documents, 2 sticky notes put on the
letter that we submit with our finding.
Okay, so that would have become part of the record? I mean, who did you give that to?
That was given to Lieutenant Burrow.
Do you know why we never got those, never heard about them before just now?
I have no idea.
Okay, so we got 2 sticky notes that somebody took off of an official document.
I'm gonna, first of all, I don't know anything about any sticky notes, but secondly, I'm gonna object to you saying somebody took them off the document. It's possible they fell off. It's possible they weren't on there to begin with. But I understand what he's testifying to, but we have not seen any such documents.
Well, somebody got rid of them, in my opinion. And I can ask him his opinion. You've asked other people their opinions on stuff.
I won't object to that.
Do you have an opinion on what happened to them?
Not at all.
When you gave, they were on there when you gave them to Lieutenant Burrow?
Yes.
Did you all remove them?
No.
Tell us what the sticky notes had on it.
One of them said EAP, which will be our employee assistance program, where if someone needed some counseling or whatever, they could call this hotline and they could talk to someone. And the other, it had depression. And I don't know if we put question marks on the end or what. I know it was, we wrote the word depression on it.
What was your intent by having the word in depression on there? I'm not asking what the others were. I'll ask them.
Yeah. It was to suggest that there be a referral made to Sergeant Tillman for EAP and possibly be screened for depression.
Okay. Is that why did you think the word depression should be conveyed up the chain of command?
Because you know, I spent 30 years of my life supervising people, and I know what depression can do. I know it makes you do things that are out of character and all types of different things. You know, I just think that's important and it needs to be considered when you're disciplining someone.
As a supervisor, as a lieutenant, is that something that you do anything to, as a shift lieutenant, to watch for that in your employees that you're supervising?
Sure, yeah.
Did you do that when you were a master sergeant in the Air Force?
I did.
And would that still be your recommendation tonight?
What's that, sir?
The EAP and have him evaluated for depression?
Possibly, yes.
No other questions?
Council Pacitti?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Lieutenant. I'm
Thank you.
Carolyn Witherspoon.
Yes, ma'am.
I represent the department. I've got to ask you a few questions, okay? First of all, there's an exhibit book that right there to your left. And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about things from that exhibit book. So you testified on direct that the review board determined whether or not there were violations. Is that right?
No. What I
Okay.
testified to was the review board reviews the violations that were sustained by the Office of Professional Standards. And we basically decide if we actually agree with them or not.
Okay. Is that the review board's responsibility?
I don't know if you call it a responsibility, but it's part of the process. If the Office of Professional Standards sustains an allegation and myself as a board member, if I don't believe that is a sustained offense, I'm not going to suggest a punishment for something that I don't believe will happen. And our job as the board is to recommend a punishment, which is not for each individual item, but an overall punishment for whatever offenses were sustained.
And were there any offenses that were not sustained?
Oh, all of them that were in there were sustained by the Office of Professional Standards.
What about the review board?
We don't determine that.
Okay.
We just review it and decide what the punishment would be for the
Okay.
overall.
So you don't change the review board does not change the findings. They just decide on what punishment is appropriate for the findings.
Correct.
So you think it's okay for someone to submit false statements, make untruthful statements and still be a police officer? Is that what you're telling the commission?
Say that one more time.
Are you telling this, do you think it's okay to be a police officer, still be in uniform, and after you've been found to have violated the code of conduct, your code of conduct, and giving false statements and submitting false time entries? You think that's okay?
I think there's more to it than whether it's okay.
Well, I'm just asking it you if you think it's okay. Just yes or no.
Well, as far as this case, yes. It was okay.
So you believe that he had committed or had submitted false statements, correct?
Excuse me?
Let me back up. You admit that Mr. Tillman submitted false timesheets.
In a sense, yes. That
All right.
was listed in the, if I'm not mistaken, let me refresh my memory. I want to say it was listed in here as a theft.
Go 26, Exhibit 26. Of course, you didn't know about the chief's findings until after the review board met, correct?
Excuse me?
The chief didn't make his findings until after the review board met, correct?
What do you mean it's fine?
His termination decision.
I didn't find out about that through the chief. Somebody just called me.
Okay. But you didn't, I guess what I'm trying to get you to say is the chief made his termination decision after the review
Yes,
board
yes.
met. Okay. have you read Exhibit 26?
26 was determination letter.
Right. And there's a whole description of why he was found to have made a violation or committed a violation of policy 7-8R, false statements. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Is that the same thing the review board looked at?
It was.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization. If this wasn't written until after the review board, how could they have looked at it?
Did you look at these charges at the review board?
Yes.
And so is it your testimony that it's okay to lie as long as you're not being investigated for it?
No, if I could elaborate.
Mr. Newcomb can get you to elaborate.
I think in fairness, she should allow him to elaborate.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate?
On the issue with the timesheets.
No, on the whole untruthfulness charge. False statements.
False statement.
I can't answer that without elaborating on why the statement.
Whatever, make your point. Just make your point, whatever. it is.
My point is that Sergeant Tillman said that he, during several of these days, that he was in his driveway. He had his radio on and he was prepared for duty, okay? In my mind, maybe that wouldn't be ready for duty for me, but it may be in his mind that he was prepared for duty if someone called him and say, hey, I need you here. And I say one of the allegations was there was a theft, and you know, theft, you have to have certain elements, and none of those were present. We read the statute and it didn't fit. There was even an enhancement for an emergency order that the governor had issued when COVID first started. But that emergency order had been rescinded just a couple of months after, which would have been in June, I think. Like I said, there was a lot more thought that went into our discussion than whether Sergeant Tillman made a false statement or whatever. Our question to ourselves was, do we consider it being a false statement? You know, when he did the time sheets, was he doing it, you know, trying to swing over the police department out of money? Or did he actually think that he was 10-8 and ready for duty if somebody called him?
You know, he wasn't authorized to work at home.
I don't know if he was or not.
Would that be something that you would be concerned about?
No, there's safeguards to prevent things like that. I've worked in that unit before, and before our day started, we always met so we know where each other was and what our day was going to be. That's not what they do.
Didn't you listen to the video, the videotape of Mr. Tillman's interview with Lieutenant Burrows, where he said he was not authorized to work at home?
I'm sure not explicitly authorized. Like I said, I don't know about that part.
Well, didn't you
but-
listen to that part?
Yes, I did listen to that part.
Did you take that into consideration, that he was not authorized to work at home, yet he's claiming time for sitting in his car, clearing his mind, and thought that was appropriate?
I'm not saying it was appropriate.
Well, it's not true, is it? I mean, he wasn't authorized to work at home, so he can't submit time for that. Is that not right?
Yeah, but he's a supervisor, and sometimes they can authorize things.
Oh,
And if he thought it may be okay for him, I don't know.
Well, but you said, you told this commission that you listened to the video.
I did, and it doesn't matter if he was explicitly authorized to work from home. I think what the bigger matter is what he thought was appropriate and what wasn't.
Are you saying that depression excuses untruthfulness?
No, what I'm telling you is depression will make you operate out of your character. And I think that should have been considered. That's all I'm saying.
You know, he never told anybody that he had depression before this came up.
You could listen to the interview with the chief. You could clearly see that he was depressed. That's why we wrote it on the sticky notes.
Well, how did you see that he was depressed other than what he's saying after he's caught in these violations?
It wasn't necessarily after he was caught. It would have sooner or later imploded on him anyway if it's not being addressed. It was going to show up some type of way.
But Lieutenant, he's been charged with these falsehoods, this unprofessional conduct, this inattention to duty that happened in September. So what happens in December or October does not, you're not saying that that excuses his conduct in September?
I'm not saying that any of the excuse his conduct.
Okay.
What I'm just saying is there's root causes for things.
But the root cause, the depression, does not excuse the violations that he
I never
made.
said it excused it. I just said that there's always a root cause for something. And those are types of things that we need to consider. Because sometimes it's more than just ending someone's employment. Sometimes we have to make sure they get the proper referral. So I don't want him to leave the PD under a deep state of depression and go kill himself without me offering him some type of help.
Well, I understand you know that I don't think any of us up here want that situation to be exacerbated for Mr. Tillman. Do you understand that? We're here to make a determination, for the commission to make a determination as to whether or not he gave false statements, both in his timesheets and his statements. He indulged in unbecoming conduct, and he was inattentive to his duty. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 23. You're familiar with this, these policies? Okay, let's look at Exhibit 23. At the bottom of the page, it says 20. Were you familiar with this policy, that is H, unbecoming conduct, at the time you met as the review board?
Yes.
Let's go over to page 21. Were you familiar with attention to duty, J, on that page at the time the review board met?
Yes.
And let's go to page 22. False statements. Would you read that, please?
No employee of this department shall intentionally or knowingly make a false statement, provide false information, or give false testimony in any official report, judicial proceeding, official hearing, administrative inquiry, or any other matter related to their employment.
And would you agree with me that the timesheets are false?
No.
So it's okay for some officer to put on their timesheet when they started to work and when they ended their work, and it's not correct? That's okay?
No.
Are you saying that any officer willy-nilly just gets their timesheet out and says, well, I was thinking about work at 7 a.m., so I'm going to put down that I work from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
Objection is a hypothetical.
I'll allow her to make a point. Go ahead.
No.
Let's look at Exhibit 4. I'm assuming that you're familiar with the Garrity warning?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that that requires that the person that's being interviewed is required by the policies of the police department to answer any questions fully and truthfully?
Yes.
And so if somebody's not truthful, completely truthful in their administrative interview, then they have violated this requirement that they are to answer questions fully and truthfully. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does someone who have depression, does someone who has depression have an excuse to violate any of these policies that are policies of the police department?
No.
No further questions.
Excuse me. Are you familiar with a former Sergeant Stallings that worked for the Jacksonville Police Department?
Objection, relevance to anybody else that is involved in any other violation with any other chief is not relevant here. And just going to prolong this hearing.
Let's stay with the relevancy, Council, please.
Well, I think they're trying to claim that this is so severe that, and we've already talked about the N-word being used and the department's reaction to it. And I think in today's world, if the department doesn't think that using that word as a police officer, and he's knowledgeable of it, is, you know, doesn't bring disrespect for the department.
Mr. Chair, we've already objected to this before and you sustained our objection.
Because they didn't know about it. He knows about it.
Well, it's still not relevant. It's a different police chief. It happened ages ago. It has no relevance on what happened with Mr. Tillman. It's not even the same police chief.
I'll sustain that.
You said that the depression and that did not excuse the conduct. Would you agree or disagree that it mitigates the punishment?
It possibly could. It would depend on how the chief interpreted it.
Now, when you handed the sheet with the sticky notes on it to Lieutenant Burrows, did he make any comments about the sticky notes?
I brought it to his attention that they were on there.
Okay, so you brought them to his attention. Did he look at them? Or, I'm not saying he read them. I'm just, did he look at the sheet?
I'm sure he looked at the sheet because he has to make sure it's filled out properly before we leave.
And so when he left that room, you had a document that had those notes on it that you'd brought to the attention of the lieutenant.
Yeah, he actually received the letter in his office.
And did Lieutenant Burrows make any comment about your sticky notes?
No. I think I may remember a head nod acknowledging that they were there. Other than that, no.
Okay. What was the intent of the committee on putting the sticky notes on there?
Because we didn't want to recommend the punishment without someone being aware that we detected the what I would call a sign of depression, and maybe an opportunity to refer to EAP.
Okay. Do you think it's appropriate for a department to ignore depression and recommendations from a body to for EAP?
No.
No other questions?
I have two, maybe three.
Can we hold you there?
No. So are you saying that Mr. Tillman, in your opinion, was depressed?
Show signs of depression.
And do you know if he's ever been diagnosed with depression?
I have no idea.
You were just hypothesizing.
Exactly, from my past experience, what I've seen.
And so are you also saying that since he was depressed, he shouldn't be terminated?
No, didn't say that.
Thank you.
Follow-up?
One question, maybe two. All right, but you did say that shouldn't have been terminated, didn't you?
I did, that's from my view. You know, I could give you for instance, if it were me, I would address those issues before I terminated it, if that was my decision. But I wouldn't terminate him before I addressed those issues.
Okay, no other questions?
No other questions.
Questions for Lieutenant? Anybody, any commissioners?
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Lieutenant, these two sticky things that brought up all these questions. Could y'all not have included those comments in your report?
No, sir.
You couldn't do that?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Back to those stickers again. You couldn't have just wrote why was the sticker put on there in the first place? Some of y'all forgot to put in there and then you wrote
No,
the
sir.
sticker, or you just put the sticker?
There's no process for us to submit suggestions or things along that line. There's just a form where all our names go and whatever our recommended punishment is.
Okay,
That's why we use the sticky notes.
onto your recommendation form.
Yeah, we just stuck them on the form.
Okay. That's all I got.
Everything's been interesting for me.
Okay, no more questions, no more follow-ups. Thank you, Lieutenant, for your testimony.
Tell the sergeant to come in.
Excuse me?
Would you tell the sergeant to come in?
She excused?
Yes. I was just saying,
Okay, yeah.
you're excused, Lieutenant, to go back to work or?
Oh,
Oh, no.
Who did that? Who was at the wrong door here?
What door can we go out safely?
I don't know.
This time I might come in and you go out there and go over.
If it's said, it was.
Oh. We didn't get hit with this, huh?
I think I was able to disarm the alarm, so you guys should be good now.
What'd she say?
Stephanie was able to do it.
Yeah, I was able to disarm it from my cell phone, so I think you guys should be good now.
Okay, thank you.
Was there any, so we can go out any door now, you're just gonna put it back on after we all vacate the building?
Yes, go out the front door where you guys came in, the main entrance.
Yeah, okay.
You've already been sworn in, so please answer any and all questions coming from council, okay?
Sergeant, would you state your name, please, for the record, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sergeant Michael Carrig. Spelling my last name is K-A-H-R-I-G.
And you're on the Jacksonville Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on the force?
I'm about 5 days short of having 12 years now.
And what what was your work experience before coming to work for the police department?
This is my first time in law enforcement. I come from retail management.
Okay. Now, you were on the disciplinary review board for Sergeant Tillman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you, briefly, since we're approaching the midnight hour, I'm not gonna, well, we're past it. Just briefly, what did you understand your role to be on that committee?
We're given a file that belonged to Mr. Tillman. It told us what these sustained allegations were, and we were to determine the punishment that we felt the four of us would be justified for what punishment was sustained against him.
Okay, so you didn't decide he was, you accepted for your decision making that everything was sustained. Is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is that we weren't to decide whether he did or didn't do it. We were to determine the punishment for the sustained allegation against himself.
Okay, and what did you understand your recommendations could include?
It could go anywhere from a minimum of 1 day suspension up to including termination at the most.
Okay, and do you remember what the recommendation was?
The one that we've come to,
Yes, sir.
we finally come to an agreement of 8 day suspension without pay.
Okay, did anybody force you to agree to 8 days suspension without pay?
No, the decision does have to be unanimous.
Yes, sir.
So the final, no, we didn't have anyone like saying, hey, you have to do this or you have to do that. It was the one that we all come to terms, but nobody was forced to come to the terms and conditions that we did.
Okay, why didn't you think I'm not asking you to speak for the other members of the commission or committee. Why did you not feel like termination was appropriate?
Honestly, I think I let personal feelings interfere with my decisions a little bit. Since thinking about it and going over it and the scenario and everything, I kind of felt like my original decision that some of my personal feelings decided what the punishment was going to be.
Okay. So you didn't, what do you think now should be?
Well, sustained allegation of lying, that what I've seen this department go with and what I've seen previous allegations that come in front of this board where an officer was accused of possibly lying was termination. So.
But that day, did anybody force you to go into the 8 days?
No, sir.
And now since that you made your recommendation that day, you knew the chief terminated you, correct?
Yes, I found later. It was a few days, but I found out. That
Okay, did you go back and tell the chief, wait a minute, I've changed my mind, or how long is it taking you to change your mind?
No, sir, I never told him that I had any time to change my mind.
Okay. Now, you remember sticky notes being put on the document about depression and EAP?
Yes, that was actually one of the recommendations that me and Lieutenant Washington were bringing up, was recommendation for EAP. Because my opinion was that it wasn't in Tillman's character to do what he was sustained of being done to him. He wasn't the type, I thought, that would purposely go out of his way to do wrong like that. We felt like something was going on that led him in that direction, whether it was on purpose or he wasn't thinking of it thoroughly. We could tell that he needed some kind of assistance.
Okay. When was the last time you saw those sticky notes?
I think when we turned it all back in, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you don't know why they're not here tonight?
If they're not on there, I don't know why they're not, but there were notes. We all agreed EAP would have been an option, no matter what the outcome would have been at the very end. That we all believed EAP was a good source of that he could take maybe get some help.
Okay, would you have a problem working with him?
I've never had a problem working with Tillman. Again, I think maybe he just wasn't thinking of the situation as clear or something. I think he made a mistake. The problem is, like I said, since time's passed since the incident, when you think about what he's being accused of doing versus what others have done in the past, that's why I kind of had to change the heart from the 8 days to what should be done to be fair and consistent.
Well, what about people so people, no matter what the other conduct was, that didn't result in termination, that was all right with you?
I don't guess I understand that question. I mean, like punishment, like in this case, accused of theft.
Well, I don't see theft anywhere in the charges. I know they put it in your file, so y'all considered whether he conducted a criminal act?
It showed in his file that we had that there was a possibility that a criminal charge could come about. And it referenced also a act that was signed by the governor, but the act of the theft would be signing of the timesheet saying that he was at work. When in fact he wasn't.
That he was never charged, even in the department paperwork, with committing a crime of theft.
At the time it submitted to us, no, but my understanding was it was still possible that they could visit that option if they wanted.
But you took that into consideration in your decision now, today.
Everything that was in the file.
Okay, so you thought, well, he also could have been committing a crime.
In the file, yes, sir.
Okay, so even though the chief didn't charge him with theft in his termination letter, you still consider that today as one of the reasons you think termination should occur.
If the allegations was sustained, my understanding is it wasn't for me to determine whether he did or didn't do it.
Well, there's no sustaining of theft in the letter of termination, or even on any of the findings. Why are you considering it then? You brought it up.
He has a signed timesheet saying that he was at work.
But they didn't charge him with theft.
My understanding is they may not have yet, but they still can.
Okay, so you're basing your change partly on something that might happen.
No, I'm going off of sustained allegation. He signed his timesheet.
We understand that, but that's not charged as a crime in the file, is it?
I'd have to read it again.
I'm not trying to mislead you.
No, you're fine.
I understand that they say, they said sitting at the house listening to the radio wasn't work, basically,
yes,
correct?
Sir. Yes, sir.
But if you show me in there where it talks about theft of property in that letter, I'm showing exhibit, the letter of termination, which is the last exhibit. 26, I think it is.
So there's not a policy that I'm seeing here where it says a theft. It would be a dishonest statement that they would highlight, saying that he was confronted about not being where he was supposed to be. He said he was checking the schools, said this was disproven by his GPS records, key logs, and surveillance videos. So that's what I took as and then we're talking about his timesheet.
But you said a minute ago that you considered that, because they had it in the file that he committed a theft. And
Yeah.
I'm just asking you that isn't in there, is it?
My conclusion is
No, is it in? My question is, you now admit that was not anything found by the department that he committed or potentially committed a theft.
I think it does, to be
Okay.
honest with you.
And you know that the chief didn't go along with y'all's recommendation.
Yes, sir.
And you signed the recommendation of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
And were you rushed in reviewing the file?
No, sir. We actually spent quite a while on them.
Lieutenant Washington tell you had to go along with a suspension?
No.
No other questions?
Council for City.
Any questions?
No questions. Commissioners, any questions for officer?
No.
I don't have any.
All All right, thank you very much for your testimony. So you excused.
Would you ask Officer Tao to come in? Here is quicker, and tell him not to set off any alarms. I know she's got it.
We said on the phone, that's Stephanie.
Stephanie, yeah, she said that she was,
On her cell phone, yeah.
yeah, I know my home alarm system, I got an app where I can turn it on and off with the app instead of having to go to the keypad.
And that was it, sir. You've already been sworn in, so feel free to answer any and all questions from counsel from both sides, please.
Would you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Officer Matthew Tao, T-O-W-E.
Officer Tao, how long have you been with the Jacksonville Police Department?
4 years.
I see you have on your sleeve a FTO. What's that?
It's a field training officer.
And what is, just real briefly, we're just getting late. What does that?
You just train all the rookies, all the new people. You train them for 3 months and make sure they know what they're doing on their own.
Is that something that you automatically get, or does?
It comes by years of service, and they'll want to. You can request to be an FTO, or they ask you if you want to be an FTO.
And then they being the administration has to approve it, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're getting at the end, we're going to skip a lot of questions with you, okay?
That's fine.
You were on a committee that made a recommendation in this particular case as to whether to suspend, terminate, or demote, or some combination thereof, and made a recommendation, correct?
Correct.
And what did you personally recommend and why?
We all came to the conclusion for a 8-day suspension.
What, did anybody force you to?
No, sir.
Why did you think an 8-day suspension was appropriate?
Well, we reviewed the file. It's been so long that it's kind of hard to remember, because that was the last time I looked at the file. But as far as, we went through every count, and we were looking at theft of time. We didn't feel that he knowingly stole time. We figured that he said, I remember him specifically saying he was 10-8 but not. So he said he was in uniform in his vehicle and, in his driveway. So he was available for calls, but it's different from patrol and SRO, because SRO, you need to be in the school. But it's just, as far as, we didn't think he stole time or knowingly stole the time when he put hours on his time sheet.
Why did you not think termination was appropriate?
Well, like I said, at the time, we didn't think that he knowingly stole time. It's tough because you're working, you work next to this guy, and it's a tough situation. You don't want to terminate somebody that you work for, you work with. It's a tough deal.
Well, let me ask a different question. Would you trust him with your life if he was back on the streets?
Yes, I would. I don't know him personally like that, but
Okay.
the times that he filled in for our shift one time as a supervisor, and he was nothing but helpful. He worked on some training and stuff with us. So, yes, I would trust him with my life.
Would you have any problems? Obviously, you wouldn't have any problems with working with him if this commission chose to follow y'all's recommendation or a different one other than termination.
I don't think I would have an issue with it, no, sir.
Okay, no other question. Oh, I do have a question. Were there some notes put on the recommendation sheet?
The only ones I could think of was a recommendation of counseling. That's the only thing I can remember.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi, officer. I'm Carolyn Witherspoon. I represent the police department. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Now, you said at least you felt like there was no theft,
Correct.
but you did
I
also,
didn't- Well, I didn't feel that he knowingly stole time.
okay, but you understood that you were to be guided by the violations that internal affairs put before you, correct?
As far as guided as in,
The findings that you were reviewing for punishment,
right,
and that you were to, I believe, that you were to determine what punishment was appropriate, or that you were to determine whether there were actual violations. What was your job?
ma'am.
What was your job? What was your job?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was to review the audio file and the whole case file and come up with a determination of punishment.
Okay. And you said that there were notes on the file that said he needs to go to EAP.
Well, that was part of our recommendation as far as suspension. And then we put possible EAP, because he was going through some things.
And the things that he was going through, those were personal problems.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only way you knew about that was because you saw the audio of his interview with Lieutenant Burrows, correct?
Correct.
You didn't. He doesn't have he doesn't have a formal diagnosis of depression.
Oh, no, I
Okay.
don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
He does
and
not.
just because he says, or you thought he was depressed, that doesn't excuse him from violating your policies and procedures, does it?
No, ma'am, it doesn't.
And in fact, he submitted false timesheets, correct?
From my knowledge, yes, but I didn't think he knowingly lied. It's, like I said, I don't think he knowingly.
Did you look at the timesheets?
Briefly.
Okay.
It was a whole file and we passed it around and I didn't study the timesheet specifically in depth.
Okay, why don't you pick up that white notebook and go to Exhibit 10, please?
You said 10?
10, yes. Do you fill out a timesheet, by the way?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Are you accurate in your recordings of your time worked?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever lied about the time you worked?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so let's look at Exhibit 10. And do you see his signature, Mr. Tillman's signature on those two timesheets?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see the handwriting of the times?
Yes, ma'am.
And so does it appear to you that Mr. Tillman made the entries 8 o'clock on each of those days?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know that wasn't correct. That he was not at work at 8 o'clock.
Right. Well, that's when the thing that got me is when he said he was 10-8 but not, meaning he was in his vehicle in his driveway. He said he was ready to respond for calls. And like I said before, I know it's different between an SRO and patrol because SROs need to be at the school. And that's, from the time we had the board and everything, I've had a lot of time to think.
Yeah.
So it's frustrating, it sucks because I consider him a friend. I've worked with him along him and he's good with the kids and everything, but It's unfortunate because he knows he should have been at the school. And he even said himself that he let the kids down.
So I guess the question is, or the answer is, it's okay to.
No, it's not okay.
Okay.
It's not
And
okay.
in fact, that's false. It's a false statement, isn't it?
What the state.
The entries that he made on the timesheet, Exhibit 10. He was not at work at 8 o'clock.
Right. He wasn't at work at 8 o'clock. He wasn't at the school at 8 o'clock. Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know he was not authorized to work from home.
Correct.
And I mean, really, sometimes, in the transcript, he said sometimes he went to Wendy's for breakfast.
And like I said.
Is that a
it's-
yes, just for the court reporter, was that a yes?
Yes.
And you understand that he was not authorized to go to Wendy's?
See, I didn't know that.
Well,
Because patrol, when we're hungry, we have the time to eat, we go find something to eat because
but
we
he's
may
not on
eat
patrol,
that
is he?
day. No, he's an SRO. I
Okay.
don't know when his lunchtime or breakfast time is.
Do you know, and you read from the file that there was a discrepancy of 26 hours plus or minus,
From what I recall, yes,
and you know he was paid for all that time.
I would assume so. Yes.
And do you work overtime?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you work at the towers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you accurately record the time that you work at the towers?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know Mr. Tillman worked at the towers?
I honestly didn't know if he did or not. When I worked at the towers, it was recently, so I
Did you-
didn't really look at the sheet.
Were you aware, well, when you work at the towers, is your time to get off 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes,
Which
it's
is
now,
where we're
it
gonna
is
be
now
pretty
since
soon.
changed, but yes, the night shift is, I believe, 5 PM to 1 AM.
Okay. And even though you work at the towers overtime and you work till 1 AM, you may still have to get up early in the morning for your shift, correct?
That's correct. Because it's a secondary duty. It's not a, it's considered an off duty. It's not an overtime.
So if somebody's working till 1 AM and they have to be at work at 8 AM, that's kind of hard on someone, isn't it?
It depends. It can be on certain people. Yes, ma'am.
Do you even know if Mr. Tillman was in his car and fully dressed?
I do not know that, no, ma'am.
No further questions.
I understand that from Ms. Witherspoon's questions and of you that she said that he had, talking about Tillman and missed 24 hours of work and got paid for it. Do you remember that
I
question?
believe she said 26.
Okay. Would you look at exhibit number 15 and tell me how many hours they say?
Shows 22 hours, 16 minute total discrepancy.
So if Ms. Witherspoon said something other than 22, would that be, do you believe that she was being untruthful at the time? Or just
Yeah,
made a mistake?
You see, I don't know because I wasn't looking at I don't remember the exact number.
Okay, I was asking what she said, that do you realize he took 24 hours? You remember that question?
I remember she said 26.
Okay, but the actual time wasn't that.
Well, you're right, this shows 22.
So if she said something other than 22, that was inaccurate. According to the department, these are department records.
According to what she said versus this, yes, that's a 4-hour difference.
You realize that she's going through the work at the towers that the department's never claimed that he didn't come to work at the school because he was had worked at the towers. Or that wasn't in the file, was it?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
No other questions.
Any follow-up from
I've
the
got
city?
some, I do have just a couple. So I was asking you about Exhibit 10.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to Exhibit 10?
Yes, ma'am.
And so Exhibit 10, which is also a department record, says that he was, that there was a discrepancy of 26 hours and 41 minutes. Correct? Look at the bottom of the page.
The bond is a discrepancy of 26 hours and 41 minutes.
Okay. I guess what we have is two exhibits. One has 1 hour and one has the other.
Correct.
Whatever, they're still all false, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
No other questions?
No other questions? Commissioners, any questions for the officer? If not, sir, you are excused.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks for your testimony.
Would you ask Officer, would you ask Officer Rathbone to come in?
Yes, sir.
Let's have a seat. You've already been sworn in, so feel free to answer questions from both sides of the council, please.
If you'd be more comfortable, I don't have an objection to you taking your mask off if you think you'd be able to speak clearer then.
Okay. Either way.
Okay, would you state your name and for the court reporter and spell your last name?
Officer Heather Rappold, R-A-P-P-O-L-D,
Officer Rappo, how long have you been on the Jacksonville Police Department?
since 2017,
And what is your assignment?
patrol officer.
Were you on a disciplinary review board or at one point in time recently involving Officer Sergeant Tillman?
Yes.
Tell me what you did on the board as far as familiarizing yourself with the allegations and the evidence.
Just listen to audio and read documentation, I guess.
Okay. And there was the committee came up with a recommendation as far as punishment.
Mm-hmm.
Was that your recommendation also, or did anybody force you into that?
I wasn't forced into anything.
I just asking the questions, not implying that happened, okay? Do you remember what the recommendation was?
I couldn't be 100%. I know it's suspension, and that's.
I want to see that white book and
Where am I going here?
tab number 20.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And after looking at it, it shows that there's a suspension for 8 days recommended. Is that correct?
Correct.
And was that your recommendation? Did you agree with that?
Yeah, I signed it. So.
So if you disagreed, you wouldn't have signed.
Yeah.
Would you have, if the commission put Sergeant Tillman back to work, would you have any problem working with him?
I've never had a problem working with Tillman. I don't have an issue.
How much have you worked with him?
I've worked with him quite a bit because I usually go work off-duty ball games. So I can't give you a set set time or anything like that. I mean, I can just tell you that.
Well, the reason I was asking was, with you being in patrol, I didn't know how much opportunity you had to work with him. So you've worked him as an off-duty job for you at the school?
Yes.
And how long has that gone on?
I can't,
I mean,
I can't give you like an exact time. I mean, I think probably maybe for 2 years, I'll go with that work.
okay. Did you, can you explain why you didn't think termination was appropriate?
I don't remember why I didn't say termination.
Okay.
I don't remember. That was a lot going on since then, so I would be lying if I said that.
Okay, well, that's a fair statement. But having worked with him, being on the committee, you wouldn't have any problem with working with him on your shift?
No.
No other, do you think the others that you know would have any problems working with him?
I don't think so, but I can't speak for them. I mean, I don't think so.
Okay, no other questions?
Cindy?
No.
Commissioners, any questions for the witness?
None here.
I don't have any. If there's no further questions, you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any more witnesses?
No.
Oh
my God.
Actually, we want to call the chief back in our rebuttal because he needs to explain the missing sticky notes.
That's fine. Please come forward and clear that up.
I know that's been raised as an issue.
Let's get to the clarification on the sticky notes. Clarification on the sticky notes.
You're still under oath, right, chief?
I think so.
Okay, so you've heard the testimony about the missing sticky notes. What do you know about that?
I think when the letter was handed to me that the board signed, it's typed up and by my secretary, they all sign it, it's given to me. I think I remember sticky notes on it. But the sticky notes were EAP and with depression with a question mark. But that was in regards to 8-day suspension. Had I suspended him, I would have, without the recommendation, put him in an EAP program anyways. But termination was my only option, and I can't terminate him, then put him in EAP, because that benefit is no longer provided to him. I can't put him in EAP for 2 months and then terminate him. Doesn't make any sense either. Had I gone with suspension, he would have been in EAP. But the sticky notes were taken off because it was not relevant.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, counsel?
Those sticky notes were attached by the committee to this document, correct?
Yes.
And this document being their recommendation, correct?
Correct.
And so, did you consciously take them off of it and throw them away?
Well, yeah.
Didn't think since they had made it a point and it was included that you should preserve the entire file?
No.
Okay.
They're sticky notes. They're not part of the official document. Otherwise, they would have wrote it on there like all the other boards do.
Well,
Like the last board I just got done with, did the same exact thing.
well, but you didn't, so you just thought it was sort of no big damn deal to them?
To them, for their 8-day suspension, yeah, it would have been a big deal. That's not what I went with.
But you didn't want anybody else to know about that recommendation,
That's
did
not-
you?
No, that's not true at all.
Well, you threw away the notes, didn't you?
Yes.
Didn't make any notation that you throw away the notes and transferred the information to this, did you?
No.
Are they told they can write notes on there?
I don't think they were.
No other questions?
All right, thank you. We reached the point where there's no more witnesses. We're down to closing statements from council and the appellate counsel. So at this time, City, would you have your closing statements? Okay.
Commission, we're here to review the discipline given by the department. The chief has explained himself, has explained why he felt he had no choice other than termination. Several employees have explained why making false statements is so egregious that it warrants termination. We didn't hear testimony from the board themselves that instilled confidence that they fully understood the breadth and depth of the file and the implications. And regardless of whether there are policies that should be reevaluated or whether there are past decisions that were inappropriate, we're here to look at one decision, and that decision was based on a sustained finding of conduct unbecoming, a sustained finding of inattention to duty, and 3 sustained findings of false statements. So if you don't believe that the timesheets were technically a lie, you got to deal with 2 others. If you do believe the timesheets and you don't believe that Brady was a lie, it was maybe misleading, all of it is untruthful. You've got to deal with the changing story. You've got to deal with not correcting a misunderstanding. You've got to deal with not being where you're supposed to be. And you've got to deal with claiming time that you weren't actually performing your assigned duties. So we ask you to look at that evidence and uphold the chief's decision to terminate.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel for the appellate.
In any of these cases, you all have the sole authority to decide, even if there's a discipline sustained, whether you uphold the punishment given. We've had the testimony from everybody. There hasn't been anybody that says he was not a good officer. From the school people, to the officers, to Lieutenant Washington. But there was enough there that the board thought that he had depression and they wanted it checked out. Did he, there's no evidence that he wasn't ready and willing to go respond to calls starting at 8 o'clock. As he explained, he was available for work. As he said, it was not good judgment, it was poor judgment not to have gone to the school. I think that we clearly have, no doubt that he violated, not fulfilling his duties. I think on the issue of his statement to Lieutenant Brady, we have a disagreement that, no, he didn't correct him. But we also have, very well, a whole lot of misunderstanding about that. Did people lie? Lying, I think, as Webster says, is an intentional, deliberate intent to state a falsehood. You can be careless and, not precise, but that isn't what he's charged with. So I asked that the commission find that he was not, and if you read the entire interview, and they asked, and they've been introduced, I know it's late and that, but if you read the whole interview and not pick out parts of it as a total, he basically admits that, hey, I didn't go to work. And that was, I think, on page 3, very early on. Then he started being picked on as it meant in the sense of mistreated, okay? But trying to pick and ask, what did you do on that day a month ago? Did you do this? Did you do that? He said he sat at home, or, he did drive some. But, he's trying to answer questions about what did he do on September 4th, 2 months later. He admitted the general things, that he wasn't at the school. So I think the untruthfulness should be unfounded, and that you should give him a punishment short of termination for somebody who everybody said did a good job, except when this period of time when he had problems. Yes, he should have dealt with it better. That is no argument. Hopefully the chief will implement more and more of a wellness program for his officers where they encourage them to do it. That doesn't mean that what he did was right, but it goes to what type of punishment the behavior should be. You look at Lieutenant Washington, and here's a man who said he spotted what he considered depression based on just over 21, I think he said, years in the Air Force as a master sergeant. So, he was used to supervising people there. 15 years on the police department. All of the committee thought that they saw a problem, not just from what he said, but what they saw on the video. So how do you say, and that's how a supervisor, people don't, it's not easy to tell depression. It's one of those, you don't really realize you have it. It's seen something by other people. And you had those people admit it and see it. And he has, it'd be great if he, went to EAP, went to Jacksonville Counseling, wouldn't object to it. But, it's one of those things that termination is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Thank you.
All right. I want to thank all representatives, council, for city council for your comment. All our witnesses have expired, and this closing statements have been made, and this brings us to closing the public hearing, and we will return to executive session. But before we do that, I'm going to have two motions on the floor. The first motion is to close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second, and then I'm going to have a roll call vote. So the first one on the table is, on the floor is a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Or here, second? Second. Roll call. Commissioner Walters. You voting to close?
To close, yes.
That's what I'm voting. I need a vote.
That's what I want to.
Commissioner Stringfeller? Commissioner Piggy? Aye. Commissioner Shelley?
Aye.
Ayes have it. So at this time, we're going to close the public hearing. And now I need a motion on the floor to retire to executive session to discuss and deliberate the information that's been provided us tonight.
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Walter?
Aye.
Commissioner Stringfeller? Aye. Commissioner Piggy? Aye. Commissioner Shelley?
Aye.
Ayes have it. We will now retire to executive session. Better take these back there with us.
Well, we're gonna take them with us.
Okay, we may make them make some references. Yeah.
Huh?
I know.
They only hold it for 30 days anyways. And then when he told her like the dates, it's off because of some COVID and our meetings there. And found that she had deleted it. Well, I'm trying, I think on his there's another computer, but I think it does. So I'm trying to check that. That's called. She was really sick.
He won't help so much.
No, in fact, I didn't send Ron an email and say I'm not gonna be there. I'm not gonna make it.
I think she's got some little elves that are running. The other presents around.
Really, I'm not in the office.
You can go around it. Yeah. There's space around there, but we can just look at it.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, lately, you're moving the thermometer is longer around the wall, the temperature. People register my temperature.
Oh,
I had problems with that too. I'm gonna tell you what you need to do is turn to the side. It's
Oh,
because we're, well, at least this is what happens to me when I go exercise in the morning. They can't get my temperature here, they'll get it on the side. So I'm assuming that we can do the same thing on the one.
I'll try that.
Yeah, 'cause sometimes mine's like 96.1.
It's always low, but lately it has been just giving me the low error message, like it can't pick it up.
Well, that might be.
That's because I have to stand on my fridge, reach it, because it's not too high.
Can you put your wrist up?
Oh, I guess I could. Oh, he's not gonna have you recorded, when is it good?
we have one at work that does this.
It's a lot easier.
I will use that now.
It's one that costs the other goes in the other, so that's his last time.
Last time we had six.
I think it's 7.
I don't know who it was.
You should probably want to put his faces on there.
Yeah. There was one other guy that was here last time. Craig.
There's a fence right there.
Yeah, and he got off, and they put him on a guitar sheet of paper. I think
Did a great job.
This was what he's doing.
no, just Stephanie.
We still here? So that payday.
My investigation.
Sir?
I'll sleep a whole lot anyway, so. Plus, I have to manage all my overtime, so I'm just coming late. It's all good. Said I'll be in the
I have a hearing in 7 hours.
Oh, my goodness.
Where at?
Hmm.
Why do they have these things so late?
I need to take my back.
All right, I just talked to Stephanie about that.
I don't know, do any of the commissioners, have their job?
Yeah.
In other cities, they.
Start in the morning or afternoon.
Yeah, it's like
If you're on the commission, you understand sometimes you never step off.
Either that or at least do a little week.
I think that Shelley has a job. I think the others will talk. No, we did a reverse parade. They parked like the floats and stuff on the road and people drive through. And it was actually pretty cool. I really enjoyed it. They canceled the parade though, but they did a trunk or treat, like a reverse trunk or treat. Go through, but the trunk people were hitting up. And so it took a lot of heat for celebrating the devil's holiday, but not Jesus' birthday. So they had to do a parade. So they did a reverse parade, and it was actually pretty cool.
They had downtown is one of the parking garages. It turned into a drive-through hotel. Did you see that?
No.
First of all, I thought it was a crazy idea because I thought it was going to be scary. I was told people driving through. But it was just kind of like, here's
Halloween attractions.
yeah, it was kind of like Arkansas folklore, so and lights and so the dancers.
We have a car wash here, a drive-through car wash that pulls your car, and they do a haunted car wash. And we had lights and all kinds of stuff. They rated people in costumes inside when the cars get sprayed. They're banging on the windows. And that thing, man, the crowds were unbelievable.
Good, just what you want.
Mm-hmm.
People love haunted houses.
Yeah.
It's kind of my thing.
This year, with everything being a drive-through now, the people were just eating it up. $20 a car, and it was wrapped all the way around the place.
People are starting to do something.
They didn't have to get out of the car.
Yeah.
And it was actually pretty cool. We were supposed to cancel it right before Halloween, and they extended it. And started charging $30 for it. Yeah.
I live, what, 6th Street and 17th, a couple blocks, like, not 5 blocks, but the way they routed the line to go from work to home has processed.
I didn't see that. Yeah, people love it.
I went for one that wasn't really scary, and then I went for one with like some friends that were really into it. And it was too much. It was like the kind where they chase you through a cornfield. No, thank you.
My birthday's on Halloween, so I've been to lots of times.
You said that to remind me, my sister.
Computer for you.
I was just going to go to the camera.
She's very needy. And yeah. And I can leave her food and water, and she won't go eat it until I arrive home and sit there and guard her. It's ridiculous.
Go through the processes.
They get hungry enough there. Yeah, they bought 2 boxes for 2 Christmases. One of them You put dog food down, and Scorpion just put the foot down. The other one, you'll sit there and eat, pick at it whenever you feel like it.
Nasty to just sit up, just do it.
All of the things like we've done.
So it easy was. Long-haired dachshunds until recently, and somebody in the neighborhood lost them. They're just the cutest things or something.
I see pictures of some little person. But both of mine were supposed to be miniatures, neither one of them.
Oh, no.
The first one I got in Dozer, he's about 26 pounds. He's a solid chunk.
Oh, my goodness.
And now it's bad with him. Tank, he's a little bit smaller, but he's almost the same weight. He's about 22 pounds. And he's a little fat sucker. He's still the quicker of the two. Surprisingly, he's actually called a bird.
It's kind of impressive.
I thought so too. Of course, the girls are a little upset.
We had a Brittany that can catch birds. You lay in wait, stalk them. Because he's also the one that he scolded him.
Just ignore it.
No, he's just, I don't know what you're talking about.
He had me confused with someone else.
We caught him, came home one night from going out to dinner, and he was up on the sofa. He had the Afghan down on the sofa, and he was spreading the wrinkles out. He'd roll his paws to the side, and he'd go to the other end, and he'd pull on it with his mouth, and he'd spread those wrinkles out. Of course, you know, he got his attention because we were laughing. I've never seen a dog smooth something out. I've never seen a dog roll their paw. But he'd roll that paw and spread those wrinkles out, and he'd pull it. It was something.
He's moving to.
My sister used to have flannel robbers for many years. And my aunt had flannel robbers.
Oh, no. I want to know that. I got an iPad. He's needy, you know, but he's always, he's so, they're loyal. They're just good things.
Does he have the bright eyes?
He did when he was a pup, yeah, I'll prove that.
Nook, which, Barnes and Noble.
He's light gray and blue eyes.
That makes
I think it's pretty.
Yeah.
They're pretty dogs.
He's
Batteries. The charge them takes a lot out.
You're always right on top of it. Even if you gotta be, you know, you gotta want it.
Even in the
Charge is a non-apple size.
I thought that I had Christmas shopping there. Oh my goodness.
He's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were screensavers.
Yeah.
Mine just died not real long ago.
Oh, mine is over 16.
It's so hard.
Terrier. Yeah. I slipped down the steps one time about 10 years ago, maybe more than that. And I was on the floor, the front door, and the dog came in and looked at me and turned around and walked back into the kitchen. It's not Lassie. I don't have a Lassie. Terriers are a little independent minded.
Didn't need anything right then.
I'm like Can't you at least stay in here and give me some sympathy?
Bark for help or
No.
I thought I was totally done for my Christmas shopping. And I found out that I bought my little brother a leather jacket. He told me he wanted it at Thanksgiving. But his birthday was last week, and our mom got him a leather jacket.
Oh, no.
So, I'm gonna find something else.
Yeah, I have not finished for my husband or my mom. I've done some for both. You know, that's, you know,
Right.
stocking stuffers. But I cleaned out all my stuff that I had hidden in my closet, and I thought, oh, damn it, what am I gonna do now?
Everything's down, wrapped under the tree.
Please.
I don't know about them.
I've got some Amazon boxes. In fact, they made me first day.
You know, I'll start looking at it all, thinking, I'm big about magic, you know, everything kind of, everybody needs to have about the same amount spin on it, and then I start trying to balance that out. It's just the endless cycle.
My mother does the same thing, but she learned from a friend. I don't know when this started. She won't write our names on them. She makes up a code. And so before we can open presents, we have to crack the code, and it becomes the most bizarre thing. Sometimes it's like letters, like a cryptograph. Sometimes it's numbered, and it could be, oh my goodness, what is it? One time it was the initials of each of our preschool teachers. It's just like, it's stuff you could never figure out, but when we go home, we have to sit around and crack our code.
That's too complicated.
Yeah.
Started sounding cool.
Yeah.
I think that's what's
When they're like, that probably for like years, like one year it was, the year that we all graduated from high school, you know, like something like that.
So if the first person figures it out, you kind of got a clue.
Yeah. Yeah. We tend to work together. There's
Just
just
you and your brother, or you got other sisters?
I have two brothers.
Two brothers. So 3 heads.
Yeah, yeah. I'm the oldest, and then I've got a, one who just turned 24, and then one who just turned 17. Still in high school.
You see this legacy here now that you have to continue. That's the way this thing works.
I haven't even put up my tree yet.
Oh, shame on you.
I know, I keep needing to, but it's so much work, and it's up in my closet, and I would have to climb up this ladder.
Where's your father's spirit?
I usually have it.
Oh,
This year has just drained it.
I built that tree.
Really?
I did one of the wall trees, and take a couple pieces of board,
Oh, yeah.
put them up on there, and went garland and everything.
That's really cool.
Turned out pretty good, I thought. That's what I put everything over there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's so neat.
I love that. And then it's just right up against the wall.
And then, of course, the lighted garland,
Uh-huh.
it's color changing lights, with the star as well. I'll show you this.
That is really impressive.
nice.
Yeah.
Is there a tax football?
Yeah, it's got those 3 Velcro strips. Just put that on the wall.
Well, not about that. That's somebody has some time on their hands.
Did it when I was down with COVID.
Oh.
I had a whole week to cancel or do something with.
How about that?
Well, it took a few hours. The long part was staining the wood so that we can shine through the garland.
Invented.
I love Pinterest. I got turned on to Pinterest about 3 years ago, and I can't get off of it. I find all kinds of recipes, projects, you name it.
Me and my daughter will get along. She's a Pinterest fan too.
I'm on it.
Sorry.
I got all my recipes.
What do you like?
I'm sure. Pizzas, mostly pizza and a lot of stuff. Neapolitan pizza.
Do you make your preference?
You won't realize this conversation, the guys are cooking, we're all sitting here going,
My husband is the cooking in our house. Otherwise, I'd be making frozen stuff all the time.
Yeah, that's what I started with that one. So I have to. But I always want to make stuff I see on Pinterest. So I'm gonna- But now, right now, I make pizzas called organization.
did everybody else
No.
leave you?
Stephanie, you still there?
I think it's muted by the, what it looks like.
I'm still here.
Could you call Mr. Piggy at 515-2175?
Yes, 1 second. Let me make sure I got that number right. 515-2175?
That's correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, so I called and it went directly to voicemail.
Okay, okay.
Fifteen more minutes and we're right now. Wait till 2 o'clock one night time, right? It's like we're gonna make it to the.
Stephanie, he apologized, his phone was off.
No worries.
Try him again.
Okay. I think his phone is still off. Is there another number I can call?
They went back into.
Okay, I'll keep trying. Maybe he hasn't turned it back on yet.
You think I should go knock it? Well, we'll see if she gets them.
I tried to send a text message and I can't send a text message.
Oh, I got you.
Some contributing factor, more so than just medical care. I mean, I think, yeah. Yeah, I go to health.
Yeah, I'm fixing
The same health care.
the last two are seniors this year. Shelley, she's going into the Army. She's already got the paperwork signed and everything. So June, I think. Ashley, she's been on to college, but not sure if she's staying local or whatnot. So
It's so weird right now because, you know, our campus isn't even gonna be open.
that's probably the only thing that's going to keep her at home. She'll probably not have to do virtual. Son, he's in California, he's a Marine. The oldest lives in Iowa, with the parents there. Will be true.
Or, you know, while I was at the hospital in Fordyce, I'm not sure I really want to be committed to it. Now, exactly, you know, Jefferson Regional is not a bad hospital. And it's not as good as, there's not a medicine, it's no other hospital in the state. Especially for trauma. I might not want to go there for an appendix operation, but if I had trauma, I'd rather be there maybe in Baptist or St. Vincent's. Last time I had trauma, I went to the medicine. I was representing Charles Starks and I was walking down the steps and see all missed step. And I head first on the marble, about 5 steps up. The marble landing did not get touched that hard head. So I hit on the head, but also I think it's because I fell to the water and red-handed. I fell to the right. You someone still see the difference in this wrist and that wrist. Now, over a year yet. I've worked this wrist at several places, and so they ended up having to go in and put a metal rod back here, the arm to hold it in place. Now they took it out after 3 months.
They couldn't do that.
Well, it could have been a lot worse. I think
We didn't have all here.
but it ended up getting some, significant headache. Those that seem like help in some instances that just swamp and my daughter was decided to go on
I think that prescription still China, for some reason, they're looking at
it's very good in the heart. She called me. Oh, you were going to report it? That's it. It's amazing how many calls tell me how I did not have time. I give them all my information at the admissions desk before they're ready to take me back to the emergency department. My daughter was with me, so she, finished getting on my insurance cards. Well, I have put the information. I didn't. I mean, you didn't come back the next day. Yeah, I mean, they didn't let somebody. Brother came to first. I don't want to be that person. He came back the next day. It's strong. He said, actually, the brother showed up. That was the so I figured he needed to they all of you were red. It is bizarre. I did. Obviously, they needed I couldn't figure out why, because you can't trust them. You have to quarter the conversation a little bit. I wasn't showing him. Either that or he and the chief now signs of the hiring or something. Headed to the Dallas. He was trying to, be friendly. I don't know. So they just fentanyl. Made me wait. Well, they did take the X-ray arm, but that she wasn't tied up. They take care of. Yeah, I mean, that was only treated. I mean, they didn't operate on it that night. I mean, they wanted to slow and go down. The emergency room doctor, she squeeze my bones sort of back into place. Because you had some parts of the floating around in there. Yeah, they definitely have to. You can't look at somebody, that's messed up and tell where they really are. Yeah.
This Thursday now.
It's really
We started over there.
Does your sleep and everything?
So on there, watch that. But colors, I mean, you could be one of the Wilsons.
Yeah, I'm sure. You should not be. Like, I had a rapid heartbeat all day. It's 79 now, which is not a good.
But earlier, I was doing it, so they're not going to be any pop.
No, I was wondering if it's because they're not.
Out there dealing with people. They can be exposed. You can take the vaccine when it becomes available to you. I don't know, you know. All the new
A home test.
Well, I'm leaning toward
Take
it.
the whole thing. I don't know what this on after that. You don't get a prescription. To get the results, you have to like submit this code. And the Bluetooth, the little device that spins around, Bluetooth results to your phone. And so that means the company contact trace everybody. And has our
That's too
so,
far from.
I mean, on the one hand, I want to know.
Automatically.
I hate giving government information about it.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause
And I guess,
they're not telling me all that.
most of the folks,
Maybe
the
tag
police
and some
department
usable this.
don't have age as a precondition.
It would be so cool to know my ancestry, but
I guess.
if you read the contract,
They sell your salary.
and then they sell it to, like insurance companies, you know, who has this genetic condition. It's full insurance.
Number 55 would be diabetes. Which, you don't have any floating around, but maybe the chief with heart problem. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying, I was talking about how they're kind of distributed. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that, at 40, you have immunity from passing away from it. That's, but you at 42, of all those that are 42, what percentage of those are gonna pass away from it versus say those that are 72? Is that, that's what I was talking about. Might be true. I mean, yeah, or how many of those 22? And I don't think they've really figured out completely why people that are healthy are sometimes undone. I mean, you can take somebody and say, me versus me. Well, there'd be a number of things you can look at it and say, all right, that's why.
Now you have no interest to bring your project.
So you, it's going to be what the hell.
We got a picture.
Well, that's picture.
Always doing.
I have more crackers and chocolate and a reading bar.
What kind of crackers?
Like whole grain blood crackers.
I dare not eat any chocolate tonight. Sleep.
And not been open.
We'll wipe them down.
During quarantine, I was at home. I started embroidery and plants. Everything very cliche, but that's what my interest is.
Food, I've got woodworking projects, ridge hospital project, therapy, I do a bunch of that stuff.
Probably by the time the outside door is on, we'll be back in waiting on. What time? Yeah, I was thinking more than I remember when I got out there, something that's at the midnight hour, and I was just going over and I looked at my watch, it was 12:30, 12:25.
I do not, but they can stand up in this bridge, they'll be fine. Anyone else want some crackers? There, you good?
I had some chocolate and stuff in there. I can't open it.
Oh, you had that trail mix, didn't you?
Yeah, it's a travel. I'll share it, but I can't open it.
Oh, no.
So it's for breakfast and basics.
I hate when there's a package that's meant to be resealable and I pull too hard and then it's not breakage.
You're back on.
A lot of Christmas decorations in the storage closet.
No, that's Rick Crumbs.
Just extra for me. That hasn't come back yet. Right. Did you bring any wine?
Wine?
I like a glass of wine.
No, sure. We've sent out of our big cases. Did you make it snow last night?
Last night it's flurried a little bit at the house. I know nothing stuck to the ground, but on the cars, the windows had a little bit on them, but nothing too major.
I had a little one on the windows.
The ground was white in my house
Oh, yeah?
when I went to bed.
Lucky you.
But then it warmed up overnight, of course.
I think Branson last weekend, it snowed like crazy.
I heard they got like 3 feet.
Yeah, it couldn't drop.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was in trouble.
Good luck.
No, it doesn't matter.
They won't need any anesthesia for him. Until we pass out.
Big stuff here, heavy duty stuff. Just back with me just a second here.
It don't make any difference.
Gotta hear it right.
Is that supposed to see if we're too close?
Okay. The time is 2:14. We are now ready for a motion to reopen the public hearing.
So
I have a motion on the floor, please.
So moved.
A second.
You take my pen.
No.
We're gonna do a roll call vote. Commissioner Walters,
Aye.
Commissioner Stringfellow,
Aye.
Commissioner Piggy, aye. Commissioner Shelley, ayes have it. The public hearing is now reopened. And at this time, I'll need a motion outlining the commission's decision. So we would have the decision, then we'll have a public vote, okay? So Commissioner Shelley?
The commission has voted to modify the termination to reinstatement without pay until January 1st.
I need a motion disclosing the commissioner's findings. Is there a motion on the floor?
So move.
Second,
Second.
Commissioner Walters,
Aye.
Commissioner Stringfellow,
Aye.
Commissioner P.E., aye. Commissioner Shelley,
Aye.
ayes have it. The commissioners have voted to reread that for the record, please, one more time.
To modify the termination to reinstatement without pay until January 1st.
A written order stating the commissioner's finding will be issued within 10 business days. The floor is now open for a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposers?